and I'm a Christian talking individual, and I live in Oxelösund, Sweden. I was born in 1989, and I am the target of a secret persecution porn called gang stalking. And in this video, I'm going to be playing some Chuck Langenberg audio. After changing the thumbnail. Desktop sounds. Yes. Gotta change this. Upload image. Desktop sounds. Raw vlogs. Conspiracies. Okay. All right. Okay, there you go. We're gonna play some Chuck Langenberg audio. This is a link to the audio I will be playing. So a big part of my work to get the word out about gang stalking is using the work of Chuck Langenberg, late Chuck Langenberg. And I don't co-sign, it's like all these talks, there's like maybe 90 audios, okay, about 90, more than 30 for sure. I don't, when I play it, that doesn't mean that I'm saying that everything he said was true. You might have a guest on one of his streams that says something that I would disagree with, okay. Now, this is Chuck Langenberg's website, a mirror Chuck Langenberg's website. And he was a gang stalker video like I am, okay. So I'm a gang stalker video. And Chuck Langenberg was a gang stalker video. And a big part of my getting the word out is playing his audios, okay? Which means I can get the word out. Sometimes I go live and talk about gang stalking. I'm live stream and talk about being gang stalked. And other times it's like I'm go live, I believe they on camera, then I put on Chuck Langenberg audios and play it. So this is a link to his website, and this is a link to his audios. So we have been playing Chuck Langenberg audios. I have to make some changes to the stream. Cyberstalk is part of gangs. His audios. Which means a lot of people that harass me online, told me online, they're cyberstalkers. Not every person, but a lot of more. So here we go. Chuck Langenberg audios. Here we go. I have to make some changes to the stream. Here we go. Go playing Chuck Langenberg audio. Okay, maybe do it like this. Or like this. 50-50. Or like this. Hold on. Like this. Okay. We're playing Chuck Langenberg audio.
First call period.
Let's go to number 11.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the purple top left live now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the West Coast is about 7:03 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Today is Wednesday, July 18, 2012. This is episode number 3014. Okay, now here's the deal. I'm going to do a chat room rating. This is not going to be very polished, but that's what you've learned to live with here. Here's what happened. First of all, my objective is onefold, to get the word out about organized talking. And part of what happens on these TalkShoe calls, TalkShoe.com calls, is we get a lot of perps that come and go in the room, and in fact, they dominate the room. Anyway, one of those people who I call a perp does not consider himself to be one. I asked him, Ant, are you a perp? And the Ant Farm Wants You Dead replies, no, I'm a TI, a schmuck who is a TI. It just comes natural. TI in Idaho asked him, but why be like them? I used to be an internet troll as a teen, Ant says. Ant, where did you learn how to do what you just did? You logged in as just because, but it was your voice. He replies, I figured it out on my own, Chuck. I will not tell the secret, or else Nimbusters will use it. TI in Idaho says, why don't you come out into the light? I reply, and I said, I bet you were a smart one too, Ant. I never said you weren't smart. You're just a dirtbag. Look, someone closed my neck. He goes, they know the secret. And now you see two ants on the screen. Two Ant Farm Wants You Dead on the screen, which is totally unusual. I do not know how to do it, by the way. The top one is 3,054,116. The bottom one, you, Ant, is 2,931,198, and that shows that you have two shows. So you were an internet troll. How did you do that? Ant replies, it is the cool thing to do on the internet when you're a teen. Everyone does try to do it, although he is, as I recall now, in his late 20s now. Are you being sure that everything you are typing is going into the public domain? Are you? And he says, well, I don't know. I don't want to be displayed on the website that shows up in Google. I said, Ant, I repeated myself, will you put everything you are typing now into the public domain so that I can publish this for all eternity? Go ahead, he says. I say, thank you. This is very, very powerful spoof that you've caught on to. How many people have you pretended to be? I don't know. I don't normally do it, he said. I stopped doing it a long time ago. But when I figured it out, I would impersonate just because. That's a user here. Just because, as a joke. And I replied, so you just did it a minute ago to show TEI in Idaho, TEA Idaho, number 3.30,057,642, that two logins were possible on the TalkShoe.com system, yes. And how many times have you impersonated me, Vancouver? And he said, never. And who else have you impersonated? And Ant replied, I don't remember. This is, I think, one time I impersonated Chrissy or Derek. Note that they are from freedomschs.com, who I guess are not friends of Ants, but I would doubt that. Just to prove to TEI Idaho, will you impersonate him for a minute, please? It would take too much work, he said. But I can impersonate anyone, like I saw, just because, but setting it up takes a while. And I'm saying, okay, so let the record show that right now there are two, the Ant Farm Wants You Dead, in the chat room right now. The first one, number 3,054,116. The existing one is number 2,931,198. And thanks for the demonstration, I said. And boy, sure, I have to interject here. I sure hope that I'm not breaking any of TalkShoe's terms and conditions, but I'm skating thin ice here. I do realize that. Anyway, and I go on to say, and would you please type something under the new login? And he does that. He says, click my details. I have just unmuted the top ant, I say, and he types, see my name. The other ant is not me. He said, yes, I see that there are two ant farm. The Ant Farm Wants You Dead. The top one is blue. The bottom one is gold, by the way. Evidently, they can't control the colors of them. There's a glitch. I changed the name TEA Idaho. Wish that guy had changed his name. So, what kind of a kick do you get out of doing this sort of spoof? Ant, are you there? I said. He doesn't reply. Why are you doing it right now and admitting it to me? Yes, I saw the top ant left. Ant says, it was never a secret that I can clone Nix. I did not know it could be done until 3 or 4 months ago when you first began demonstrating it. Ant says, has anyone ever, I asked, has anyone ever lost their life because of this sort of thing? Ant, what is the worst thing that has ever happened? Ant, are you there? I said. Hello, Ant, Earth to Ant. Ant said, how many, I reiterated myself, how many other talk shows do you have the ability to do this? In fact, no one is doing my trolling. Ant, once again, this bio, I'm going to take a time out here and tell you that this chat log is tied to this recording, and I'm botching the recording magnificently, but this chat log is tied to this recording, and on TalkShoe.com, on chatgrabber.com, show number 120297 on this day. Ant, where did you just go? Did the phone ring? Did you get an email? Did somebody knock on the door, etc.? He said, I was giving my dog medicine. Let the record show that I was speaking to Ant Farm Wants You Dead. What does this mean? That you were paid by your handlers, I asked. Ant, who is him? I am not following your conversation. Let the record show that my ability, he says, let the record show that my ability to clone Nix does not involve anything illegal or hacking and is merely a flaw in the design of TalkShoe. Ant makes that statement. And I typed in, let the record show that guest number 6 through 11 just showed up in the room, as so often happens once something interesting starts to happen around here. But once again, what did you mean when you said they handed him cash for a job well done, please? I say to Boise, the TI in Idaho, you are jumping right into the thick of it here. I hope you appreciate the magnitude of what you are witnessing. And I say, Ant, do you consider yourself a perp? And he says, no. I said, what kind of a kick do you get out of pulling such a prank? If I become compromised, he replies, I'd kill myself just for fun. To your question. I said, what do you mean by if I become compromised? He said, he replied, if they tried to control what I say, the perps, I would kill myself. Wow. I'm just reading what's in the log, folks. Ant, where did you learn to duplicate other logins on the TalkShoe.com system? He says, I figured it out intuitively. How many other people know how to do it? He says, I don't know, but at least one. Today I first witnessed someone else doing it. It took me more than a year to catch on to it. I said, "How long have you had this ability?" "I don't remember." He said, I'm thinking to myself, "In what room did you witness somebody else doing it, please?" And he said, "In here, the ant clone." "Really? Somebody was cloning you earlier today. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying somebody is screwing with you?" He said, "Yes." "And do you have any idea who that person might be?" And he said, "No, it's probably a nimbuster." So once again, how many other
Go
people
check
do
his
you think
streams.
have
They
this
want
ability
to
on the
stuff.
ant clone system? Really? There's no. Somebody was
Yes.
cloning you earlier today. Referring
Okay.
to the fact that I type fast, I said to guests 6 to 13 to eat your heart out. I took typing 2 times way back when. That's why I do have the ability to type pretty fast. And have you ever done this spoofing on behalf of another person or another organization? And he replied, "No." I said, "Ant, do you consider yourself a perp?" And he said, "No." "I'm going to open up a chat now," I said, "for guests 6 through 13. Any funny stuff, and I'll quickly mute." "I'll be right back," said Ant. "I'm getting a Coke." For the record, I'm chat room interviewing, and I said this to the new people that showed up. Ant Farm Wants You Dead, number 2,931,198. Here comes the URL, and the URL is in there, and it'll be on the chat log. Could you recap what's going on here, Chuck?" said guest 10 who showed up. I said, "I'll recap the chat log in the public domain is number, but people who are listening to this recording right now already know what's going on. Pray tell guests 6 to 13, where are you from? How did you hear about this interesting discussion that is going on? Where is the URL at?" But nobody answered. He just came from talk to you randomly, said guest 10, but the rest of them didn't answer. For the record, the entire discussion is in the public domain. I said, Art Ant consented to it earlier in this chat log, and anything you type will go into the public domain. Please know that. My name is Chuck. Pseudonym of on TalkShoe of Chuck of Vancouver, WAUS. I'm a TI, a targeted individual. I have been aggressively harassed for 6 years. Surely somebody must have some hard-hitting question about these to ask Ant about his abilities when I refer to perping, but he doesn't see it that way. Ant said he is getting some dinner. Loco in LA showed up, and I said to her, "I'm in the chat room right now. Anything you type will go into the public domain. Once again, anything you type or anyone types will go into the public domain for all eternity. Let the record show that." Loco just left the chat room, by the way. "I don't believe you," guest 3 said. "I have seen Ant do his spoofing before. I don't no, I'm just reading, folks. I'm going to stop allowing guests in the chat room. Let the record show that 19 and 20 just showed up. I was guest 3. I'm not Ant. Who are you then?" I said. "The Ant Farm Wants You Dead," to the one, the ant farm that's blue now, not gold. And that's one thing that they do that does happen on this TalkShoe systems. They often, when they're duplicates, they are showed up as 2 colors. It's not hard to do. Anyone with an IQ over 80 should be able to figure it out. Would any other chatters please comment something that is short and meaningful? "So why am I being muted?" Guest 3 said. Guest 3, I'm so sorry, folks that are listening to this, but just hang in here with me. I'm going to go to my profile page and look for my name. Would the Nimbusters among us please say what chat room URL you were just at where you heard this from? Nobody answered. Let the record show that we have now 3 Ant Farm Wants You Dead. The third one, number 2,349,262, looks suspiciously like Nick, what I refer to as Filthy Nicky, but goes by the name Nick Spinner. Yes. You can have fun on impersonating everyone. For the record, I'm going to mute the top 2 ants. Please say what you will first for the next 60 seconds. Now that I am no longer muted, said guest 8, I will ask a couple of questions. Chuck and Ant are the only big lie. You two have some reality TV or sci-fi show. My reply to number 8 is, let the record show. That is a fair question, I said. I pledge that I am a loner. I am not affiliated or compensated by anyone, was my reply. Let the record show. I also said that Ant number 2.34,262 just showed up, and I quickly muted him or her. Tap 2 showed up, who I did an interview with. I think it was number 3006 or 3007. May the record show I said that Tap 2 just showed up in my room. He actually interviewed me on number 3007 and 3008. He said he watched an interesting video on the cult of Scientology, that they're sure to have the targeting system down to a T. And I said, I'd like to hear about that sometime, but right now something else is going on. Please do bring back that in the future. I will do that, he said, and he laughed. Once again, I assume that there are nimbusters present, I said. Would one of you please say what URL you were just at and where you heard about this to come here? Guest 7, I just said, I just like Ant's voice. I said to guest 7, I just like Ant's voice changer too, but my confidence is very high that I'm communicating with the real one at the moment, and that was based on the user ID. Let the record show my confidence high that the third Ant is Nikki. So at least a few people must know how to do this spoof on TalkShoe. The Ant Farm wants you dead. Do you have anything else to say before I terminate this chat log? And I asked him again and again, and he did not respond. And that is the end of this recording.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy or republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.call screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the West Coast is about 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Pacific Daylight Time, rather, on Monday, July 30, 2012. This is episode number 3015. I have on the call right now. I'm sorry, why don't you identify what pseudonym you want to go with, and how are you tonight, please?
Oh, I'm fine, Chuck. You can call me Snuffers.
Okay, this is Snuffers then. Now, how long have you been a target, and can you tell us how it all started out, please?
Well, I think I've been a target my whole life, but I know that I've been a target since approximately 1998. That's when I really figured out stuff weird was going on, but I had no idea about gang stalking until last summer, probably August, September. I finally kind of got the word and then started looking things up on the internet and stuff and found out that this was something serious going on everywhere.
It's been going on since 1998, and here it is, at least, and here it is, 2012, 14 years later, and you found it out a year ago. How did you find it out, please?
Well, I just finally started typing stuff into the computer about being followed by strangers and stuff like that. And then I caught on to the phrase targeted individual. And then that's what got me off into the whole gang stalking, targeted individual, learning about. And I had no idea this was going on with people all over the place. I just thought, okay, I got families that are into some crap, and I'm probably on somebody's S list because of that.
Now,
But-
when you say you have family into crap, can you tell us what that means in a nutshell? Nothing too incriminating or anything, but
Well, the biggie is my father was a master mason in the Scottish Rite, and we just never got along on that topic. I used to call him the Grand Poobah, and I just never. I had no idea what power they had, or I wouldn't have done so much to stick the hornet's nest. But I didn't like the fact that he was involved with it. I saw how it took him away from my mom and the family, and I was very critical of it, and that obviously made him upset.
but you have siblings that are targeted too. So it
Yeah.
couldn't, don't you? How many are targeted out of how many siblings?
I think
please?
all of us. I really do. But I think my sister and I got the brunt of it. I think my brother got off a lot lighter in the whole thing. But I don't know. I can't get him to really all talk to me about any of this. I try to talk to them, and they just don't even want to discuss it. They'd rather just say I'm being nutty and that I should forget about things and move on and find a hobby and all this stuff. And it's like, come on, we have some weird family history here. Like I mentioned in the chat earlier, all of a sudden, as soon as my sister's 10 years older than my brother and I. And I think something went on during the 10 years in between my sister and I that just totally blew my family apart. I don't really know what. And then, like I said, my dad, when we were kids, got involved with this Freemason stuff and started going away from the family and such. And I think it got to the point where, I think my dad just girls are kind of worthless. And so we were put on the block.
Now, can you give your approximate age?
I'm 50. I just turned 50.
Okay, and your sister is roughly your age too.
She's 60.
Okay.
And then my brother's really close to my age. He's 49, going to be 50 in a month. So.
And then you said you had another one that was 10 years older or younger or something like that?
I have a sister that's 10 years older and a brother that's a year and a half younger.
And are they targeted? What do you say about that?
My sister for sure, definitely. My sister definitely from putting together things. She's been mobbed out of a couple of jobs. She got mobbed out of the state job just before she was up for her pension. She was working a little food store job, and they set her up to get her kicked out of that. And
she was working a little what, please?
A little job in a food store. I'm very sorry if I sound slurry. I had jaw surgery.
No, it's not. No problem. You had what kind of
I had cancer in my jaw. So if I sound a little funny, I wasn't even supposed to be able to talk by the time it was over, but I beat those odds too.
So you're doing pretty well. I wouldn't have even noticed it.
Thank you.
Now, what sorts of things happen to you when you're targeted?
When? In the beginning or now? Now it's just now I just get basically mobbed comments when I go out. I mean, it's definitely died down a lot since I've gotten back here. But I've died down a lot since I've gotten back here. It was way crazier in Las Vegas, and it was way crazier up north when I lived in an apartment up north.
Yeah, so what sorts of things happened in Las Vegas? And did you live in the city thereof or out in the sticks? Or?
No, I lived in the city.
And what sorts of things happened in Las Vegas? And was that more than a year ago after you figured this all out, or what?
That's what helped me figure this all out. I didn't know what was going on. In Vegas, I still had no idea that there was such a thing as gang stalking. I didn't know there was such a thing as gang stalking until after I got back down here. So even
when
I
you
was
say
up
down
north,
here, you mean back in the Midwest?
Right, and back down toward the city. I lived in a little town, village up north for 3 years, and that was really a nutty place. Very, very strange, old school Catholic cult kind of concept mixed in with a lot of Freemasonry, and then
Catholic,
I was
what
there.
Cult? Did you call that CULTS?
CULTS, yes.
Could you just elaborate on that a little bit? I have not heard that term before, please.
You never heard the term cult?
On Catholic cults, I had not heard.
You should. All you gotta do is Google Mesquite Shrine, and you'll.
What kind of a shrine was that again, please? Can you spell that?
Necedah. Mesquite. It's a small town in Wisconsin. They had a big apparition thing going on in the 50s. And a lot of the remnants of them people are still up there and breeding and doing their thing. And people should really get up there and see it. They have dioramas set up with like Jesus standing with George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. I mean, there's just some very weird things going on up in.
But getting into the gang stalking of it. Okay, so what sorts of things were happening to you in Las Vegas, or in Vegas, please?
Vegas was the trickiest. Vegas was where I was first nailed with a helicopter light.
Okay. Now, when you say, go ahead, explain that, please.
Well, I was going. It's very hot in Las Vegas, so it was night when I went out. You have to go get water there. The water in Las Vegas is very bleachy.
Yeah, so, let's stay away from the water. Let's get into this organized stalking.
I was going to go buy some water. You had to go get good drinking water from a machine, and you would take your gallon jug and you go to this machine that was across the road by a store from me, and then you put in your quarter and you get your gallon of water. Well, it was like 2 in the morning, and I was off to go get my gallon of water, and all of a sudden this helicopter came in and put its light on me when I was
at 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. And did that just happen one time, or was it many times, or?
It happened 2 times that I got hit with a
helicopter. Okay, now what other sorts of, that's a good example. Now what other sorts of things happen gang stalking wise in Vegas, please?
I got out of one of my jobs there. I worked in a phone room, and I was just like, work that I had done, I was not being given credit for. I had some guy tell me that I was fired when I wasn't fired, but they told everybody I was fired. So then when I showed up for work, everybody was like, what are you doing here? You've been fired? And it's like, I wasn't fired. Then I wasn't fired.
Okay, so that's then the phone room. And what else? Let's get some more examples. More, please. Let's have lots of examples, please.
People, like I have blonde hair, people messing with my hair. Like they'll come up behind me and they would flip my hair and...
Okay, that's an example. What else, please?
In Las Vegas?
Yeah, in Las Vegas. What sorts of things did they do to harass you or to gang stalk?
A lot of times they were trying to get me to like end up taking their money. That was a weird thing. I was like, you hit casinos after work or whatever, and I'm not a big gambler. It was always like penny slots or something like that,
Yeah.
But like I go walking by, going to leave, and I'd have people like at a blackjack table or something. This place where I used to go to a lot, you had to go by the blackjack table to get to the door, and I like blackjack. And there'd always be somebody, well, not always, but a lot of times, there'd be some guy sitting there, and I'd be walking by to get the bus and be like, hey, you want to play? And they'd hold money up, like they were going to give me money to play, and you just know that's a setup. So of course, my answer was no.
Okay, and what else? Other examples of things that happened in Vegas of the stalking and harassment,
to be
please.
in Vegas, and this is going to sound nutty, and this is where I lost you the last time, and I hope I don't lose you again.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was a smoke detector in my apartment, and it got to the point where I noticed that at certain times, at certain words, certain places, it got to the point where I could almost talk to this smoke detector. Because, they have that little light, this little light that normally just stays on unless there's trouble with the battery. All right, so
why would you be talking to a smoke detector, please?
Just to make sure that I wasn't crazy. Just like, okay, I know there's something wrong with the smoke detector.
Well, this is starting to sound crazy. I just don't know why are you talking to a smoke detector. There must be, I'm trying to get you to clarify why you would be doing that.
The smoke detector would, blink at certain words, and especially when I was married at the time, and I'd be talking to my husband, and when the conversation got to politics, because I'm kind of outspoken in that, it would start blinking, and but it wasn't like the battery was dead, because at first I thought, okay, this thing is blinking, the battery must be dead, and then my husband's like, no, this thing it's a hardwired smoke detector. It's part of the whole building. It's not an individual one with its own.
And we're spending a lot of time on this smoke detector.
Well, that sounds weird, but that was a lot of it. Which is, hey, something's weird with the smoke detector. Hey, I can get to the point where I'm having freaking conversations with a smoke detector. What the heck is going on? And that's when I figured out that this thing's got to be wired and people are behind it.
So somebody's effing with you, you mean? Somebody was on the other end of some switch.
Right.
Okay, that I get. All right, what other examples, please, of things that happened in Las Vegas, if I may, please?
Well, that's where I got cancer. I ended up getting cancer out in Las Vegas. Yeah.
Okay, what are the things that are
well, then,
stalking related?
Well, for part of this cancer, I had to go into Los Angeles to see a doctor at UCLA. And because I was sick, I couldn't drive it. So we were going to take a Greyhound. Okay, so then we get to Greyhound Station, and 4 buses between Las Vegas and LA are canceled. No reason. There wasn't any, sometimes mudslides or fires or something like that will stop traffic between.
But that doesn't necessarily sound stalking related. I'm trying to get
at the stalking is weird. It's the one time that I needed to get on those buses to hit a doctor's appointment.
Okay, so what other examples? All right, so we got the buses. What other examples?
I was so sick, then I just got out of Vegas. Okay, and then when we.
But what else happened? I want to. While we're on, hang on, I need to cough.
Okay.
While we're in the town of Vegas, so what are the things that were stalking related? Please.
Followed around. People coming up to me at the bus stop saying comments about, like I said, basically I'm into politics, so they say things, kind of like trying to get me to argue with them. Little junk like that.
And this happened how many times, please?
Almost constantly. Almost
really?
Constantly. This has been going on for so long that.
All right, so you showed up at a bus stop, just waiting for a bus, and it'd be somebody. Were they different every time, or the same person? Why?
No, they were different. They're definitely different. There was only one person that was like a constant in this, and I didn't know it at the time. Until I ended up back up in Wisconsin up north, and the same guy that was bugging me in Vegas ended up being up north in this little podunk town, that I really, what the hell is the same guy that was in Las Vegas bugging me doing in this town in this state of Wisconsin? I mean, what are the odds,
Wow. Okay, no, that's a weird one. All right, so that couldn't have been a cheap one for him, but how many people do you guess?
Finally, I asked him, I confronted this guy up north, and I said, I recognize you from Vegas. And I could tell I freaked him out by coming up and saying that. I said, I recognize you from Vegas. Why are you following me? And he goes, because I'm your defender. And I'm like, what? I never knew this person, never met him. And I'm your defender. And then it ended up he was behind the stalking.
Now, was this the guy that was a constant harasser in Vegas, or no?
He was an occasional harasser in Vegas, but I noticed it because I thought he was kind of cute, Now, although I was married and wouldn't have gone anywhere with it.
Okay, all right. So now, how many people in Vegas? How many people do you guess would have wanted to argue about politics at the bus stop?
Oh, right. It was going on a lot. 20. I mean,
Okay,
it was like, they got to the point where it was like, all the time. And then, okay, yeah, I mean, I like paying attention to politics and I have my views, but it's not the only thing I'm going to be rapping about with strangers.
And these were different people every time. This is compared to how many months, please?
Except for the one guy that ended up being up north. I ran into him.
Yeah, but this is over a period of, I got that part, but this is over a period of how many months?
Over 4 years.
Over 4 years, 20 people over 4 years, or was it all stacked mostly within it?
No, it got progressively worse. When I first got there looking at that, it was just a couple of weird things, like they took my cat, and I had to fight to get my cat back. Little weird things like that in Vegas.
Now, when you say they took your cat, where did they take your cat? To the Humane Society, or?
No, I got it back. Luckily.
Where did they take it? Where did they take your cat?
I don't know. I got her back. But she was a very old cat. I mean, she ended up dying not too long after. She was a very old cat, and I took her to Vegas because...
So you don't really know that it was stalkers per se. That I'm sorry to be so antagonistic, but you don't really know that it was stalkers per se that kidnapped your cat. Maybe the cat just decided.
She was a very weird little cat, and she was very old, and it took me a long time to get her to even like to lay by the door in the sun. But I knew the sun would feel good on her hips, so I got her to the point where she trusted laying in the door. She wasn't a cat that was going to run away or anything. And the door was open, the cat was laying in the doorway. Next thing I know, the cat's gone.
Yeah, I know, but I still don't get how you associate that with stalking. I don't get it.
Because I saw the guy that worked for the apartment place by those stairs. And then the next thing I know, my cat's gone. So I'm like, put two and two together, the house guy took the cat.
And how long of a period of time was the
it took me 4 hours to get that.
Okay.
And
all right. Well, what other examples, cat aside, let's move on from the cat. Then, what other examples of stalking?
Little things like that ended up being.
Let's have some examples of those little things, please.
Well, we got the cat. We got the bus stuff. We got the smoke detector. We got the guys at the gambling tables where they kept trying to get me to take their money. We got the cancer. We got the bus thing. That's another thing about cancer, too. I kept going to doctors, and, you're on this insurance plan, so there's only certain doctors that I was allowed to go to. And I go to this doctor, and I'm like, listen, dude, this isn't lupus, something is wrong. Could you take a biopsy? I want to make sure it's not cancer. No, he wouldn't do it. No, he wouldn't do it. No, he wouldn't do it. I go to the plan. I'm like, listen, this doctor's bogus. You got to see another doctor.
All right. What are the sorts of things in Vegas, so if I may, please?
Well, that's pretty much it. Because then I got sick, and it was just getting the heck back. First fighting to live, and then
all right.
Out of there.
All right. So now you're back in the Midwest, and what sorts of things are happening there? Other than that's pretty weird. That one guy who showed up from Vegas, and he said he was your protector.
My defender.
Your defender.
Was my defender. And I'm like, what do I need a defender for?
And what did he say to that? What was his answer?
He just laughed. This is one of these, like, kind of deals. Like, I'm like, what do I need a defender for? Especially since by then I was up in the CETA. I'm like, what do I need
All right,
a defender
so what other sorts of things? What other sorts of things are going on back in the Midwest, please?
Well, okay, in the Midwest, an amazing apartment opened up magically just in time for me to move into.
Okay.
And at the time I was still married. And so we moved into this apartment. It was for senior and disabled, and he was a senior and I'm a disabled, so it worked out. And it was just a cluster. That's when I really, all the weird stuff in Vegas, okay, hey, Vegas is weird. I put it all out of my head, whatever, that was Vegas, Now I'm in small town Wisconsin. I got a couple of friends that lived up around there. That's why we were in the area to begin with, was because I had a couple of friends that lived up around there. So we ended up living up around there.
Okay, yeah, but I'm trying to keep the focus on the stalking and the harassment. What sorts of things are?
That started like from the get-go in the theater.
Yeah, let's have some examples, if I may, please. Let's have some examples of the sorts of stalking and harassment that are occurring back in the Midwest.
Okay, well, a lot of the stuff like you were talking about your apartment building, we were going through the same thing. You couldn't
let's have the examples, please, from you.
Okay, the banging on the walls from the neighbors. Mine wasn't tapping, mine was banging. It was like bang, bang, banging on the wall from the neighbor.
Okay, and what else, please?
Weird comments from people who never knew me. I've never seen them before in my life, but they would know my middle name. They would know where I went to school. They knew that I lettered in volleyball when I was in high school. And I get these comments, lettered in volleyball.
Like, I would call that directed conversation, use a $20 term, but those are some good. Now, how did they go about letting you know that you lettered in volleyball or so forth and so on like that?
Like I went, there was only in this little place. There was only you had to drive to other cities to go to do any major shopping. There was only like a little gas station convenience store set up in the town. So that's where you had to go, like, to get your day-to-day little stuff. And then you had to go to a big city to do your big shopping. So I went into this gas station one time to get a couple packs of smokes. You know, and I'm new to this little burg. I didn't really know anybody except my couple of friends and my husband there. And that's what I got. I went to get this pack of cigarettes. Oh, better than volleyball, eh?
So just out of the blue, some guy says that.
Yeah, this wasn't even a hello, how are you? You're new to
So
town.
they were outwardly effing with you.
Yeah.
Well, how about another example or two? I'm sorry to be so pushy, but by the way, we may lose our connection. If we do, I'm sorry. But please, and that'll be the end of the show if we lose our connection. No, you're not. You're not. I'm glad I'm being so persistent, though. I'm pressing for a clarification.
Well,
because
finally got to the point where they wanted to jail me. You know, they ultimately want you to send a... I wrote about this in your chat room. Nasita was also the place that, from the minute we got there, every night at the same time... Now, they only had one cop at the time in this town. They ended up now having... They might have a cop now, but by the time I left, they didn't have any police. But they only had one policeman there. Every night at the same time, that guy would be sitting by my car, in his car. You know, he was in a police car, sitting in the parking lot, in front of my car. So, like, if I would have wanted to leave, I would have had to ask the policeman to move his car so I could go. Looking up at my apartment every night. It got to the point where I told my husband, I said, I don't know what
not
this
just parking his car out in front of your place, but he was also doing that and looking at your apartment.
Yeah, he would park his car, like, okay, like, it would be, like, blocking my car in. Like, there was a parking space, and then he would pull up to where he would be behind my car that was in the parking space. Then he would get out of his car and stand by his car and be looking up at the window. Every night. And it got to the point where I was like, what the hell? I mean, it's not like
we talked quite a bit, and I took some notes as we were talking earlier, but you said your sister was mobbed out of her last two jobs. Why don't you cover that briefly, please?
Yeah, well, I work for the state, and I don't know the whole story about it because she will not talk to me about a lot of this stuff. She doesn't want to. I don't know whether she doesn't believe it or she just doesn't want to deal with it, but she just won't talk to me about it. I also think that she's part of... I think she kind of turncoated in on me now, but that's beside the point. She worked for the state of Wisconsin.
You mean she's become a perp, you mean?
Yeah, I think so.
But please continue on with her situation.
Well, like, she worked for the state for almost 10 years, just to the point where she was going to be vested for her pension. And then, damn, she ends up getting into trouble with a couple of co-workers. This is all I know. I don't know the details, or I give them to you. All I know is she ends up magically, all of a sudden, getting into trouble with co-workers, and she's out of a job. And
just magically, no, but you said she lost her last two jobs. What about the other job, please?
The last one, she worked at a food store. Okay, see, we live here because my mom is elderly, so she was taking care of my mom, and then I moved back to kind of help her out because it's too much for one person. Yeah. But so she was working part-time because she was taking care of my mom. My dad was still alive at the time, and she would work like 4 hours or 3 or 4 days a week just for some tin money, you know, nothing major.
Sure. So what about her job perping?
Well, all of a sudden she had this guy, one of these stock guys, the guys that put the bags, you know, food and bags and stuff, like stockers, not a stalker, but he could have
stock, S-T-O-C-K. He was a stalker.
Right, he was a stalker. And he started, like, knitting on her, you know? He started, like, haggling her or something. I don't know the whole details, but I know that it was getting very much stressful for her. And I tried warning her then that, hey, there's people that do this for a reason, and don't let them get to you, and yada, 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 you know, trying to give her the pep talk.
And what was her reply to that?
Well, she kind of went along with it then. She was like, yeah, I can't let them get to me. I need some money, you know, I gotta have this job, gets me out of the house a little bit, yada, yada. I don't know the whole story, but what ended up going on, and her story and your story are all different, so who's to know. But what ended up is apparently she that guy, and she used that saying that she assaulted him, and so she ended up getting fired for assaulting a fellow employee.
Wow, okay.
But she didn't assault him. I mean, she didn't, like, go and beat anybody up or anything.
No, of course not. Now you had made the comment earlier when we talked. Do you think teens are doing this stalking on vacation? Why don't you tell us why you feel that way, please?
Well, the last couple of times up here, because these double coupon days, you know, so you go shopping on double coupon days to get double coupons. So they know when people are going to be shopping. At least they know when I'm going to be shopping, you know. And I was 2 times ago. It was this kid. It was like a game kid. There was like 3 or 4 of them. And he walked by, and I heard the one guy said, "That's her. She's on drugs." Because I was looking at cat food. I'm like, okay.
And how in the hell would this guy know if you're on drugs or not? Did you know this guy?
No, never saw. I don't have anything to do with kids in this town. I mean, I raised mine, and I don't have any friends with kids or anything. I don't have anything to do with kids in this town, you know?
Yeah.
And, yeah.
So, 4 kids come up. One of them says something derogatory about you.
She's on drugs.
Okay, what else about
and
kids?
The next thing I know, one or two of them, there was 2 boys and 2 girls, and I guess the boys were trying to show off or whatever, or picking on me or whatever. This one would be like, okay, like I go down the aisle, he'd stay at the front of the aisle, and then, like, stand there and look at me, and then if I looked at him, or looked his way, he couldn't duck in, like, duck away, you know? Like, just wanting me to see him, and then ducking away. And that lasted the whole rest of that store trip. So that was that store trip.
Now, this is just one time at the store? Was this a number of times at the store?
This last time I went to the store, it was 2 teenage girls. And no matter where I went, they would be there giggling. Just giggling, not saying anything, you know, to me or about me that I could hear.
And now this is 2 incidents in a store. Any other incidents in the store, please?
Totally. One time I made the mistake of saying out loud that I was going to go and get some smoke. Man, I got up there, and normally we're...
Like you were talking with somebody on the phone saying that, or what?
My sister. See, my mom's got this ADT thing.
It's got a what? Oh, EDT. Electronic.
So I always treat this.
What does EDT stand for, please?
ADT. It's one of those senior things where they push a button and they're connected to people that will call 911 or something.
Okay. So your mom's got that. All right. So now
and there's this box on a table, on the kitchen table, that's constantly, you know, they're connected. So I always assume that this place is wired. So I very much try not to ever...
The place that your mom lives at.
Right, and I do too. Yeah.
Okay.
It's 3 of us at the homestead. And,
all right.
So I always figure this place is wired, so I try not to ever state my intent. Plus the fact, like I said, I don't necessarily trust my sister anymore, you know?
Sure.
So I try not to let people know what I'm doing or where I'm going.
All right, now, go ahead.
Of saying, I'm going to go get cigarettes. Man, the next thing I know, I go to go get cigarettes. Not only are there 4 cop cars in the parking lot, just kind of watching me, you know, but I go in the store and there's already like 3 or 4 customers max. There was like 20 people in there. All of them buying like 1 can. Nobody getting gas.
So I would call that like a flash mob, perhaps. How about some other examples like that? What else?
Boy, the mailbox, when I first moved down here, the mailbox was plowed out. Somebody took out the mailbox.
Was what? Plowed out?
Yeah, they plowed it down. They, like, knocked down the mailbox.
Oh, okay.
We had to get a metal rod and stick it in cement so it wouldn't happen again, you know.
And how many times did you have to do that to the mailbox? Did it happen again after that, or no?
No, we did it right.
All right, what else happened then stalking related or harassment, please?
The very last thing is just like last week or so, out on the front porch where they got to come up the driveway to get to. It's not like we're right on the street. I have some herbs growing in plants, in pots, you know.
Uh-huh.
All of them, they weren't killed, but they were all like uprooted. They were like, it's like they grabbed the plant and just pulled them up out of the dirt and then left them be there.
So, and these were your plants that you had put your time and effort into planting,
yes.
And somebody ruined them.
Yeah, well, I tried. I mean, I got him in the dirt. I keep my eye open on stuff around here because
Sure.
of all
So
that.
what other sorts of harassment have you been involved with or has been used against you?
Well, I had, I could go into the fact that my son has apparently mated with one of them. So
Mated. You mean, in other words, he became
he's
boyfriend,
intimate and
girlfriend?
has my grandchild, and I don't. And this girl went off on me physically. And the charges were. It was a very weird, long story. I went there to help them out because, okay, they now have 2 kids. And after the first one came, when the second one was coming, they didn't have anywhere to go. So I'm like, yeah, okay, I was down here, but I'm in Haas.
So, but you said your son had mated or became her boyfriend. How do you know that she was a perp? And why don't you tell us about that, please?
Well, because she started off, she's been very much lying from the get-go. Little things. Like when I went to go live with them, they wanted to know if I was going to bring my cat. And I said, no, there shouldn't be really cats around with her being very pregnant. You know, it's not good for pregnant women, cats waste and stuff. It was a crawling baby. You know, you don't want them by litter boxes. I said, no, my cat's going to stay here by Grandma's house, and, you know, I'll come visit him. You know, he's not going to come live with you guys. Well, then she gave me this big, long story about how she's got a cat that she really, really loves and really, really wants to have Blueberry.
But the perping, I'm trying to get you to talk about the perping.
Well, that's a key thing. It's like, because then when I ended up, perping? Well, okay, here's what happened with that. I was living with them helping out. The new baby was 10 days old. It was a Friday night. They were having a couple of people over. I knew one of my son's friends. She had some beers. I asked for a beer. He gave it to me, and apparently that set her off. Because the minute those people left, she started physically assaulting me. And I couldn't do anything because she was holding my granddaughter.
Your daughter-in-law starts assaulting you.
Right. With the baby in her arms. So I couldn't fight back or I would have hit the child.
Right, of course.
My son had to leave work. He came to help me out. The cops were totally in on it with her. And
how do you know the cops were in on it with her?
Because I'm the one that ended up getting charged for disorderly conduct. Although they dropped all charges when I wouldn't take any kind of deal because I wasn't guilty. But they wouldn't listen to my son and I saying, she's the one that started this. I had pictures of police. She even took pictures of my arm. The one cop said, this all defense wounds. But apparently this one...
Right, but this led you to believe that she was perping you.
She assaulted both my son and put my grandchildren in danger. She never got...
I mean, maybe she was just a little bit eccentric and a little bit on the loony side, you know.
No, this goes on. It's still going on. I'm just hoping he gets to his senses. But now I don't have much to do with any of them. I mean, she's made it... She won't apologize. She's made it very hard for him to bring the children around because it's such a scene, you know? I mean, he's got her...
All right, I'm trying to get some other... How about some other examples of the perping that you've encountered, please?
Well, I one time I was at this little up north, that one and this one I'm going to tell you about it too, that they were really trying to get me into a cell. They use these... Now, I know you don't like wacky talk, and I don't think that this was anything more than tricks. Okay, just simple electronics and stuff. But they were messing with my stereo, and they were flashing stuff on the wall of my apartment. Weird. I don't know if I should say this out loud, man. Weird scenes of homosexual oral sex being performed in still life.
And they're flashing like they have some kind of a gizmo that they're flashing that on your wall.
Yeah, like a movie. And I was like, they're trying to drive me nuts.
Well, I don't think that's wacky talk. It's certainly doable. I mean, it's wacky in that the perps do that sort of thing, but that's doable. What other sorts of examples have they done to you, please?
Well, the last biggie when they tried to put me in a cell was I would go to this pub once in a while with my hubby there, and sometimes without, you know, it was a little place. You could come and go. It wasn't any big deal, you know. supposed to go shoot a game of pool. Well, last time up there, they had the whole place was packed, which instantly I thought was very weird. And I could go into the whole cast of characters of people in that bar, too. There was some weirdos there, too. But the whole place was packed, which was very strange. And this girl came up, and apparently she was claiming that I had insulted her months prior. I'm like, oh, okay. You're very mad at me. She came up like screaming at me, you know?
So some girl that you never met, or
No,
did you know her? Had you seen her in this place before? Or?
Yeah, no, I had seen her. I knew her. I mean, we weren't friends or anything, but, you know, and we didn't talk. We weren't friendly, but we weren't unfriendly, you know? Well, apparently we had shot pool some time back, and I said she sucked. And that's what she was saying to me. I'm like, well, if I said it, I'm sorry. If you took offense, I'm sorry. But you know what? When I screw up, I
All right,
say
but let's get into the perping.
She said, okay, I accept your apology. All right, cool. Okay, I go to the bathroom, to the bar. I come back out. She's standing there. She clocks me straight upside my face. With everybody there, like they were all on red alert. Like I knew if I hit her back, I was going to get jumped or arrested. You know, it was like the whole place was packed on purpose. This was all a setup. She cracks me upside my head. I was like, what? You know, I did go make a stance like I was going to pop her back, but then the lady behind the bar, like, stopped that one quick, you know?
All right, so what other examples of perping that I would call it?
Boy, that's all I can come up with. I mean, if you want to count in a few strange phone calls, I've gotten a few weird calls where they play music, it's like a song, and it's not the same song, so it's not like there's any meaning to it, you know?
Are you getting a directed conversation at this new location you're at in the Midwest?
Only at the store when that kid was like, that's her, she's on drugs. You know, like that. But other than that, not really. But like I said, it got me to the point where I pretty much don't do much. You know,
got
I don't
you
go
to
much. I don't
got
do
you
much.
to a point where what again, please?
Where I don't do much. I don't go out much. I don't do much. You know?
Now, why do you not go out much and do much, please?
Well, I don't like this crap. I don't like the fact of thinking that everywhere I'm going, every time I'm out someplace, somebody's keeping their eye on me. You know?
So what makes you think that? If I may please ask that. It's a little bit antagonistic, but I apologize, but.
Well, what makes me think that is because it's what happens.
Yeah, why don't you give me a couple more examples? So please, I'm really liking these examples. I would appreciate if you give a few more.
I don't really have that much more. I really don't. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
All right, so other than Las Vegas and Wisconsin, other than Las Vegas and the Midwest, where else have you been that this type of thing has happened?
This is all I've lived at. I've only lived in Wisconsin and Nevada.
Okay.
Yeah, I grew up in Milwaukee. I mean, I grew up in New Berlin, then I lived in Milwaukee, then I went to Las Vegas, and I came back to
Now, when you
Berlin,
were in Milwaukee, did anything strange happen there?
Well, no. You know, I don't know. I'm just finally getting to the point where I'm starting to think about things that were going on as I was raising children.
Uh-huh.
You know, I mean, I was so busy, basically a single mom. I always worked 2 or 3 jobs. You know, I mean, I can say things like, okay, when I took the father of my kids to court and they ordered him to pay child support and they said there would be a warrant out for him until he paid it. And
yeah, but I'm trying to get into the stalking. That's what I'm trying to get into, the stalking issues.
No, you know, I really don't know. I've just tried to figure out if stuff was going on back when I was raising the kids and I just didn't notice it.
And you can't, are you saying that you can think of such events or no?
I can think of weird situations, but not outright stalking. Not where I had people, maybe it's because I just don't notice. You know? I mean, I'm just like, I don't notice a lot of this stuff, especially back then before I knew all this was going on. And I was busy with the 2 little kids. You know, if we went out, I was busy watching them. I wasn't worried about people watching me.
Now, you had said earlier, I wrote the comment down is when we were chatting in the chat room before we went live on this call. You had said earlier, nothing left to lose. What did you mean by that?
Well, you know, I think my oldest son is in on it now. I
Now,
don't.
what makes you think that? Now, keeping in mind that this call is going in the public domain, so I don't think you want to be too identifying, but
I know.
that's it.
I've talked to him about this too. It's just all of a sudden the basic disrespect, the broken promises, I understand that some people do some of this stuff for just to keep the frustration level going, and I kind of think that's what's going on. There's absolutely no reason for him to be being like he is, and it just started recently. I mean, he's 31 years old. We've had an awesome relationship, and then all of a sudden it's twisted to where it's getting kind of weird.
But
I'm not liking it.
But that happens with a lot of parents and their children.
But
What
when they're
would make
already
you
in
think
their
that
30s,
it's stalking related?
I can't tell you. So maybe I shouldn't even go there. I
Okay,
just have
I was
this
just
feeling
asking.
that something is
Asking
weird.
the kind of question people are expecting me to ask. I'm doing my best.
Oh, okay.
And
Oh, no,
earlier
I
we talked about, you brought the issue of blackmail, and all I wrote down was blackmail. Do you recall what that was in relation to?
Oh, they were talking about perps. I said, how you got to be insane to be a perp, which I agree with. I think you got to be nuts to be a perp and do this to people. But I said, well, I think a lot of perps, from what I've heard, I don't know if this is true. I don't know any perps. I'm not a perp, but that they get blackmailed into doing it.
Now, where did you hear that, if I may please ask?
Yeah, I don't know. Just off the internet somewhere.
Somewhere along the travels, yeah. Okay.
It's just somewhere in one of them sites.
So perps may be blackmailed, do you think?
And
how many?
With that whole Freemason angle in my family, I mean, that could be a huge possibility because I know for a fact that that's how they work.
Okay. All right. We're getting ready to terminate this interview. Do you have anything else that you want to say before we call this thing to a close?
Well, number one, I want to thank you for doing what you're doing. I think it's very brave. And for another thing, I know it sounds nutty, but I appreciate you not treating me like a nut.
Well, I haven't heard anything that I have not heard it. I want to be on the record for saying this. And anybody that's listening, my name is Chuck. This is TalkShoe.com show number 120297. It's July 30, 2012. And I have not heard anything that you have said on this interview that sounds far-fetched, because this is a far-fetched issue. But I have not heard anything that sounds nutty, per se.
I appreciate that, because it sounds nutty to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a far-fetched issue, but on whether people are stalking. So what advice do you have to give to potential stalking victims, such as yourself, please?
I'll tell you, the biggest thing that's gotten me through all of it is to try to...
And I have been sworn the cause it's a government call, which means if you're talking you had anything from ambush and make police story or social or whatever.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van, or Vancouver, of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. In other words, you own it. Everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is currently underway. The time out here on the West Coast is 10 after 11 a.m. on Wednesday, August 1st, 2012. This is recording number 3016. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read a feedback that I entered into Farah's show, number 93584, over a year and a half ago. I wrote every word of text I'm about to read, and I last updated it on February 13, 2011. And within the text, it clearly states that the text is put into the public domain, and here goes the reading. I wrote to her, "Good luck in keeping your story on mark." I listened to your first two messages, and I would classify what is happening to you as gang stalking. Good luck keeping the gangs in this community at TalkShoe who flood every call with crazy sounding talk. When I say at TalkShoe, I'm talking about the TalkShoe TI calls, by the way. A small army will gang up on anybody who challenges any piece of their nonstop crazy talk, although they may fabricate other reasons for the attack. Early on, knowledgeable and rational sounding people will attempt to con you out of personal information, such as forcing their name onto you, even though you didn't want or ask for it, and then acting as though that entitles them to pressure your info for them. Or else this complete stranger calls you paranoid and acts surprised if you don't provide it. Whatever you do, don't give your name out until you know what you're doing here, by the way. This is a con job by a perp, and there will be many more to come. Some perps are easy to spot right off. Others are extremely skilled and patient. They won't slip up or become obvious for months. I was shocked by the amount of time, skill, and gang size, the team size, and seamless organization that they expended into building my confidence. And con is capitalized, by the way. You will continually hear advice that you should spend your time on less effective activities, which don't get gangs out the word about gang stalking out as well. But I believe in the open talk resources that are displayed in the recordings that last forever and not just heard by the few people who were listening in when it was said. You get more bang for the buck and infinitely more coverage in the same amount of time when you record, like I'm doing now. The resources that the dark side expends in order to derail and distort the gang stalking message seems immense. On top of continual head screwing, part of the PSYOP, spelled PSYOP, part of what they do is intended to divert your attention away from getting the word out about gang stalking. Some perps will befriend you and become your new best pal, partly to extract information which will later be used against you. The perp gang's job is also to keep you repeating yourself in order to wear you down. You can use this opportunity to improve your game, but be sure to record the subject matter before you get tired of it, so that TIs can, targeted individuals, TIs can benefit from the wisdom of your recordings for years to come. Some people estimate that 40 to 90% of the TIs and perps are TIs, perps, and TIs who have become perps, who hang around this so-called community.
Efter en sån speak up that the same people that felt appalled just got turned and crazy things to the message.
In other words, they sold out, and they're now perping for the dark side, and there's no turning back. I wrote that a year and a half ago, and I feel even more strongly about it now. They did it in order to lessen the targeting on their family, who they mention in many conversations. I feel for the children of these TIs turned perps, but I care more about wising up everyone about gang stalking. Occasionally, a TI who has sounded rational all along suddenly joins the dark side and begins participating in their new obligation, low-level perp. In TalkShoeville, in the TI show, the TalkShoeville, that means crazy talker. Conversely, high-level perps specialize in character assassination, name collection, subtle threats, recruitment of TIs. And people into perping TIs, disinformation, constant distortion, and manipulation by bystanders. Manipulating bystanders to engage them in harassment of TIs. This is a tough landscape, and there's never an official announcement when a TI falls to the dark side. One day, they just begin spewing out crazy talk in every conversation. I think getting the word out about gang stalking is our best chance, and the only way to do that is to record the whole true story, and say onto the recording, each recording that is in the public domain, if you have the right to do so, such as I do now. So the content can be used freely. and not buried because of unknowns and some copyright legalese by some self-anointed experts who think gang stalking can somehow be presented positively when it's sanitized. Remember, their job is to stop the word from getting out about gang stalking. But if word does get out, they want to make it sound as crazy as possible. Non-stop crazy talk is their continual objective of this PSYOP. Once again, spelled PSYOP. Google that type of PSYOP. Lastly, there are hordes of TI perps, targeted individual perpetrators and handlers who continually assassinate the character of TIs and conspire to ruin any rational sounding gang stalking message. Just like on the streets, the gang stalking occurs in cyberspace too. If your message has integrity and if you're to successfully disseminating it to a wide audience, then you are a threat to them, and they will never stop discrediting you, just like they've been doing all along on the street, though. It's nothing personal, but they'll make it look that way or sound that way. It's just their pathetic job to attack you or subtly threaten others to manipulate you. Don't fall for it. You're up against the full resources of the U.S. government, FBI, mafia, CIA, intelligence quality. Whatever you want, the perps want the opposite. Every loss for you is a victory for them, and vice versa. Good luck getting your story, keeping it on mark, and disseminating it wisely. I am placing this text in the public domain. Vancouver. Okay, now search for, once again, Talk To You Show number 87161, which is a disabled call, or this call right now, which is number 127390. And either one of those numbers in the top right corner of the screen. And that is the end of this recording.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van, or Vancouver, Washington, USA. Call number 120297 at talktoo.com. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or activation is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any talktoo.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297.
I don't care what I tell people, they have no excuse to talk to me. I don't care what I tell people, it's weird. I tell if you tell people I'm a great beast, I want to eat the babies, it's like whatever. I haven't been proven to be a great beast or a vegan bake like a pedophile.
Interview number 3017, and I'm talking to King.
I haven't proven to be there in a quarter long, so. But I do suspect that's what the top people is making.
How are you, and can you give us a brief rundown of why your name is what it is?
My name is King Perp because I'm from the north
from my
state of
research
Minnesota,
and experience,
and there's a football team, the Vikings, and we're the Kings, and we're purple, so purple pride.
Okay, so it's just a coincidence. All right, now, we had talked about bots, and that was the one that really got me going. I've been taking notes while we were talking. But why don't you tell us about these bots? And tell me, you're 19 years old, and tell us about what's been happening to you burping-wise. So you've been potentially harassed.
So,
well,
I'm not joking, I've had cyber
it
stalkers.
started out about a year and a half ago. I got in a car accident, and I ended up moving out of my parents' house and into my own house down in the Minneapolis.
I'm against automobiles, not just in Sweden.
And so I was living around there and stuff, and I was kind of researching, about the freedom, sovereign movement, that kind of thing. And, making some, heavy duty shit on the internet, just talking kind of hard, about how I feel about the government and how I, what position I would be in.
Hey, can I just ask you to lighten up the profanity just a tad, because I'm trying to keep my middle of the road rating at Talk To You, but please continue.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No problem, please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah,
and
so,
it's
I'm
supposed
living
to
down
be
there and just doing my
plausible
research, and
so that
I'm
if
a
I
big
go, oh, this
gun
person told
rights
me,
guy or whatever.
say, oh, I wasn't
I
told
believe
me, it's
people
just
should
whatever crazy.
be allowed to
So
have guns and whatnot.
I'm not gonna tolerate abuse.
So
I
you're
like
a
to
guns
work
rights guy. You're outspoken. You're not a government fan.
Well,
And you've been outspoken about it on the
yeah,
internet.
I got
In
to
what
be
way
there.
have you been
And if I get
outspoken, please?
institutionalized, maybe for 5
Well, it's
months,
just more posting,
total
with different
then I get
with the persona or two on the
institutionalized to a
internet,
psych ward.
just
Because
talking
people
about,
choose,
guns,
and I die and get them living
Patrick Henry style revolution, stuff like that might have been a possibility.
Yeah, I can speak out about this.
Back in,
I'm against all
maybe 4 or 5 years ago,
in
stuff
Sweden.
like that is when
My
I
name is Max.
first started talking about it.
Really? So you started this when you were like 13, 14 years old?
Yeah, I was pretty young when I got into politics. So.
Okay.
And
what
no
else?
healthy people watch it.
Go ahead.
They're just like disgusting.
I mean, I was just living my life
disgusting,
and stuff.
fake,
And
delusional, filthy.
what really interested me one day is when I came home
trash,
and there was marks on my door,
disgusting,
looking like someone
no healthy person
broke in or
takes
whatnot.
a job to be
But the door was still locked and stuff, so I went in and I looked around and nothing was missing, and I didn't really think anything of it. And about maybe a month later, I come home after being gone for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and my door's kicked in, and I'm like, oh my, what's missing? Is all my stuff stolen? So I go look around, and nothing's taken, and that really takes me aback. So I'm like thinking if somebody, broke into my house to steal stuff, they would have stole something, because they're valuable and whatnot.
Didn't you say you had a lot of money laying around there or something?
Yeah, I had money laying in there that would
react. This
easily
totally
be found.
Marcus told me, and they want to push my bars.
But they didn't take that money. They just were giving you a wake-up call, or what? What do you think?
Yeah, that's what I really think.
So a lot of times it's like I kind of ignore things.
We know,
and then I crash out.
We can do this when we want to.
And
just kind of more letting me know and trying to tell me to shut
exercises for training.
Excuse my language again.
No problem.
Shut up.
Rants.
Is what they're trying to get me to do.
About this.
And so, I kind of backed off then on the internet and was kind of more, playing the back burner. But that's really when, the COINTELPRO that I posted a link to on the chat, it really struck a chord with me with seeing how the forums were being manipulated. Because I really liked using forums to just talk about different stuff, learn new techniques for, like I was big into jet skiing and paintballing and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you mentioned that they were manipulated, and that annoyed you. Can you tell me in what way the forums were manipulated?
Well, it was definitely to control certain, political persuasions, per se. It'd be like, let's say you make a 2-3 paragraph thing outlining your position on a certain subject. It would just be flaming with just nonsense, just absolute nonsense.
Gibberish, a gibberish reply to what you said.
Yeah, barely coherent, like doesn't even make sense what they're trying to say. And it's almost like they're trying to bait you into reacting and into, getting them. They're trying to get you into their type of thing, and it's always trying to distract from the message they're trying to get out.
So do you think that these were people that were doing it, or you mentioned the concept bot or robot? What say you, please?
Well, this is why I think it's really software and not, humans behind it for the most part, is because the amount of manpower it would take to do something of this operation on the computer would just be massive. And that's why I think, I play video games, and there's something called a macro. Okay, and a macro is just doing repeated motions on a computer. It just keeps going through a cycle, So all I think they developed this program that can take what you say, will pick up keywords and then respond, and then, try and control the conversation. Or, like a lot of forums, you can only see 10 posts at a time. So they would try and, if you make a post and let's say thread is 190 pages, and you make this big long post showing how their position is bullshit, they'll just spam a bunch quick, boom, onto the next thing. So your whole entire thing is not even seen.
So you're pushed to the second page. You're not on the main page that most people would see. So they
exactly. Yeah, they'll even try and get you on the fourth or the fifth page. You know, is really the goal, is to get you just completely out of sight. And that's why they'll just spam pointless topics, pointless threads. And another thing that they really do try and focus on is the moderator positions and the administrator positions. Because
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Oh! You mean they're trying to spam or bot the moderator? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. What I'm saying is you have the moderators or admins that are in charge of a specific website or forum. What they'll try and do is they'll try and get large post counts. So they'll get certain accounts that will get large post numbers, so then they can get moderator or administrator status, and then they can actually boot people off and ban them from the website.
Oh, so you get people that are well-spoken or that are outspoken or that have a particular viewpoint, and you get them booted.
Yeah, they just go out and ban them. And
now, have you seen that? Has that happened to you or have you seen that happen to others who
that's happened outspoken? Those have happened to friends of mine who are outspoken, on the internet, who are really focused on, blowing through a lot of the bullshit. They just wanted to get through it, and, show what's going on. And those people would get banned, and it'd just be for really, really pointless stuff. Like they'd say it'd be for, attacking a user or something with, or like threatening them or something like that. And it's not. And it's just like they're banned off and that's that. Okay,
so. And you had used the concept of they discredit people. Now, how did they do that on these forums, please?
I mean, it'll be more just like saying, oh, you have, where's your proof? It's more like just they pick certain words. Like, let's say you write 5 paragraphs, right? They'll take 2 sentences out of that and then just go off on that, say, oh, this is, you're just complete bullshit, and have maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 accounts all agree, boom, 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 boom. So it looks like the majority is against this person. And so they're trying to go with the almost group mentality.
That's how they discredit. They discredit you because they get 5, 6, 7 people who are essentially all bots, right?
Yep. Just fake accounts, not a real person.
What else did they do like that? And also, while you're on that mission, talk about COINTELPRO aspect of all this. Whatever you take, whatever spin you put on that.
I mean, that's really kind of what I'm going over right now is the COINTELPRO. I mean, they have a lot of different techniques out there that they do. But, I mean...
Okay, but that's all right. No, but anyway, so you're 19 years old. You've been doing this since you were 13 or 14. And so, back when you were a kid living at home. And then you got into the freedom movement. Why don't you tell us about that, please?
Well, I actually got involved with the court system when I was like 16, and I got, brought through it for some small little misdemeanor, I think it's disorderly conduct. And so I got to see the system and how it worked and how I knew I should have got off of how it was presented to me in school and on TV and whatnot. I should have been gone out the door. But that's not how it was, and so I knew there was something else going on with this court system,
And what do you think that was going on with the court system, please?
In my mind, what the court system is there for, I honestly don't know. It would be my answer right now. I'm still involved with litigation with them and trying to get past all, their control over me. I think they have 9 misdemeanors against the name that I use right now. So that's currently outstanding. And they keep pushing it back and pushing it back and pushing it back.
What do you mean by pushing it back? What does that mean, please?
Well, every time I go into court, they're trying to get me another court date off in the future. Like, I just went to court here, and what is it? It's now August, and they're giving me court dates at the end of October and stuff. And that's just, it's not even the full trial and stuff. and they won't even. It's crazy what they're doing. It's just absolutely crazy, and it's all over. Yeah, and it's over, silly stuff like minor consumptions and stuff. And I look at these people, and some of them, are old enough where, the drinking laws used to be where when they were my age, they could go to the bar and have a beer. Yet they're telling me I can't have one because it says,
Let me zoom in on something else you said earlier. Okay. You talked about stuff being moved around in your place. How many times does that happen, and what sorts of things did they do, please?
I would have keys go missing. What else? Especially when I was in school, it'd be it'd be a USB drive, where I'm supposed to be bringing this in, and they know, that this is what it's supposed to be. I'm trying to think. A lot of it wasn't really face-to-face encounters. I haven't had a face-to-face encounter, I don't believe. It's all been over the internet or them hitting me when I'm not home is really what it is. And it's just, it's little minor stuff. Keys being moved around, papers being moved, food being moved. I don't even know what else to...
And this was this is one situation. So you think they have the keys to your place, or what do you say, please?
Yeah, maybe they had the keys to my place, or they have some type of universal, like, janitor's key or something. I don't know.
Yeah, master key or something.
Yeah, I have.
So how many times do you think they've been in your place? Would you guess?
I'd say at least 6.
Okay.
And that's,
all right.
And that's with them. I'd say it was 2 times that they made it obvious, and the other times are just me guessing without proof. And I think they're good at doing it without proof.
So now, how did you find these shows here on TalkShoe.com? These targeted individual shows. How did you find those?
Well, I just saw. I was looking through live chats because I just got off with another one, dealing with claims and stuff like that with court, and I was just kind of bored, and I saw the targeted individual, and I thought this really intrigued me and interested me because of what goes on with the forums, and then plus my door being kicked in too, and that kind of stuff. So.
Okay. Now, do you have anything? We're going to get ready to terminate the interview here, but one thing I always try to do is, do you have anything else that you want to say that might be pertinent to targeting of targeted individuals?
I believe that it's really about your mind, and I'd say,
really about your what? Really about your what?
Your mind. It's about the control of your mind, and they're trying to get you off your foundation or your base of of like rootedness or assuredness. They want to get you out of your element and into theirs, where you're more.
This is not making any sense. So why don't you clarify that for me, please?
Okay. It's almost like the true power really rests in the individual that they're targeting. Okay. And that's why they use these certain techniques, I believe, is because they really don't want to step up to assassination. Once they see, you look at Breitbart, right? Everybody knows Breitbart was assassinated. Everybody does. If you know who Breitbart is and what he was doing. They don't want to be assassinating how much.
Why don't you just tell us real brief, so that we don't get off on that tangent. Why don't you just tell us real brief what it was he is and what he was doing?
He was just he was working on a new documentary, kind of outlining how the government works and a lot of stuff. You can just go Google him, Andrew Breitbart, look up his whole story.
BRIGHTBART?
I think it's BREIT, Bart, BART.
Okay, all right. So that's enough on him. What else do you want to say then? Anything else before we end off this interview, please?
Regarding
the issue of targeting and targeted individuals.
Yeah. This is really what I want to drive across. Okay, is when I almost feel like I'm having a hard time coming out and saying it, but the power really lies in the individual that they're targeting, and they don't want you to know the amount of power that you have inside. There's a lot of controls in the system as it is, and I believe that
why don't you clarify that? They don't want us to know what power we have. Why don't you clarify on that? Because I don't quite get it. Please expound.
I mean, we're born with an imagination, which is immense. This just like when you're a little child, you can dream these beautiful, beautiful things, and they try and take that out of you through the schooling system and whatnot. And it's about, I think, connecting with that inner imagination.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm about ready to terminate the interview. I have no clue where we're going with this.
Oh, okay.
What the hell does that have to do? I'm just asking you for whatever you think. It almost sounds like you've turned into a perp. Honest to God, right now, yeah, it almost sounds like that because I have no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm talking, it's like when you go into court, you don't get a lawyer and just give all your power away. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's not about letting them have the power and let them control your life through what they're doing to you. You control your life. They're going to do what they're going to do. Like you were explaining to me before, what are you going to do? Just punch everybody? I don't know.
Yeah, you can't punch everybody. I made the statement that you can't punch everybody who is in on the organized stalking, but you have indicated that you've had that happen on the street, maybe.
Yeah, I think in the grocery stores, maybe, but I don't really go out much more. I really don't go out much. And if I'm going to go out, it's to a friend's house. It's not, really public places. So I don't know. I'm more the internet guy, That's more my domain, you could say. So.
Okay, so like King Perp, what else do you have to say before we hit the terminate button on this interview?
I just say, good luck to everybody, and hopefully we can solve this issue and bring out these people who are committing these acts out into the open. And that's what I would like the whole thing to be, a big light shine on it and actually blow up. Blow up in their faces. So that's just really what's happening.
All right, and that's the end of this interview.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe call number 120-297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to make a copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120-297, or click the purple top left live now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the West Coast is about 5 minutes after 1 a.m. On Sunday, August 5, 2012. This is episode number 3018, and guest 19 asked me, here's the deal, and the gist of this recording. Guest 19 asked me a simple question. Chuck, what have you learned about cyber stalking since you've come to TalkShoe? And I said, with some help of some other guests in the room, by the way, you can't believe everything you see online. The perps have the keys to the castle, and that is a big advantage. I've learned that 75 to 90% of the supposed TIs here are TIs turned into TI perps, and they will never own up to it, and they will act head effingly hurt if you say it. I've learned that all normal avenues of help are plugged with scumbags such as Freedom SCHS, who are great actors and getting better quarterly. It's almost as though they have quarterly performance evaluations to make sure that they do improve. They improve their subterfuge. This is a great question. What have you learned? And that should be asked of other pure TIs, because perps are forbidden to be honest about anything that will help real TIs. Perps will never admit that some TIs are turned into perps, like many of them did. Real TIs who have not sold out want to disseminate progress regularly. Any real TI who wants to get the word out would not have secrets, as it would only deprive other real TIs who are non-perps of the same. To put it another way, by now we're not talking about where the keys to the house are and things like that. We're talking about the big picture stuff like they're in this paragraph that I'm reading right here. To put it another way, by keeping big picture secrets from perps, you also keep those secrets from other non-perp TIs. You know, so you should, I say, just sing out loudly and often. Any TI, another thing I learned is any TI who has dependents or assets or something to lose, or if they're starving, will possibly sell out other TIs at the first chance of eliminating their own targeting. Perps are killers. Yes, that's right. That's what I said. Maybe you call them slow killers if you want, but they're killers nonetheless. They're killers of TIs. I've learned that perps have no soul. I do not know how else to put it. Even in church, sadists will screw with TIs, even and head screw TIs while pretending to be covertly unaware. Perps just mess with TIs all the time, and that is the end of this recording.
Talk show. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van, of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoeShow.com, show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver, or show number 120297, or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if this show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 1:10 a.m. in the morning of Monday, August 6th, 2012. This is episode number 3019. Okay, now this is the text that I entered into TalkShoe call number 89899, episode number 759, dated Sunday, August 5, 2012. That's just yesterday. That call is put on by illegitimate false front organization known as freedomschs.com, which stands for Freedom from Covert Harassment and Surveillance. I visited their TalkShoe call, which I often do. But when the moderator, Joe, acted surprised that only 30 people were in his chat room, I couldn't help it. I felt compelled to speak out. What follows is the text that I entered into that call, and which I clearly designated 2 or 3 times the text that I entered as texts that are in the public domain. I was logged in as a guest. Now I realize that Joe was probably baiting me, but I typed at the end of the chat room a number of times. Hey, Joe, I said, you stinking piece of filth. The reason there are only 30 people here is because this is a hidden call at TalkShoe.com. Then I explained the concept of hidden to those people who were in the chat room at that time, but who may not have been aware of what hidden meant. I continued typing into the chat room. On most TalkShoe.call screens, click the Live Now button on the top left corner of the screen, and you will not see the show that you are in listed because Stinking Joe has the hidden flag set on the call. Joe of FFCHS, Joe and FFCHS do not want to get the word out about gang stalking. This is a filthy operation, I said. I continued on. Dirty FFCHS, freedomschs.com, has this call hidden because they do not want to get the word out about gang stalking. They are killers, just like Ant, who is another shell who was in the room at the time. Ant uses a voice changer, so I would never record him, but I did a chat room reading, much like this one a few days ago on my call number 120297, episode number 3014. But anyway, continuing on with this call, I said, click the Live Now button on the top left of the screen, and you will not see this call listed because the stinking freedomschs.com has the hidden flag set on the call. And by the way, I'm pretty sure that Freedom SCHS scumbags have many, many other hidden calls that are all TI related and all hidden, but you don't know what they are. Now, I've been hanging around the targeted individual, the TI rooms at TalkShoe.com nearly every night for 2 years as of this month. And believe me, Joe knows the crap that he's pulling. So don't let his accent fool you. He knows he doesn't do anything by mistake. Then I said, Joe Dixon, the moderator of this call, 89899, has just admitted, and by the way, he had that name, was his login name, has just admitted that he's put the hidden flag set on this call so that it would not appear on the Live Now button when it was clicked. However, FSCHS was not being taped, so there's no proof that he said that. But he claimed it was for the ears of the poor children that might be listening in during these late hours. I'm not buying it. They're burying the concept of targeted individual on purpose. Now, I hope you understand the significance of what I just said. Joe of freedomschs.com clearly admitted that they intentionally have hidden calls, such as the one that he was on, which means they do not try to get the word out about gang stalking, and of course it's for the poor children. I spoke to another person in the room who I will only refer to as A. I said, what are you doing wasting your time in a hidden call like this one with filth that do not want to be get the word out about gang stalking? By the way, Google that term, organized stalking and gang stalking. But A ignored me. I asked again, hey, why do you ignore me? You have such, I asked such a logical question. Why do you hang out in the hidden room where they hide the word to get out about gang stalking or organized stalking? I say Freedom SCHS is a killer operation. They could be getting the word out about the slow killing and gang stalking of targeted individuals, because that is, in fact, what happens to them. But no, the killers at freedomschs.com have a large organization that does not want to get the word out about this atrocity. I continued on, typing into the chat room. When Judgment Day comes, you will have to answer to God on why you spent so much time not getting the word out about the slow killing of targeted individuals. DirtyFreedomSCHS.com has this call, number 89899, live 5 nights a week, Sunday through Thursday night, plus many other shows where they corral people into not getting the word out about gang stalking. But these people hang out with each other and just repeat the same thing over and over. Now, why might that be? But if they aren't an illicit perp operation, it was at this point that I decided it didn't look like Joe was going to mute me, as he has done so many times before. So I typed in the following statement. I typed this into the chat room. Everything I have typed into the chat room, I am placing into the public domain for the eternity of mankind. It is free for all to republish. When targeted individuals are gang stalked, they are intentionally killed by the perps, deprived of employment, kept isolated loners, especially isolated from each other. Guest 7 said, stop flooding the chat, Ben. You never stop, do you? You do not practice what you preach. Now, I have to admit that there is some truth to what Guest 7 said, that on my talk show, number 120297, the one that I'm doing this recording on right now, I do ask flooders in the chat room not to flood, or I mute them. On the other hand, if somebody comes into the chat room and they show some pure intent and they're not spamming a bunch of crud, I would probably mute everybody else, assuming they're a fast typer. And the reason I would mute everybody else, because when the typing starts getting good, the flooders just flood. It's just amazing. It's like an amazing protocol. Anyway, in this case, this was a rare opportunity to speak to Joe's audience where Joe was not going to mute me, and I was going to make the most of it. So I continued. This is on TalkShoe call number 89899. Which is a chat room operated by freedomschs.com, a false front operation. They are slow killers of TIs, targeted individuals. Earlier in the audio portion of the call, the user, Joe Dixon, played a tape about gang stalking of targeted individuals, but he did not record it. The reason Joe didn't tape the call was because freedomschs.com does not want to get the word out about the gang stalking of TIs. Once again, Freedom SCHS is what some people call a false front. They exist to divert the attention of others to get the word out. I continued into the chat room. Now I realize that many of the participants in these hidden calls, they do not know the calls are hidden to the public at large, even though they're in them. And I just kind of think everybody would know, but it's not so. People are just in it for months at a time, don't realize the call's hidden because they just click on an email they got. In other words, nobody else can see or hear the information because the dirtbags at freedomschs.com don't wise up participants to the chat room about it. Many of the participants of these calls do not know they're hidden from the view of public. These people just talk to each other over and over again. The participants of the Freedom SCHS administered calls just spin their wheels. They do not get the word out about gang stalking. Now, to be honest, I think the vast majority of the participants in FSCHS's rooms are secret society felt and TIs who have been turned into perps. Now, think about that. I think the large majority of the participants in the FSCHS rooms that are visible are secret society scumbags and TIs who have been turned into perps. And I go into that on a number of other recordings, why a TI would become a perp to like protect their family or their assets or what have you. Of course, nobody is ever going to admit to being impure, so you can't prove what I just said, but I'm certainly there for many calls about gang stalking. It was at this point that I clearly identified myself. Most of the chat room participants knew who I was anyway, but I put it on the record and I said, incidentally, this is Chuck of Vancouver, Washington, USA. And once again, everything I have typed into the chat room of this call, 89899, is in the public domain, everything that I have personally typed. I'm going to read, I told them I continued to type, I'm going to read into the public domain text what I just wrote in my talk show, in my call number 120297, episode number 3019, which is this recording. For the record, I am typing into freedomfchs.com's talk show call number 89899, episode number 759. The time here on the west coast of the U.S. At that time was about 10 p.m. Sunday, August 5, 2012. But once again, I specifically stated that my text was in the public domain, which means everyone owns it for all time. I continued to type into the chat room. To the moderator of this freedomschs.com call, number 89899, he is logged in as Joe Dixon, and I want to thank him for allowing me to type this text in unrestricted. However, I waited until after a quarter after midnight to start my recording that I'm doing right now on Sunday, October 6th, 2012. My call, number 120297, is only about gang stalking. None of the wacky sounding false front crazy talk about the Freedom SCHS puts on their calls. I don't accept any of that. For the record, one way to tell if somebody is making this crap up is when they spew unearthly, unachievable talk that is laughable. If those are some of the elements, you know it's false front, it's crazy talk, it's intended to discredit. It is my assertion that the purpose of Freedom SCHS is to make up far-fetched, laughable crap, and that FCHS is what's known as a false front. I then said to Joe, thank you for allowing me to say my piece. I have no idea why you usually mute me, but you've allowed me access to the chat room this evening. Again, I want to say that I am no way compensated, expected, threatened, et cetera, to do this. I'm only doing it on my name. Goodbye, I said, and thank you for allowing me to say this. And that is the end of this recording.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. No permission, no notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 9:35 p.m. on Thursday, August 9, 2012. This is episode number 3020. Okay, I'm going to tell you 3 stories of my own personal experience with attorneys, healthcare workers, and cops, a cop. All these professions should be considered trusted authority figures, and they are probably, but not if you're a TI, a targeted individual. I'll start off with my attorney story. There's 6 of them here. The first attorney was recommended by a church. The clergy admitted that he had been harassed, and I tried to get in touch with her, but she would not return my phone calls. I'm not even sure if she got the messages. By the way, this is scripted, and I'm reading it and I wrote it. The next one, I visited an attorney with no appointment on 4th Plain or Mill Plain. I'm not sure which one of those avenues it was in Vancouver. They advised me that they're a family practice. The next attorney I visited was on Main Street in Vancouver, Washington. I walked in, sat down with him, started telling my story, but his phone rang. He left the room, came back, and abruptly asked, "Have you been charged with anything?" I said, "No." He said, "Come back and see me when you have." Now, am I dreaming, or did Perp follow me into that place and lay the negative narrative on him? Incidentally, this would be a perfect setup to film that type of an incident, although I would want to tread softly if you're dealing with attorneys, where the filmer happened to be sitting in the lobby a few minutes before my arrival. But the TI would have to be very tight with the truther, and you wouldn't want to let it on to anybody to catch the perping in action. Another incident, by the way, I went down to Portland, walked into a skyscraper, looked on the reader board. I saw an attorney on the elevator. I forget if it was like the 10th or the 14th floor or something like that. Somebody followed me to the elevator immediately and pressed the next floor higher than I was going to. Once again, this would have been a perfect setup to catch a perp if they were as they were doing their job. Another person I talked to was an ex-attorney. I didn't know that she was an attorney, but she said she worked in San Francisco and was well aware of government harassment, but she had never heard of the term gang stalking, as I referred to it as. Another story about a visiting attorney in a Portland skyscraper, and this was the straw that broke the camel's back. I personally knew a guy. He was very, very outspoken, and this attorney got him off for speaking out. The charges were somehow removed. I don't know how he did it, but I was fairly impressed when I read about it in the paper. I personally, so I visited the attorney's website, by the way. He was a former prosecutor in another state, a very populated eastern state, but I'm not going to say any more. Anyway, I walked into his office with no appointment. Nobody followed me onto the elevator. Thank you very much. The attorney wasn't there, but the receptionist got him on the phone. He said to call the next day before I came in. Now, by then, I learned not to signal my intent as a targeted individual, but I had no choice in this case because he wasn't there. So I called him the next morning and showed my hand, and I showed up, and I put my business card on his desk. He keyed my name into his Macintosh notebook PC, which was faced toward him and not me. And I swear the sweat beads on his forehead started to appear as we talked. He acted animated. He suggested that I go seek psychiatric help. I mean, I hadn't even talked to him for 2 minutes. And I asked, "Do I owe you any money?" No, you don't owe me any money. Just go. It was then that I realized I was in some deep crap. This is something this is going to be very, very bad. I found the term gang stalking on the internet shortly thereafter. Group stalking, organized stalking. If you Google those terms, you'll see what I'm talking about. But shortly after this incident, I found that term, and this was the tell-off of why the sweat beads were on his forehead. This is a terrible injustice that is occurring on the streets where you live. some of the attorneys could have helped me, but they were silenced, in my opinion. They were handcuffed, and they were threatened. TIs, targeted individuals, are not to be wised up, or the attorney will be gang stalked too. And if you don't believe me, ask an attorney if they're silenced about stalking, and watch for the sweat beads on their foreheads as you do it, and don't tell them what you're doing. Also, I want to tell you my healthcare worker story. Shortly after I found out that I was gang stalked, organized stalked, group stalked on the internet, Google it, I had a doctor's appointment with a routine visit, but the appointment was way before I discovered that TIs had targeted individuals had better be careful about who you talk to about this. So I was cocky, and I asked, "So are you going to have me committed? Ha ha ha." And she replied in a very threatening voice, "Do you want to have me commit you? Have you committed?" Once again, I was just beginning to realize how deep this thing is. This is a very deep rabbit hole. Lastly, I will mention cops. Never tell a cop you are being stalked. The only cop I ever spoke to about it, Wes, was my next door neighbor cop in the last place I lived. I realized that it was no accident he lived there, because he moved in after me and just happened to be out on the hallway as I came and went. I surmised very soon that there was surveillance in my apartment. Now, I don't think this is too far-fetched. I actually don't think he realized how involved it was until I told him. One time I told him about gang stalking, and he played dumb, and he wanted some examples, and I gave them to him of my harassment and stalking. And he said, "Well, that just sounds like life in the big city." But, that was the same exact quote that the sweaty Portland attorney used on me. That sounds just like life in the big city. Anyway, the cop said offhandedly that he knew somebody he'd like to set gang stalking on. I realized he was just talking. I hope he was just talking. But I continued to force myself on him every time he just happened to meet me in the hallway as I came home and left. And I was approached with the latest story. I always, when he would happen to be there in the hallway, it got to the point where he would just slam his door. He was just doing the job. He wanted, to let me know that he was watching me. Because they want you to know that they're watching you. The long story short, the authority figures they know about gang stalking and organized stalking. You'd be telling them, if you do, what they already know. And the stinking false front operations such as www.freedomschs.com, FSCHS, and their wacko talk shows on TalkShoe.com. It's their job to mix a generous amount of wild-ass stories in with every one of their BS episodes. And you can tell the storyteller is a liar if they dwell on crazy, unachievable talk. These people are not crazy. They're crazy talkers. It's a false front. The president of FSCHS, his name is Derek Robinson, who admits, by the way, that he used to work with the NSA, the National Security Agency. So now, what do you think? This is your call now. Is this the Fox watching the chicken house or what? The people that are supposed to be leading us poor TIs out of this terrible dilemma are the stinking NSA. And FSCHS silences anybody who speaks out about on TalkShoe about their continual shenanigans. Once again, this is TalkShoe episode number 3020. Listen to my episode number 3019 for a few choice words I have to say about the stinking filth at freedomschs.com. Lastly, if you're a TI, a targeted individual, you probably have no friends. They've all been compromised or threatened. So ask yourself, why is such a big, happy family over at freedomschs.com? Because they're a stinking false front. That's why. And I say, they want to suck you into being a perp just like they are. If you're a TI, do not join them, because my experience is there's no turning back once you join them. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nicknamed Van, of Vancouver, Washington, USA.
This is TalkShoe.com, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary to find more of these public domain audios. Go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the...
Yeah.
Hang on. Or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 5:25 p.m. on Tuesday, August 21, 2012. This is episode number 3012. Now, once again, this call is being recorded, and right now I've got 8 or 9 callers on my show. So why don't you tell us again how you happened to come in here, please?
Okay, well, as indicated before.
Yeah, but we're being recorded now. So as you said before, I just wanted to get that in. What you said before, I'm asking you to repeat it because now it's on the recording and it's public domain. It'll live forever. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. I was invited to hear via text message from a coworker of mine, and it was implied that you were back in truck driving, and I came in here to hear it, and that's the reason why I am here.
Okay, so somebody called you up, told you that I am a truck driver basher, and you called up, and then you started saying that I was. Why don't you go ahead and say some of the verbiage that you used when you called up, please, about paranoia and what have you.
Well, no, the implication was that I have been told by several others also that you are paranoid and think the government is after you.
No, wait a minute. Several others. Are you saying several other people have told you that I'm paranoid? Now, that sounds like a bit of a stretch.
Then how do you imply a stretch?
You're saying that several... could you come up with a number on what several means?
Well, at least 5 or 6 that I would be aware of.
Okay, so 5 or 6 people told you that this is a paranoid show and somehow convinced you to call this phone number and to use your voice live for the eternity of mankind and to go live with us. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you tell me more? They said I was bashing truck drivers, which is a bit ridiculous because I don't even hardly know much about the profession. But they lied to you to get you to call into this call.
Well,
is that right?
If you want to call it a lie, sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a lie. Whoever sent you that text message. Now, how often do you get these types of text messages from a place like you got?
I play with that. Well, I get text messages every day from the leaders that I deal with on a daily basis to go into a conference room, like I told you before, and we talk about different things within the trucking industry. And we don't have solutions to help each other. We have 300 years of combined experience to be able to help us troubleshoot and solve problems with the trucking industry.
Okay, now does it very often, does it involve the harassment of people, or is it just, as you say, it's 98% truck issues?
Correct.
Okay, so have you ever done this type of a thing before? Have you ever called in and started calling people paranoid or things like that? Have you ever done anything like that before?
No.
Okay, so I mean, do you participate in stalking of people out on the street?
No. If I were ever stalking someone and they asked me to leave them alone, I would.
Right. Okay, I got that, but I'm asking not about leaving them alone, but I'm asking, do you participate in in your daily travels as you're out and about? Do you participate in stalking of people, of harassing, of bumping into them, mobbing, things like that? Do you participate in anything like that?
No, and I would consider that an extreme waste of my time and talent.
Yeah, I would too. So I just wanted to know. So this will be a fairly short call, but right now we've got about, in this room, which is totally unusual, we've got like a dozen, 10 or a dozen callers. We've got them all muted, by the way. And for some reason, you were the one that I chose because you're in my state of Washington, USA. Is there anything else that you want to say to the people who are going to be listening to this recording a decade or a millennium from now?
Well, treat and respect truck drivers with a lot of dignity and respect because they do things you can't imagine.
Say that again, please. A little more clear. I didn't. You're breaking up there.
Please respect the truck drivers the respect they deserve because of the hard work they do.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. Okay, Washington. Anything else that you want to say before I terminate this call?
I'm good.
Okay. So that was somebody from my state of Washington. He's still on the line. That was somebody from my state of Washington. I'm Chuck. This is Talk to You Show number 120297 out here on the west coast of the U.S. And that is basically an example of what I would call organized stalking. And that is an example of how they duped that guy. They lied to him and told him that I bashed truckers, which is complete nonsense. I never bash truckers. I wouldn't do it. But they lied to him and got his participation in the stalking of myself, a targeted individual. Did I size that up about right there, Mr. Washington? Are you still there?
Yes, Sam. I'm sorry. I was flushing the toilet, which I'm sure you probably didn't want to hear on your recording.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did I fairly well capture that about right? That they.
No, I mean it could have been misinformation. You know, I can tell you that a lot of times that the text messages that I get, are come down from 6 deep, and and by the time it did have you play operator when you were younger,
Yeah. I remember that. I remember those days. Have those text messages that you've gotten as you're out driving on the road? I mean, you drive what, coast to coast here in the U.S. or?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so have you gotten text messages like that before, where you've participated in activities or calls or what have you?
Every day.
Yeah. Okay. So, and what can I have an example, please, of some of those other activities that you may have participated in, please?
Helping my fellow truck driver. That's all I do. I don't do anything else.
Okay, but in this case, you called a phone number, which is area code 724-444-7444, and then you entered call ID number 120297 #. That brought you up on my reader board, and I was talking to you. Have you ever done that sort of thing before? Just called in, kind of like a cold call. Have you ever participated in anything like that before?
Oh, certainly. I've done that before most of the time. When I first started calling the truckers' conference and chat rooms, I used to sit and silence them, mute in the background, and listen.
So you're just listening.
I wasn't there to stalk them or berate them. I was just actually there to see what it was all about.
Sure. Okay. But this is a bit of a different type of a call that you're on right now. I mean, go ahead.
I understand that, and but the only thing I was concerned with is that I thought you were blatantly attacking truck drivers.
Okay, so I got that, and I think the people that are listening to this got it. That what I'm telling you is you were used. You were used to participate in what is called organized stalking. That they actually used, and I'm watching 10 or a dozen different callers right now that are where I assume also used to call and participate in organized stalking. And I'm asking you, when you get back to the truck stop tonight, I assume most of you have internet when you're out and about on the road, or when you get home. Google the terms organized stalking. Google the term gang stalking. Because that's what you're doing, right?
I can imagine what you're referring to, because I imagine that in any type of organized crime type of thing, like you're referring to, they would have to have more than one person be able to arrange and to be able to publish something that would be able to have more than one person show up in order to stalk somebody. Because if you look at the definition of the word stalk, that you are intentionally following somebody, and we don't do that.
Well, it's a different type of a stalk. It's a different type of a gang, if you will. I mean, this was highly unusual that so many of you showed up on the call. But once again, I don't want to make this call too long. I am going to go ahead and terminate the call, but not without giving you one last chance. Anything that you want to say, please.
Well, unfortunately, one of my counterparts is telling me in a text message that this is a public room. So I can understand why, if you want it to be private, why you don't mark it as such.
Say that again, please. Yes, this is a public room. I do, and the reason it's public is I am trying to get the word out about organized gang stalking or organized stalking. This is okay. So what you're telling me is that while you're talking to me on the phone, that you're receiving text messages on your a different cell phone or the same cell phone, or what's your setup there, please?
Oh, I have a smartphone, and it's capable of doing everything that you're referring to, including I'm speaking on the phone. I can receive text messages and files and everything. So I mean, it's not uncommon that when I'm doing a project for my fellow truck drivers, I can do all at once. I don't have to get off the phone and get off the computer and do all that crap. I can do it live from the comfort of my driver's chair.
Okay, now just one last thing I want to ask. You do realize that you were used. Do you realize that you were used and duped and lied to?
You know what? I get used every day for price practical gifts. You know what?
I'm not talking. That's legitimate. I mean, if they're paying you X dollars to move X cargo from A to B, then that's not the kind of used. I'm talking about you were lied to. You were duped. How does that make you feel? I mean, to call this.
I don't agree, but that's okay. If you want to feel that way, you go right ahead.
All right. And once again, I do want to thank my fellow Washingtonian for calling in and for going live on this conference call. My name is Chuck, and that is the end of this recording.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the top left purple Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 5:06 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Wednesday, August 29, 2012. This is episode number 3022. As I said, it's by me, Chuck. The title of it is Masonic Silent Dagger, Organized Stalking, Scientology Fair Game. This monologue is about the lie. Now, the Freemasons, or the Masons as they call themselves, have a protocol known as Silent Dagger. Sometimes it's called the Secret Dagger or Slow Dagger, where they get targeted individuals to commit suicide by using their illicit Masonic lie protocol, where they tell lies to the community about the target over a period of years if necessary. You see, the Masons think it's really cool when they can get a targeted individual to suicide themselves. And if it doesn't work, ask yourself, will they kill them anyway? It's your call. Just listen to the rest of this first, though. But don't take my word for it. Do a Google search on these terms: Masonic, Mason Silent Dagger, Mason Secret Dagger, or Mason Slow Dagger. And remember, the truth is secondary to these guys, and the protocol is all based on lies. Google it. And don't be surprised if the flooders have gamed the real results and buried it in the search results. So keep looking and you'll find it. I have some examples, though. On this TalkShoe.com, show number 120297, about a week ago, on August 21, 2012, on my call number 3021, a mob of about 8 to 12 people suddenly showed up on the call. These people were not in the chat room. They were on the call only. Previous to that day, I'd had many chatters in the chat room, but only 1 to 2 callers at a time, rather than the 8 to 12 who showed up on that day. These callers were listening to their telephones, not on their personal computers, I believe. And based on the location stamps, which is all I can see, they were all across the USA. I'm pretty sure that these 8 to 12 people were mostly truck drivers who had been lied to and coached. So I unmuted one guy at random, and his first words out of his mouth were, "I heard there was some paranoid person on here talking about truckers." So I muted him, and the second guy I talked to, paranoid, I suspect, was the first thing out of his lips. It may be by the way, don't forget the word paranoid. When you hear somebody say that word, it may be a stinking Mason covering up the silent dagger. And if somebody else is trying to get you to call someone else paranoid, consider that they may be using you. Anyway, I unmuted the third guy. And all I knew about him was he was from my home state of Washington, USA. Sure enough, the first words to come out of his mouth were paranoid. Now, I don't think it's a stretch to say that these callers were put up to the call mob, that these people were being used. And if I talked with them, they were coached to say the word paranoid in the first sentence. And as I said, I did unmute 3 of them one at a time. But anyway, I engaged in a conversation with the third caller. You can hear that call on this talk show, call number 120297, on my call number 3021. That's 120297, number 3021 at talkshoe.com. The call is just previous to this one, which is number 3022. On that call, I clearly stated 2 or 3 times that it was in the public domain. And this call and my associated chat text, too, are in the public domain for the eternity of all mankind. But anyway, back to the third truck driver from Washington State, USA. He said he arrived here because he had heard on another call somebody say that this call was slandering truck drivers. Now, I assure you that was not true. And we spoke back and forth during the 13-minute call, number 3021. And was talking about perps tell people customized lies to infuriate people, which justifies their mobbing. Or if they're a retailer, it justifies poor service, rude behavior on the street, sometimes entry and exit of neighbors as you are leaving or coming or going from your home, and countless other mobbing issues. And by the way, if a perp makes a statement to a TI or rude behavior, and by the way, if perp makes statements to a TI or rude behavior right next to you, you may not even notice it. You, the average John or Mary Doe, may not even recognize it. It's that subtle. Even ministers may not recognize the behavior in their own church. I kid you not. I've had it happen in church, and I don't think anybody else knew it. Besides the harassment of the TIs, it's intended to be subtle. Therefore, just because perping may occur in a church, that does not mean that the local church hierarchy is in on it, because churches sometimes have high turnover at the top, but not at the usher or the perp level. This stinking protocol of organized stalking, gang stalking, has been perfected for many decades, perhaps centuries, but now in the year 2012, we've had the internet around since 1995 or so, and street perps have text messaging capability on their cell phone. It's gang stalking or organized stalking on steroids. That is just one example of organized stalking, of gang stalking being duped of targeted individuals, people being duped into participating in harassing and stalking targets. Incidentally, I, Chuck, do hereby attest that my previous story and the one I'm about to tell you now is true and accurate. Now, I'm not exaggerating. I wrote every word I'm reading, and I hereby place it into the public domain. Use it as you see fit for all eternity. No attribution is necessary. But now I have a second story to tell you. This story is about a guy on TalkShoe. He calls himself Ant Farm. He has used many pseudonyms on TalkShoe, such as Anomic and others. His latest pseudonym, though, is Ant Farm, though. He is a stinking perp, meaning he's a perpetrator, a slow killer of targeted individuals, of TIs. Ant uses a voice changer when he speaks, which disguises his voice. So there may, in fact, be many people using that technology for all I know. But regarding organized stalking, he focuses on unearthly, crazy-sounding talk. It's unbelievable, unachievable. It's nonsense. That's why I know he's a perp, and the many people that he talks to. His crazy talk is intended to discredit the TI issue. Incidentally, there are many TI calls on TalkShoe. Most are centered around freedomschs.com. They regularly take truth and mix it with unearthly sounding, wacky sounding nonsense. This is what's called a false front. Google that term. To keep people laughing and not believing the situation of targeted individuals. They are professional perps, a paid brigade. Anyway, one day, I was logged in as a guest, not myself, into Ant's chat room at TalkShoe.com on his show, and he was telling 4 to 5 derogatory stories about me. In each story, he had mixed some truth, some lies, some exaggerations, and he omitted some pertinent facts. Each story that Ant told had a shred of authenticity to it, but each story was clearly intended to demonize me. My ears were burning. Ant was making me out to be an unthinkably bad guy. On a couple of the stories, by the way, I was very proud of what he had distorted before he distorted it. And by the way, that doesn't matter to the perp filth such as Ant and the huge army like him. Perps have no soul. They are constantly telling lies about targeted individuals. Telling lies is their illicit job. I knew the real story, but on that day, Ant let me see into the soul of the perp machine using the Masonic silent, secret, slow dagger protocol. It seemed as though Ant was reading from a script, though, possibly one that a devious person had written. My ears were burning, but that's how the stinking perps demonize targeted individuals to other people. Super perps get otherwise good people to believe the lies about the TIs. They always lie in order to paint the target in a bad light, and somehow the stinking perps get neutral people to participate in perping of targeted individuals. Read my lips. I want to see a film on how they do that, like on YouTube, for example. Do the perps hypnotize their audience? How do they get people to blindly believe their lies? And believe they do. Sometimes these dupes look so mad that they have blood vessels bursting out of their forehead. How do the perps get them to believe the lies? I have to know that. I also think the perps tell customized lies to the person hearing them, like the first example, where the super perp was telling the audience of truck drivers he had lied to that I bashed truck drivers. Nothing could be further from the truth, but didn't stop him from telling the lie. And he did such an effective job of telling that lie that he got 8 to 12 truck drivers flooding my room, ready to inflict revenge. All of that said, not every Mason would be in on it. The crime of silent, secret, slow dagger example, it would be disclosing. They wouldn't want to disclose that to talkative people, and they must have their share. They wouldn't want to wise them up on a crime so atrocious. After all, the Masons want everybody to think they're legitimate despite such outrages as what I am describing herein. But neither would low-level Masons be in a position to deny organized stalking either. So if a Mason is denying the practice online, denying that organized stalking exists, they are in a high-level Mason, an accomplished liar. But by the way, anytime the subject of stalking comes up in a chat room on the internet, or the subject comes up on an internet phone call or in a chat room, A mob will deny it. They are dispatched from where? I don't know. I have to know that too. However, on my own talk sheet number 120297 that you're listening to right now, I immediately mute any such nonsense. I suspect, but I cannot prove, that this mob is what's called, much of this mob are called sock puppets, meaning that one person has many logins on standby to flood away any info that comes up, which is true, but which negatively impacts their illicit cause. Sock puppets are paid liars. They're flooders. So when somebody conveniently shows up to derail the conversation, to flood away the topic to another topic, anything else, as long as it's not what is being talked about. Lastly, don't forget, when you hear the word paranoid that they have brought up in a negative narrative, they may have brought up in a negative, they're fighting the perp's battle. Or they may be a stinking perp trying to get you so infuriated that you'll fight the battle for them. Lastly, 3 things. Number 1, organized gang stalking. Number 2, Masonic secret, silent, or slow dagger. Scientology, fair game. These are all the same thing. I'm going to repeat that. Number 1, organized or gang stalking. Same thing. Masonic secret, silent, or slow dagger. And Scientology, fair game. These are all the same thing. Attacking the credibility of a targeted individual, a TI. Once again, you can get all the text of all this on TalkShoe call number 120297. 120297, episode number 3022. That's the number that I'm going to put on it. Or at chatgrabber.com, search for 120297, episode number 3022. Also, the text of this, keep in mind that the text of this audio and the verbiage of it are in the public domain for the eternity of mankind. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 8 p.m. Pacific time on Tuesday, September 4, 2012. This is episode number 3023, and I have on the call with me, and you know what? I didn't even get your name. What do you want to go by on this call? A pseudonym is fine.
Yeah, let's just go by Sydney.
Sydney, okay, SYDNEY.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, now you said you have been stalked for 20 years. Can you tell me how you, when you came to the realization that you were stalked, and why, and what sorts of things happened back then?
Well, when it first started, I just would see somebody watching me, and when I would look at them, they'd look away real quickly. You know, like
okay.
They would pretend not to be watching me.
Give me another example, please.
People would say things that directly to me that were about me that they should have no information about. Things that happened while I was at home.
Such as, like what sorts of things that happened at home, please?
Well, we're talking about 20 years ago, so, you know, I'm
sure.
Not so sure I can remember, but it was just so clear that I had not mentioned anything outside of my home.
Okay, other than people seeing you turning away quickly, things that happen in your home, I would call that directed conversation. What else type of thing happened, please?
Oh,
20 years ago.
Into my house. People broke into my house. There were clear signs of people breaking into my house.
Okay. Other examples? Go ahead. What was run over, you say?
The more recent things that really made me understand there was a big problem. Oh.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I closed the window, though. Go ahead, please. Let's keep the recording going here.
The most recent things that happened were I noticed somebody was breaking into my house repeatedly. There was damage to the door. Slowly, every person I had contact with, whether it was by phone, whether they had been a long-time acquaintance, just acquaintances on the internet, one by one, every person from my life disappeared. The last people to disappear were my 3 brothers. They just all of a sudden quit speaking to me. Everybody in my life did that to me. Except
now, you say this was fairly recently. What does that mean? In the last year? In the last month?
A year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago, is when the last part of that happened, where I lost contact with my family.
Okay, now when you say you lost contact with them, is that because you're living in another state, or what's the deal, please?
I had a brother who I know was logged onto my computer because he kept saying things that showed me that he was tracking me by my phone, GPS, which he paid for, and by my computer, which he gave me. And I started mentioning it on the phone. I was going to take my computers in to have them looked at. I talked to my son and said, somebody's on this computer with me. My sister had said the same thing before she died. And
she said people were on her phone, were on her computer with her?
Yeah, she said, somebody's logged on here with me. Somebody's messing with my computer. I didn't
But you didn't. Yeah, okay.
And so
wow.
It started happening.
How long ago was that, if I may?
2007.
5 years ago.
Yeah. And so when I realized somebody was really on there, I talked to my son on the phone. I said, I'm going to bring these computers into you. I put them in my car, and I went everywhere with them in my car. And then when I got home, I would take them inside the house because I couldn't get to the computer guy yet, and I didn't want anybody to have access to them and remove whatever tracking stuff was on there. And so I finally, I took my daughter to get a blood test one day, and this woman was standing in the clinic, and she stood at the doorway and watched me the whole time and kept looking out into the parking lot. I didn't really think much about it.
Were the computers in your car out in the parking lot, you mean? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. And then as we started walking out into the parking lot, I saw this woman run away from my car. This woman was somebody who I had seen on 3 other occasions, and in a stalking way. And I recognized her, and so I went,
what kind of way was she stalking you, please?
Okay,
this woman that was running from your car.
I kept trying to change my phone because I knew I was being listened to. So one time I went into Target. I had these people following me all over the countryside. And I never told them where I was going. I would just haul ass and try to beat them somewhere. And everywhere I'd go, they'd be there.
Now, when you say over the countryside, are you talking within a 20, 40-mile radius, or are you talking about 2, 3 states away?
About that 20 to 40-mile radius.
Okay. And they were there before you?
Yeah, they were either there before me or they were right behind me the whole time. And at first it was the same cars over and over, and so I recognized them. I knew that it was happening, but I didn't really let on that it was happening. And then when I started letting on, they started changing more cars, and it got to be 15 or 20 cars at a time were with me. I called them my posse.
So there were 15 to 20 cars that were tailing you at the same time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Some were in front, some were behind me. I had a couple of incidents where they tried to scare me by coming up on my bumper and and they would glare at me, and it was just crazy stuff. So back to the lady that I recognized. When I saw her, I realized that this was the same person who had been stalking me. And so I took my computers. I tried to hide them in a box as I was moving stuff back and forth in and out of the house, and I thought maybe they wouldn't see what I was doing. I took them out. I unscrewed a bench in an RV. I put the computers in there. I screwed the top back on the bench. When I came back the next time I looked at them, the wood had been broken. somebody had access to everything.
When you came back, was that like 5 minutes later? Was it an hour and a half later?
No,
what?
No, it was days later.
Oh, days later. Okay, all right.
I thought I had done a good job hiding them, but they, obviously they were watching me. So.
Okay. Now, what other? You indicated earlier before we started this call they were steps ahead of you. Can you give me an example of what you mean by that?
Yeah, every time I went anywhere, they would be there, and there would be somebody, like in the grocery store, this guy would be whispering, and I would look over at him, and he'd just grin at me, and everybody would be looking right at me.
So he was messing with you.
Oh, yeah. I would go to get gas, and my card would never work. If I was in this little town, my card would never work.
Oh, your card, your gas card. Your car. I forget, was it your car or your card? Are you there? Shoot, we lost Southwest Ohio, the woman that we were talking to, Sydney, and hopefully she'll call back in. My name is Chuck. It's 8:09 p.m. Pacific time today on September 4, 2012. So we're waiting for Sydney to call back in. She was a sudden drop. After a short bit, I'm going to go ahead and terminate this call, but I hope I won't have to do that. Hopefully she'll call back in. Sydney, and I've just unmuted her on the PC here. I just realized I had her muted. So hopefully she'll see that she's been unmuted, or if she's listening to us on the speakers on her PC. We'll see. This is going to get to be kind of uninteresting, hearing me do my best to ad lib in a situation like this, difficult as it may be. My name is Chuck. This is talk show call number 120297. To call into this talk show, you can call area code 724-444-7444. On when it prompts you for the call number, enter 120297 #, and then enter a £1 sign, and it'll bring you right on my board, at which point I'll see you and unmute you. So once again, we lost Sydney, unfortunately. Maybe sometime tonight I'll give it a couple more minutes here. We'll see what happens. Always hate this, but this is not an unusual type of thing anyway. I'm out here in Vancouver, Washington. I'm a targeted individual. I'm talking to you right now on the TalkShoe.com network, which is free. You should start your own call regarding this issue of organized stalking. It is my belief, my assertion, that 2/3 to 9/10 of the people that are in this room right now, and there's probably 15, and there have been as many as 20 during this recording of Sydney. Most of them are not PIs. Many of them are just casual listeners. The word went out somehow that this is a place that there was something going on here, because I don't do recordings that often. Once again, if Sydney comes back to her PC, I hope that she calls back in. But anyway, a huge number of what we call perps, or perpetrators here, and they get their perp training essentially by listening into these calls, and they start to emulate some of the things that are said, which is why I try to. My phone disconnects every time I call you, said Sydney. Just typed in. Well, you might just call. Oh, I see. So I guess maybe we'll have to call this call to an end then. Anyway, Sydney just typed in, my phone disconnects every time I call you. Once again, I don't want to make this an overly long interview. This is Chuck. I'm going to shut this call down now. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk show. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van, of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Show call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 file, and you do not need to permission, no notification, or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com call screen and search for Vancouver or 120297, the show number, or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here in the west coast of the U.S. is about 8 minutes until 10 p.m. And today is Tuesday, September 4, 2012. I have on the phone with me from the last call where she ran out of minutes on her prepaid cell call phone, Sydney, and how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Hanging in there, thank you. Now, I've been doing a lot of talking in the chat room, and there are, I don't know how many people are there, but 10 or 15 people in here. What have you learned that what rocks your boat that you've heard?
I'm concerned that nobody's really networking enough. And I don't know how you accomplish that when you're afraid. I don't know how you get to that. But it seems like if things are really going to change, that's one of the things that needs to happen is people need to be able to stick together. And I don't know how you do that other than what is happening with this.
Now, I hate to be defeatist, but I do want to respond to that you've heard me say that 2/3 to 9/10 of the people that are in this chat room right now, I believe, are perps. What do you think about that? What percent would you give it? What do you have to say about that?
Well, I think you're probably right because I feel that everywhere I go, the odds are the same. That happens.
Which is
that I'm around are maybe 50% of them are perps.
Okay, but so there are a lot of perps, and so you're not delusional. You're not making this up. You just think their perps are effing with you where you go, and that's now I haven't had it in a while, but there were times when it was the case with me. Anyway, tell me about the isolation that you've encountered. That's one thing we talked about earlier, and I'm asking you to repeat that, but this time on the recording.
Well, I haven't actually been able to talk to anybody for a couple of years because there are only 3 people that are close to me, and of those 3 people, I live with one, and the other 2 are so tired of hearing about it that whenever I bring it up, they want to get off the phone. And my family's deserted me. All my friends deserted me. Everybody completely deserted me. So I've been in isolation. We stayed home for 8 months in our house in order to keep people from going in there and messing with our things. We kept one of us in the house at all times. And
well, at least you have somebody else. At least you have somebody else to be in the house with that you can share that responsibility. I envy you for that.
Yeah, and that's the thing that has saved. Really is being able to be close to one person.
Okay. And over
the 20 years that this has been happening, I slowly withdrew. I mean, I was kind of a shy person anyway, but I was just starting to find my way. And so I just withdrew into this shell and got to be the kind of person that didn't really associate with anybody because I knew that I couldn't trust any of those relationships. So it stole my life from me, basically.
Okay, but what happened? What event was it that happened? You mentioned 2 years ago where you found out that this is a protocol. What happened, please?
I started noticing that somebody was breaking into my car about 5 years ago, and I thought it was the original group from 20 years ago. And I still don't know for sure if it was the same group at that time, but I know now they're related, but I don't know if they were related 5 years ago. And I just noticed that somebody had been breaking in my car. I believe what they were doing was putting recording devices in my car. And, the carpet had been pulled out of its metal trim, so somebody was in there because I hadn't touched it. and nobody else gets in my car but me and one other person, and she's not capable of doing that.
But you said something about 2 years ago. You had mentioned 2 years ago that at what point did you become aware of the term organized stalking or gang stalking, please?
I didn't even find out about that until I had left the situation. I became aware because people started treating me differently in all of the stores in this small town. And things were happening on my computer that I didn't do. I knew
like what types of things happened on your computer that you didn't do, please?
Things would disappear, and then people would talk to me about things I had been looking up on the computer that I didn't mention to anybody.
Oh, like you were Googling, you mean, or what?
Yeah, I was Googling things, and then people would mention them. And people would make comments like they had been part of my conversation on my phone, which was absurd because, I know who I talk to. I don't talk to that many people, and I never have. So I knew what I said to which people. I know that one of my brothers was tracking me. He's the one who paid for the phone. He's the one who bought the computer. I noticed my house had been broken into because the door jamb was split. Somebody had split it trying to get in. I talked to a cop about it, and he would not file a report for me. He said not to file a report, to collect evidence first.
But at one point, you made the comment, at what point, I'm trying to drive in on it, did you realize, recognize the term gang stalking, organized stalking? At what point did you come up to a term, and how did you come across that?
Last May, when I got set up again with the computer, I started Googling stalking, and I was Googling bullying and ostracizing, and I found the term organized stalking, gang stalking.
So it was May 2011. That's when you really wised up. Am I putting words in your mouth by saying that you wised up about it?
No, that's exactly what happened. I thought they just hated me and wanted me to leave town. I didn't realize it was some sort of program, some sort of agenda-based thing besides just trying to kick me out of town.
Now, did your targeting increase after that happened, or did it about stay the same? Did it decrease? What do you have to say?
Which time are you talking about? At what time?
May of 2011, when you finally wised up to it.
No, what's happened since then is doctors have blacklisted us. I've seen people here and there. Things have gotten to be less, like they're not as careful about it, but there are fewer of them. But they're still there. There's no question that they're still there, and they still want you to know that they're there.
So they're there, and they want you to know they're there. These people that are screwing with you. Is that what you're saying, please?
Absolutely.
Okay, now how do you know? Go ahead.
It wouldn't be effective if you didn't know about it.
But you didn't know about it 18 years ago, or 15 or 12 years ago, and it was. How is it different now than it was then, please?
I think it evolved into something else. I mentioned it to an associate of mine who said, yes, I believe you. And as we talked about it, she said, it's just something that got out of control.
And when was this? When was this that you mentioned that associate?
20 years ago. And that told me that she knew about it and that she knew what was happening. And our relationship pretty much ended right then.
Now, you mentioned that at one point, and I'm sorry to bring this up, and let me know if you want me to change subjects or what have you, but you mentioned at one point in our conversation that you saw a therapist and that you felt that your stalking may have increased at that time. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, I was just trying to find somebody to talk to. I was depressed, and I was in a bad marriage, and I was irritable with my kids, and I didn't want to be that way. And so I called a hotline, and this woman said, I didn't have any money. I told her I didn't have any money. She said, well, I can find somebody for you. Have you ever heard of this organization? And I said, no, I've never heard of it. And from that time on, I started having somebody following me. But it was just, actually, the therapist was seen 3 times following me. And, odd things would happen. I would just see people watching me, and when I would look at them, they would turn away real quickly. And it really felt like it was pointed right at me. People knew things they shouldn't know about my life, things I hadn't discussed with them.
And they made a conversational comment about it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like they forgot that they weren't supposed to know, and they would bring things up to me that they weren't supposed to know. So they kind of forgot that they were talking to me about it, and they weren't supposed to know. And it was just too bizarre, but how... Okay. Go ahead.
So, but you think it was because it may have started because you contacted a hotline.
Right. And there was an organization in place that had an agenda, and they thought that I fit into that agenda, and I believe it was either research-based through a university or research-based through something else. And I don't know what that something else would be. But your therapist actually that the hotline turned you on to was actually doing the following. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that is what I'm saying. And she wasn't the only one, but I did see her. She came out to my house, not actually to my house, but a couple of miles from my house, 20 miles away from where she lived. She came into my place of work with a wig on. And at the end of all of this, she was in the car that she had bought about 15 years ago and was right in line with the stalkers following me around.
Tell me about, now I'm just bringing some ideas off of my list because I made some notes before. Tell me about, you found some porn on your PC and they framed you for it. What do you have to say about that, please?
Oh, that wasn't me, but that was somebody else that said that.
Oh, okay. Said they found it. All right. So a couple of years ago is when you finally put your finger on it about organized stalking. Is that right? And how have things changed? How's your life changed since then, please?
Oh, my life has completely changed. I don't have the freedom to be who I want to be. I haven't had that freedom for 20 years, but it's gotten a lot worse. I used to have hope about being able to pursue my dreams and not be blacklisted everywhere I go. Now I don't believe that's ever going to happen. I don't work out of the house anymore. I don't go out and enjoy myself much. I pretty much stay in the house most of the time. And I may or may not change that in my life. It depends on how things go. I was totally afraid. A year and a half ago, I was really afraid. I'm not like that now. And I don't expect to ever feel like that again unless I'm physically threatened.
Okay,
but
now
I want the word out.
You want the word about why don't you fill in the blank?
I want the word out about gang stalking. I want people to get together and try to do something about it.
Okay, now how do you see people getting together, given that we kind of, I think, agree that in this room right now there are like 20 people, and we think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what percent of them do you think are perping or here to screw with us?
Well, I'm not looking at the phone numbers, but just based on the people that you had muted earlier, I'm thinking it's probably 50% might be perps.
Okay.
I don't know these people, though. I'm new to this, so, you've probably dealt with some of these people before.
So you've only been around, I don't recognize most of the names either, and I can't see the phone numbers. All I can see is guest number 3, 4, 16, 17, 8, and so forth. But you think your doctor had you blacklisted. Yep. Can you tell us more about that, please?
Yeah, every time I've been to a doctor, whether it was for me or somebody else in my family in the last 2 years, and even a little bit before that, it's there's always something wrong. You know that they are treating you in a way that is different by comparing how they treat other people.
Sure.
They treat you with disrespect. They give you looks that don't make sense. I went into a federal office for somebody to help somebody get something, and they glared at me. They started yelling at me. They accused me of something.
So you're saying in a federal office they actually were outright nasty, burping?
To the point where I went to get a lawyer.
Really?
To take care of the business. Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me about that lawyer, if you would, please. And how many lawyers have you talked to regarding this issue?
Well, I only have talked to that one. I tried to talk to another one, and he immediately started treating me like I was a beast of some kind, and would not listen to my story. Basically sat there and told me he didn't believe anything I was saying. And that lasted about 20 minutes, and then he asked me to leave. And I was very calm, very nonchalant. I gave him the facts. I said, this is what's happened, and he was prepared for me. I could tell that.
When you say he was prepared for you, how, in what way, please?
I believe that he had been contacted and told something. I don't know what he was told. Nobody's ever told me what it is. One of my brothers did say over the phone before he quit me, he said, it sounds like something you guys did it sounds like it's because of something you guys did a long time ago. My neighbor.
Okay, now that.
Go ahead.
Oh, please, you go ahead. You're going to talk about your neighbor.
Before I moved, there was one neighbor who, when I was walking my dog out next to the fence, she bent over and pretended to be picking weeds. And she said to me, if you guys need any help for anything, let me know. But she pretended to be picking weeds, and that's not what she was doing. She was just trying to look like she wasn't talking to me.
So she was trying to help you. She was helpful.
She was, but I couldn't get her involved because I didn't want what was happening to me to happen to her. And so I didn't get involved. There was no way we could win against the whole town. And there was no way to get her involved.
Okay. Now the lawyer that you talked about was sounds like the first lawyer. What about the second lawyer regarding this service that you got, harassment in a federal office? Tell me about that lawyer, could you please?
That lawyer was through legal aid and was available for people who are disabled. And when I went in to help somebody get services, the clerk started telling my business to the whole room. I mean, he was yelling at me. He was yelling out all my business. He asked me a question, I tried to explain why I had done something. He started shaking his head and glaring at me, and obviously didn't believe me. And I just said, I think I'm just going to handle this by getting an attorney. I didn't get mad or anything. I just said, I'm going to handle this with an attorney. And I left. And the other time I had been in there, the person who was helping me said, this isn't yours. Like I was trying to get benefits for myself. And it absolutely was not for myself. It was for somebody I loved. And I don't even know why he said that, except that I believe I'm blacklisted everywhere I go.
Okay, can you give me an example? Yeah, can you give me an example? I realize there's never any proof when you're a TI, a targeted individual. But can you give me an example of another place where you've been to where you felt blacklisted, please?
Well, I used to go try to get gas in this little town, and every time I would go to get gas, it started slowly. First, it just happened once in a while, but then it got to where every time in this town I stopped to get gas, my card wouldn't work. The clerk was not letting it go through. And they would make me go into the store and pay. And so I started getting gas outside of town, like a few miles away. And that worked. Every time I did it outside of town, it worked. When I would go into the grocery store, I would have people push their baskets right up against mine and sort of push me forward. I had two people. One of them was a local female cop. I had two people just glare at me and stare me down with hatred and rage in their eyes. And it just seemed to me that it just came out of nowhere.
Did you ever get the impression that they were told a story about you, or that they believed, or what do you think?
Oh, I know they were told a story about me, because when part of the time when I went into the grocery store, this happened twice. This guy who I sort of recognized, I'm not quite sure who he is, but I know I've seen him somewhere in my life. He would stand there and talk to a group of people, where they have the self-checkout registers. He would stand there and he'd be talking to everybody, and they'd all turn and look at me. I'm down the road, down the aisle, checking out myself, and everybody all of a sudden turns to stare at me, and as I walk by him, he laughs at me, and everybody's just looking at me like I'm a monster, and I have no idea what it was about.
Okay, other examples of that, other than the store, or other, how many times in the store does that kind of thing happen, please?
Every time I went into the store for the last year I was living there. Every single time, every store.
So was it the same guy? Was it a different guy? What do you think?
Oh, no, it was different guys. And every time I would go to a store, there would be somebody with, the people who were following me all wore baseball caps, and they all had the lights on their cars. So every time I would go into a store, this one store in particular, I would go at 2 in the morning sometimes just to avoid everybody. I went in one time, and this guy in a baseball cap, this kid, he's like 15 years old. I walked in, and the clerk says to this kid, she's here, and he was sleeping on one of on a booth, there's a little eating area. He jumps off the booth and puts the phone to his ear and pretends to be talking on the phone. And I just walked out of the store. I wouldn't even deal with him. Another time in a different store, the same thing happened. I walked in, and the guy immediately got on the phone. Another young kid standing there in his cap gets on the phone.
How young? What's the age? I don't want to dwell on it.
15, probably 15, 14.
Okay, please continue.
When I was in my backyard, a kid 2 houses away that was about 12 was shooting at my house with a BB gun while I was out there. And I just, I stood up and looked at him, and he quit doing it for a few minutes, and then he started again. I had to throw things at my house.
One of the neighbor kids?
Yeah, he was a neighbor. I don't know him. He lived, like half a block away.
Okay, what else were you going to say? Did throw things? What was that again you were going to say?
I would sit outside. This caused me to start smoking cigarettes again for a while. And I was sitting outside smoking a cigarette, and something hit my house. It's like somebody was throwing rocks at my house. You're cutting out. You're cutting out completely. Guess I've lost you. I can hear you talking, but it's not clear.
Okay, she's back. She's walking around.
Well, I'm sitting still.
Okay, that's one. So now, are you there? Because we're losing our connection.
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, why don't you just repeat what you said in the last minute or so, because it was pretty choppy. Could you please repeat that?
What's the last thing you heard?
I don't know. Why don't you just repeat what you said?
Somebody was throwing things at my house. I sat outside and was smoking. This whole stress thing caused me to start smoking. And people were hitting my house with rocks. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You're doing great now. I can hear you fine. Please continue, though.
So then, at night, a lot of times I would hear things hit my front porch. I went outside, even in the dead of winter when it's freezing and there was snow and ice on the ground. Every time I went outside, somebody's light would come on across the lake at their house. They spotlighted me with this big, huge spotlight. They flashed it at me. And even if I was going somewhere at 2 in the morning, which I did a lot of the time, just to, get out of the house once in a while, I'd go for a drive by myself. At 2 in the morning, I had a posse with me everywhere I went.
How big was the
posse? It varied. In the beginning, it was just 2 cars that would follow me, the same 2 cars everywhere. And then when I started talking about it on the phone to my son and my ex, it increased to 15 to 20 cars at a time. And
now, how many times a week did you go out? Did this happen? From 2 to 15, or
when I was testing it out, it was every day, no matter how many times a day I went out. And that's how I knew that it was actually happening, is because there were 3 entrances into town, and they would be at every entrance. Somebody would be waiting every time I left the house, and then they would start following me. And most of them in the beginning had fire insignia, the fire department insignia on their cars.
So, like, you have a volunteer fire department in your town, or what?
Yeah, it was a volunteer fire department, and I also was right next to the Air Force Academy, and right next to, apparently, all the stuff I've been reading about lately, where they've done, psychological testing and, all kinds of things like that. It's just a hot area, I think.
Now,
a lot of really strict Christian people, a lot of Mormons, and a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses. The Jehovah's Witnesses were in my neighborhood, and they were definitely in on it. I recognized some of them in the group. I recognized a person from Denver where I worked. Somebody from Denver from my work was two different cars were part of the stalkers.
So, now how would you know that they were Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons?
Oh, because the Jehovah's Witnesses came to my house to try to recruit me. And
so that would be 1 or 2 people, but, if you're talking about stalking, we'd be talking about quite a number of people. I'm just asking.
Well,
how you might have ascertained the fact that they were Jehovah's?
Because they told me they were, and I talked to them. And
yeah, but you only talked to 2 of them. There must have been. How many do you think were in on the stalking?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm just asking.
All I know is that it was my neighbors, and there are a lot of Mormons in that town and a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses. And I know that my neighbor the neighbor next to the guy with the BB gun, was one of the Jehovah's Witnesses that hung out with the one who used to come to my house and try to recruit me. And they kept saying, I suspect it's partly about my daughter. I think that I got put on a list. I made somebody mad, and I got put on a list. And I think that somebody just went crazy with that to get revenge.
Okay, now why would you be put on a list because of your daughter, if I may ask?
Well, because I care for her. She's disabled, and I care for her. And, I've never even spanked my kids. Not once in my life did I ever spank my kids, because I believe violence breeds violence. And we just don't have that kind of relationship, And
but,
I pissed somebody off.
Go ahead.
I pissed somebody off whose husband is an EMT, and in that small area, all the EMTs and the cops and the firefighters know each other, and they're all buddies.
Of course.
It's a good old boy system.
When you talk about a small area, can you give me an approximate population of that town that you're in?
I don't really know what the population is, but it only had two 2 or 3 fire department buildings that had 2 grocery stores, 2 big grocery stores, and about 3 convenience stores, and that was it. You know, the rest of it was residential.
Did you get harassed in all 3 of the convenience stores, or?
I got harassed in every single store. Every store in town that I went into.
Now, was it the employees of these stores, or was it just people that were customers?
It was mostly the employees. And, you know, it's not like I ever knew them or even talked to them in a bad way or anything like that. You know, I just went in and did my shopping, and all of a sudden everybody was really nasty to me. And you know, they kind of looked at me like I was a freak.
Now, when you say all of a sudden, what do you mean by that? Or did they do that from the first visit, or did it happen after 12 visits, or what say they, please?
I would say after I was in that town for 3 years, I would say after about the first year is when I started noticing it. Maybe they did it before and I didn't notice. But then, you know, all of a sudden, during the last year I was there, it was all the time, everywhere I went.
Okay. Now, how far away did you get from this town? Did you travel? Did it happen at different towns, at varying distances away?
Not in the beginning. In the beginning, it was just there. And then it started, I would drive into the next county to see if they would follow me that far. And at first, they didn't go there. But then, you know, after a few weeks, they started following me to that county. And then I realized it was happening as I was going into Denver, which was about 45 minutes away. And so it ended up being everywhere I went. Before I left that state, I stayed in a hotel for a few weeks, and it was happening there. It was the same people, one of the same cars, when I went to the hotel, was stalking me in a grocery store in Denver.
And how were things in Denver for a new arrivee such as yourself, who just came there from 45 miles away? Go ahead.
Well, I was still terrified. I was still traumatized, and so not that you ever get over being traumatized by something like this, but I was still in a really sort of a fight or flight mode. And so I stayed in the hotel the whole time, and I had to be with my daughter all the time anyway, but I mean, I stayed in the hotel, and I would step outside the door and smoke a cigarette and go back in. I would go to the grocery store and take care of business and go back in. I was waiting for my car to be repaired, and which, by the way, was a big nightmare from 2 years into that, from 2 years before I left until right now. My car's been sabotaged at the mechanic.
What? By the mechanics or by somebody else?
I think it was by the mechanics.
And what sorts of things are they have been done to your car, if you could please?
Well, they never fixed it. You know, it had problems. It was misdiagnosed 6 times for the same thing. I took it to three different places in that small town, and every time I took it in, they misdiagnosed it, and 2 of them refused to fix it. And it wasn't like it was a big deal. I was going to pay for it. You know, there was no problem. I mean, you take your car in, you pay somebody, they fix it.
Can I ask you what the problem was, please?
It was, the car? Oh, I had several problems. One was a U-joint, which got misdiagnosed and not fixed until the very end. I had a radiator problem, which was...
I gotta say goodnight to my wife. Be wonderful.
I had a problem with my sway bar, which was misdiagnosed,
so I got to turn off the microphone
and not fixed. And that's the problem that kept me in the hotel for 2 weeks. That never got fixed. It was halfway fixed, but you know, it was just a constant thing.
Can you just tell me what year the vehicle is and what year this happened, please?
The vehicle is a 98, but, you know, it's not... These problems that could have been fixed... I know a lot about cars, and these are problems that actually could have been fixed. They just didn't do it. I had the same problem with the strut. how many times do you replace a strut? 3 times in a period of 3 months? Seems unreasonable to me.
So they were gaming you, these repair agencies. Now, how many different auto repair shops were involved in this, please?
4, 5, counting Pep Boys, 5.
And this is in your small town or in Denver, please?
There was one in a town about 10 miles away. There was 3 in the small town, and 1 in a town about 20 miles away.
Now, I'm going to leave this totally up to you if you feel like, and remember, this recording is going into the public domain, and I can tell you right now, it's right up there in my top 25% of my quality recordings. But I'm telling you, I'm probably not going to pull this out of the public. I'm not going to throw this recording away like I do about half of what I do. That said, do you mind telling us what town you were in that 3 of the auto agencies or auto fix-it places misdiagnosed and what have you, and where you received bad service? And I'm sorry for such a long question.
Well, I don't know. What do you think the repercussions of something like that are?
I don't know. Let me tell you that nobody that I've ever interviewed has said their stalking and harassment has gone down because of it. My own experience is I'm a different kind of a guy because I have a talk show and I speak out about this thing all the time. So I don't know. I don't know what the repercussions would be.
Well, but the truth is, they know where I am. There's no doubt in my mind that they already know where I am.
The perps.
Exactly. And so it was Palmer Lake, Colorado. But
okay,
it
and
included people in Denver and Colorado Springs and Castle Rock. The whole line from Denver all the way down to Colorado Springs.
Okay. All right. I thank you for disclosing that, and I think that's about as deep as we want to get into any disclosure. But it doesn't sound like anything that's purely isolated to that area, because I've heard these types of things, although yours would be one of the more shocking stories. I've heard these types of things in other towns. What other sorts of things have happened to you? Let's have some other examples, please.
My neighbor, the day that I think I told you in the last segment that the cops were buzzing me all day long, I called my neighbor over and I said, I am not saying that you know who's doing this or that you're involved in it, but just in case you are, I would like for you to let people know that my daughter does not deserve to be treated like this. Whatever you people may think I've done, it's nothing to do with her. She's defenseless. She's innocent. And it's just unbelievable to me that you would put her through this. And that night, after a certain period of time, absolutely nothing happened. I went out. Nobody followed me. I went out twice. Nobody followed me at all. When I came home, nobody bothered me. Nobody was bugging me at all. And I was just shocked, And the next day, she came over to talk to me again, and she goes, well, last night must have been a relief. And
this is it. Go ahead.
That absolutely confirmed that she was involved in it. She
sure.
had conversations about things. She had conversations with me mentioning things that my brother and I had talked about on the phone. So in my mind at that time, she had talked to my brother. Now, she may have just had access to my phone calls somehow. Maybe I was wrong about how she got the information, but she got private information about me somehow.
Now, when you said the cops were buzzing your house, what do you mean by that, please?
They just drove by it all day long, back and forth. And they, I called my son to tell him, I told you about them shining the laser at me. When I called my son to tell him about that, there was a whole crowd of cops across the street in a parking lot. And I actually broke down and started crying on the phone when I was talking to him about it, which is rare for me. And you could hear this audible, oh, like, oh, now she's feeling sorry for herself, that kind of thing.
The cops that were across the street in a crowd were saying this.
Yeah.
How many cops were there?
There were at least 3 cars, and you never see that many cars. There were 3 cars, 3 black and whites, which aren't even the color for that town. They're in the town monument that's connected to it. And there was the SUV, the big white SUV was there. And it's hard to see. It was pretty dark, but there was a whole crowd of people over there. And it was
so it's not
scary.
like you're a big threat, like you weren't driving a Sherman tank with a bunch of heavy artillery on it. You were just you, right?
Yeah. Yep, one person with a responsibility that I would not put in jeopardy to fight somebody like that.
Okay, again though, you used the term the cops were buzzing your house. Can you tell me more about what you mean by that, please?
They just drove by it all day long. Every time I used to sit outside a lot because, like I said, it made me start smoking again, and I didn't do that in the house with my kid. And so I would sit outside and smoke cigarettes, and I was always watching to see what was going on. I was trying to put the pieces together and figure out who was doing this and why they were doing it. And all day long, they would just go back and forth in front of my house. And you would see them, maybe a few times a day. But this was like 20 or 30 times. And it seemed to be concentrating on me. They looked right at me as they were driving by. It was very
now, how many
pointed.
cops are in this town where you live? How many cops cop cars do you guess there were?
Well, I only ever saw 2 at one time. I think there were only 2 on duty at one time. I'm not sure about that, but that's all I ever saw.
Now, do you live on a main street?
Yeah, I was on a main street.
Okay, so they could have. Okay. But basically, they were looking at you, making it pretty obvious to look at you. These cops, 20 or 30 times a day. 20 or 30 times a day, you're saying the cops in a town of 2 cop cars, the cops would drive by and they'd rubberneck and look at you? Is that? I'm just not pushing. I'm just asking.
That only happened like that one day. The rest of the time, they just went about their business.
Okay, so it was one day, 20 plus times where they drove by and rubbernecked and look at you. Yeah, I've had that happen right here in downtown Vancouver too. Where 5 different cop cars were rubbernecking, gawking at me. 2, maybe 3 times, just 4, maybe 5 cars just gawking at me. It just gives you the creeps. So I have no.
When it's pointed at you,
Yeah. What other sorts of things have happened to you, please?
Oh, let's see. They broke into my car and pulled the carpet out of its metal, the little metal runner thing that holds it in place. And I hadn't been in the back of that car in I don't know how long. And I know I didn't do it. It's not something a mouse could do. It's not something that could have happened anyway except for somebody pulling that carpet out of there in order to get to something underneath it. I'm assuming that that's what they were doing. I believe that happened even before I moved to this town. The first time that happened, like a year before I moved to that town. And I thought it was odd, but I had already been used to people breaking into my house, my other house, and going through my things, so I knew, unlocking my windows, I never left unlocked because I had somebody I was protecting, not to mention protecting myself. I never had windows unlocked, never left them that way. And I would come home and find windows unlocked. I found another door jamb broken at that house, the previous house.
So they were messing with you. They didn't have to break your door jambs. They didn't have to leave the windows unlocked. They were messing with you. They wanted you to know they've been there. Is that the way you took it?
At the time, I took it that they were trying to leave access for themselves to get in. They did actually have to take the door jamb off to get into the house without a key. And at one place. But leaving the windows open, I took to mean that they were trying to leave easy access so that they could just crawl through the window.
Now, how many houses are we talking about that you've lived at? And were they all houses? Were some of them apartments? Did you?
No, they were all houses. They were all houses. And we're talking about 4 different houses that I'm sure people went in and out of.
Okay, now did you rent these houses? Did you buy them, please?
No, they were all rented. And I had, for most of it, I was married. You know, the last house and the one before that, I lived in most of the time by myself. Well, not by myself, with my daughter. And so, you know,
okay.
my ex was always there, and part of the time my son was in these other houses too.
Okay.
And I think they go after people who are by themselves and who don't have many connections.
Okay. What other issues do you want to talk about? We're rounding off to closing the interview down, but I want to give you plenty of opportunity to bring up any other issues that you have to say, please.
Well, you know, I think that one of the things I think is really important is that the people who do this are lacking in self-esteem. I think that they are angry. I think that, like you say, they're killers, that they've probably caused many people to die by ruining their lives, by breaking their hearts, by physical assaults, by taking everything they value from them. I doubt that many of the perpetrators would be able to survive a lot of these things, as well as a lot of us have. And I think that they purposely are making things worse in this world. I don't think anything they're doing is cleaning up the riffraff. I don't think it's helping in any sense of that word at all.
Now, what about these volunteer fire department guys? Do you think, you know, did they know about all this, the far-reaching effects of what you just described? Do you think they knew? Do you think
how
you would?
A rational person could not know that I think the agenda is to push somebody to their death. I believe that that's the agenda for whatever reason, and I don't know who put them up to it, but I really do believe that that's the purpose of it.
Now, how many other people? Go ahead.
Because, you know, I mean, I'm a pretty strong person. I've spent a lot of time by myself before all this stuff started happening, and that's why I think I was able to survive it better. But I think it did make me act out some, you know, and if I hadn't been strong, I think that it could have pushed me over the edge, and I think it pushes a lot of people over the edge. But how could you not know that that's what's happening? You see it happening. You have access to somebody 24/7 through surveillance, so how could you not know that?
So these, you think it's volunteer fire departments, and you think there's no way they couldn't know that this is happening? These volunteer firemen.
I think it's a lot of civil servants. I think it's police. I think it's fire. I think it's Joe, normal citizen. You know, I think it's people who think they're helping the world, who don't really have the whole story. But I don't see how any rational person could not know how painful it is to put somebody through that. It's beyond me that somebody would not understand how that works. Because we're wired, we're hardwired, according to some tests that have been done, to when we're rejected or hurt, there's a certain part of our brain that lights up, and every one of us get angry. We're hardwired to do that. The people who are healthier are able to recover from it more quickly, but the ones that have lower self-esteem or maybe don't have as much support in their lives or have been abused don't recover the same way most of the time.
Okay. What do you want to say to those civil servants, to those fire those cops, those firefighters, those people who most people wouldn't know about this about them. Most people wouldn't know what you're talking about, that they're doing that. What do you have to say to everybody involved? What do you want to say? Now's your time, because this interview is going in the public domain for the eternity of mankind. What do you want to say to them?
I want to say that it could be your kid that's suffering from this. It could be your best friend or your loved one that gets it the next time just because they piss somebody off and somebody puts them on a list. And there might not be anything you can do to stop it, and it might go further than it's gone with some of us. They might die because of this.
Do you think those people know about that there is a list? Do you think they just blindly do what they're told to do? What's your guess?
I think some of them do know there's a list. I know that healthcare professionals do because they have threat assessment teams. And I suspect the local police know because they have threat assessment teams also. And the fire and the police departments in almost every town I've been in are brothers. You know what I mean? They're close. And they work
brothers as in Masons, you mean, or brothers as in
brothers
what?
Brothers as in there's a brotherhood where they take care of each other, like a professional courtesy kind of thing.
Okay.
And I do think some of them know, if not all of them.
Okay. What else? What else do you want to say? It's totally open-ended, and I just want you to get your thoughts out for the eternity of mankind. What do you want to tell people? What do you want people to know about this protocol of organized stalking?
Well, like I said, it's not going to be just limited to the people it's limited to now. This is going to go beyond just going after a few people who you don't want to see in your town. It's going to go to where we're all under control and none of us have any freedom at all. And we're giving people power to do exactly what they want to do to us. And there's a certain percentage of those people that are sadistic, nasty people who are going to take advantage of that power and do things that are unspeakable, just like Hitler did. And if you don't do something about it now, you're going to be sorry that you let it go on.
Okay. God, I cannot thank you enough for coming on here and talking. This is one of the best interviews I've ever done, but I want to give you, as I always do at the end of every interview, I want to give you one more chance. Is there anything else you want to say before we come to a close here?
Peace.
Say what?
That's it. Peace.
Peace. All right. And that is the end of this recording.
Thank you.
Talk show. Recorded live.
Hello, this is Chuck, nickname Van, or Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Show, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is currently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 3:30 p.m. on Friday, September 14th, 2012. Okay, I'm going to read a script which I wrote. This is a shout out to targeted individuals, TIs, or to perpetrators, perps. Once again, this recording is for TIs or perps who want their voice heard on this talk show, call number 120297. Also, the creator of justifiablydisturbed.wordpress.com, which I recently found and read. Please note that my talk show and recordings are in the public domain for the eternity of mankind. It is my intent to get the word out about gang stalking. So if you appear on my show, if you are participate in a recording, And if I keep that recording, it will go into the public domain for all time. That means everybody is encouraged to copy, and any recording. By the way, I think justifiably disturbed is a targeted individual, but just the same, I recommend that TIs don't give out their personal information until you're absolutely sure, because of the high percentage of masqueraders in this arena. My name is Chuck. I'm a targeted individual. My gang stalkers went overt on me in April of 2006. Going overt means they wanted me to know that I was being stalked and harassed, but perps don't want TIs to be able to prove anything. I finally discovered the term gang stalking on the internet, and it was at that point that everything added up. The continual harassment and head screwing, I was being gang stalked. Google that term, by the way, gang stalking. Though you'll find the results are often flooded with disinformation. That's part of the PSYOP, the psychological operation. Anyway, 3 months later, in August of 2010, I discovered a hotbed of talk shows about gang stalking on TalkShoe.com. I saw much potential on TalkShoe to get the word out about gang stalking. However, most of the calls about gang stalking were then and still are today of crazy talkers. It's a disinformation campaign. The plot had thickened. By the way, justifiably disturbed.wordpress.com mentions the concept of disinformation in her blog. Incidentally, you can count on this. The perp filth will do anything to flood her blog with crazy talk. Mark my words. So don't be surprised if you go there at some future time and there's a bunch of crazy sounding disinfo there. I'm telling you so now. Anyway, at the end of August 2010, on TalkShoe, I started my own call, number 87161. I conducted many interviews and recordings. A lot of those I later recognized were flooded by crazy talkers. So I erased many of them. So most of them, but some of the nonsense still exists on the old call number 87161. Incidentally, TalkShoe shut that call down in January of this year, 2012. But thankfully, the 87161 recordings remain to this date. Of the remaining calls, I would estimate that 2/3 of them are authentic. The rest are of disinfo flooders. You decide. In retrospect, I now realize I was trying to be polite to the perp filth, but doing so is a mistake because the perps will take advantage of that. The perps will flood their disinfo crazy talk onto any call they can get away with it. Anyway, I cannot log into 87161 any longer. But 4 months later, in June of 2012, I started a new call, this call, number 120297. Please remember that this call number, 120297, as my talk show has imposters. So it is important to remember my voice and personal interaction. You can listen to my recordings and TalkShoe to determine my sincerity and the lack of disinfo and wacky, unachievable talk. As of this date, September 14th, 2012, this call number 120297 is live every day at 10 p.m. Pacific time, and often I am on much earlier in the day than that. You can go to TalkShoe, and in the top right corner, search for 120297 or click on the purple Live Now button in the top left corner of the screen earlier in the day to see if that call is in progress. Please listen in and consider calling in live to do a recording. Also, TIs, targeted individuals, please do not ever state your intent to call in or do anything else for that matter, as the perps will almost certainly interfere with your intent. Please just do it. Phone in at any time with no notice or mention of it to anybody. And please be on the internet when you call in. Once again, as a TI, do not ever state your intent to do anything. Do you get it? To call this talk show, you can call TalkShoe's number, 724-444-7444. Then on your phone, enter my call ID, number 120297, #, then enter 1 #. Let me repeat that. You can call into this show by calling TalkShoe at talkshoe.com at 724-444-7444. Then on your phone, enter my call ID number 120297 #, then enter £1 and you will appear on my screen, and I will talk to you exclusively. Perhaps to help me authenticate you, you might consider putting a temporary note on your blog or somewhere on the web, such as Chuck or what have you. Lastly, by now you must know how deceptive these scumbags are. Thus, please know they will use their every illicit power to have you believing I said something about you or did something to you. They want to keep legitimate callers from calling into my show. Never forget, the number one objective of the perps is to isolate TIs, especially from one another. The last thing the perps want is for TIs to team up with each other. Mainly, TIs, targeted individuals, who have not yet become perp filth. Now, did you get that? Many TIs become TI perps. Do you get that? There are four types of people around here. Number one, perps. Number two, pure TIs. Number three, TIs who have become TI perps for self or family for survival. And number four, people trying to make sense of it all. Now, I'm going to repeat that. There are four kinds of people around here. Number one, there are perps. Number two, there are pure TIs. Number three, there are TIs who have become perps for self or family survival. And number four, people who are trying to make sense of it all. Many TIs become TI perps, and it happens all the time at the drop of a hat. There's no ceremony, no ceremony, and no notice. And perps will do anything to masquerade as a pure TI. Do you understand? Perps will do anything to masquerade as a pure TI. All the best. I hope you call in and are recorded on a public domain call. This message that I have just read goes out to any targeted individual or any perp who wants to come clean. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk show. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com. TalkShoe.com. Call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording for the eternity of mankind. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary to find more of these public domain audios. Go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297 or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is Wednesday, September 19, 2012 at approximately 12:15. And this is recording number 3026. I have on the phone with me Sydney, who I interviewed on interviews number 3023 and 3024. And how are you tonight, Sydney?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Now, what inspires you to come to this show tonight, if I may ask, of all nights?
Oh, I've been checking in and out under a guest number of all the shows I can find. So I just sometimes feel like talking, sometimes I don't. And I know if I put my name on there that somebody's going to recognize it and want to talk. So, this is one of the nights I felt like talking.
Okay, and I do want to indicate that was September 4 of 2012 that the interviews number 3023 and 3024 occurred. Now, while we were talking in the chat room earlier, Sydney, you and I, you had mentioned that you moved away from Palmer Lake, Colorado, and you moved somewhere else to be closer to a support system. And can you please explain what you meant by that, please?
Well, I got divorced several years ago, and the only two people besides my daughter that I can really talk to are my son and my husband, my ex-husband. And he knew about the whole thing. He knows that there's still something going on. He knows about the blacklisting. And, he was there, so he knew that it was really happening. And he sort of helped support us. And so we decided to go closer to him so that we would have an ally.
Okay.
So and moved out of the state and moved to where he is.
Okay. So you're no longer, since September 4, you're no longer living in Colorado even?
No, I haven't been there for a year and a half.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood that you were there before. But you stated earlier that the DU, the University of Denver, was involved in your stalking. And what do you have to say about that, please?
Well, I caught one of my psychology teachers following me one night after class. Of course, if I were to say anything to anybody about that, nobody would believe me because that's too absurd, but it was one of the incidents, that I've been collecting information on all these years. And almost everybody that I dealt with during the last 20 years has either been related to DU or University of Colorado Health Sciences or some healthcare organization.
Now, when you say Department of Health Sciences, does that mean of the mind, of the body? What could you explain that term?
It means everything. It's the medical school there. So, it's
okay.
Everything from physical therapy to psych to everything, body stuff.
Okay. And tell me about this EVE, ending violence effectively. Tell me how that fits into what we were talking about.
Well, because when I originally called, I had never been to see a therapist because I didn't think it was really a safe environment. In my head, that was never a safe place to go. And I wish I had listened to my intuition. But I was a little depressed, and I was kind of snapping at my kids, and, I was happy about that. I needed somebody to talk to, so I called the hotline. I had a crappy marriage. I called the hotline. This lady said to me, "Have you ever heard of this organization, EVE?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Well, I can help you with this." And she set me up with this therapist, and I went to see the therapist for, a couple of years, and she was part of that organization. And
now we actually, I think we talked about this on one of the earlier interviews, where your phone minutes or something ran out, and that's why we did the second interview. But we talked about this, but I don't think we mentioned the name of the organization. And now we're getting a little bit closer to the brass tacks of it. What else do you have to say?
Well, she started stalking me, this therapist did. And I would see her at my work, actually in a wig one time. And I saw her out by my house, which was way out in the sticks, on a day when I had canceled an appointment with her and I hadn't gone into town or anything, and I wasn't even going to go to work, but I decided to go, and there she was, and she hid her face from me as I drove by. I got the license plate of the car that she was in because it wasn't her car. The next time I went to my therapy appointment, that car was there, and it matched the license plate number that I had, and I hung around and found out who was driving it, and it was another therapist in her office. So
the therapists, this EVE organization that you were referred to by the hotline, a couple of the therapists there were actually stalking you. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And there's no question about it.
Okay, now and also you had indicated on the earlier discussion that we had that those numbers of that organization disappeared from. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, it was in the phone book. I kept looking up EVE, because, when I realized somebody was following me, I was going, what the hell is this? And I tried to look up Eve because I thought that it was definitely connected to that, or might be, and I looked it up in the phone book, and I didn't find Eve. What I found was ending violence effectively. And at some point, there was some connection to it online, and, it's been so long, I don't really remember what it was, but when I started complaining to that therapist about it, she didn't, she tried to talk me out of believing it, but she didn't really go after me. Like normally somebody would try to get you committed or, something weird like that if you said something like that, but she didn't even try to do that. She just denied it. And she
she was one of the two who were stalking you. Am I getting this right?
She definitely stalked me, yeah. More than once. And
okay.
It was the craziest thing. At first I really thought I was nuts. But then I wasn't about to tell anybody because I didn't want to be accused of being nuts. So I only told her. And I just sat and watched. I just sat back and watched the different connections, watched which people said things to me that they couldn't possibly have known. Over you gather a lot of evidence over 20 years. Now, I quit seeing her at some point. Something really tragic happened in our family, and I quit seeing her because I didn't want to play the game anymore. I was tired of it, and I had to concentrate on a trauma thing. And so I tried to stay away from them and just forget about it. But I couldn't forget about it because they were still stalking me.
Okay. Now, and I'm just curious, where do you think the harassment started? What do you think? What do you think started it in the first place?
I think that I made noises about reporting it to the whatever the governing psychology body is, for Denver or the state or whoever, and that would have destroyed their careers. Had I been able to prove anything, it would have been big trouble for them. What I didn't really understand at the time was that they're all friends and that there's no way anybody was going to let that happen. And in fact, the therapist that I went to after that, I told about this, and she said, I have a feeling if you do that, it's going to turn out badly for you.
So what you're saying is it wouldn't be a good idea for a psych patient, if can I call you that, I hope, to turn in their psych.
Right. That's what she was saying. I think she was warning me. That's what it sounded like to me, and that's how I took it, that she was warning me that I wouldn't be able to get anywhere if I tried that. And then she quit me. She said she had to quit me. She didn't tell me why. She just said she had to.
Okay. Now, can I ask, we talked earlier about the woman with the wig at the Walmart. Could you explain that again? And also, how else were you harassed, please?
Well, the person at the Walmart was later on in all of this. It was around 2008, and my daughter and I were in the process of moving to Palmer Lake. And this woman, which is the one that's in your area now, was following us around the store. And I was so used to people doing that normally I just watched and observed and tried to see what kind of car they were getting into or whatever. And this woman has this habit of wearing scarves. It's like a fetish or something. I don't know what it is.
Okay, now, and if I may, how else were you harassed, if I may please ask that?
How else was I harassed? People were in my business all the time. People were listening on my phone. People were breaking into my house. They were breaking into my car.
Okay.
Once I started around 2006 or 7, we had these favorite places we used to go eat in Colorado Springs, and all of a sudden people started turning against us. You know, they were always really friendly to us. Everything was fine every time we went to one of these restaurants, and then all of a sudden it was like we were really bad and they wouldn't be nice to us anymore. It was just, they would glare, you know, it didn't make any sense.
Okay, now you indicated that this one person ended up in my area here of Portland, Oregon, and across the river where I am in Vancouver, Washington. How would you know that, please?
Oh, because I looked her up online. I followed her Facebook page, and it said that she went back there. Plus, she was actually in charge of my daughter at times, and was in charge of a group I belonged to. You know, my job was at a healthcare organization, and this woman was, as an intern from DU, was part of all of this. And she was the person who stalked us at Walmart when we were moving. And when I first met her at my job, I didn't really realize who she was. Then I remembered the scarves that she wears, and I realized it was her.
Okay, and I really appreciate your not mentioning any names. I think we can get away with the DU, the Denver University part, but we don't want to mention any names, and I really appreciate your not doing that. I'm just curious, have your children been harassed at all in this?
I don't think so. I think that my son is, I do think that he's being stalked. I don't think that he knows it. I don't think that he can fathom that the person who's doing it would do that to him. As somebody he's close to.
But now, typically, go ahead.
And I don't know what the agenda is, but I do believe he's being watched. Absolutely.
Now, typically, when we talk on here, we talk about organized gang stalking, that there's people other than just like the hospital. This would be an unusual situation where you know where they actually came from. Have you had other groups stalking you and harassing you?
Well, I think I mentioned this before, that I think it started out to be this therapy person, and then over the years, you know, I could tell it was still happening. I wasn't really sure who was doing it. I didn't actually see, well, I actually did see her car, her van, and her husband in it, in another house I lived in that was way out in the country again. And her van, because of the license plate. And as time went on, I think that when I was working at this healthcare place, I pissed somebody off there, and she actually got fired because I think she's the one that sort of pushed it into more of a regular gang stalking thing, where the whole town came after me. I said something that embarrassed her because she was being really mean. And I saw her in that town twice. I saw her talking to the cop. She was in the same organization, the same health organization. She worked as a receptionist there. I definitely saw her talk to a cop half a block from my house, and she didn't live anywhere near there. She lived in Denver. And I saw her driving down the street. My ex came into town to help me fix my car, and she drove down the street as, you know, going the opposite way we were going, and she just grinned at me because she knew what I was going through. And I really think she's the one who pushed it that far. And so it turned into a big, huge gang stalking thing then.
So what was like the first incident of when this happened?
Of the gang stalking?
Yeah, please.
I went into a Safeway in Palmer Lake, and one of the store employees started following me around, and he was laughing about it. But, every time we'd turn a corner from one of the aisles, there he would be.
Who is the we that you were with, please?
Me and my daughter.
Okay, and please continue.
And then the manager, we always went through the self-pay thing, and the manager started glaring at me. Every time I went in there, he was mean, and he was glaring at me. And so, I told one of my brothers about it, and...
Was it like he was tipped off that you were coming in, or what do you think?
It was just like he hated me. That's the only way I can describe it, is that he was sort of in a rage every time he saw me. And
where else other than that safe? How many times did it happen in that Safeway? And where else might this stalking have occurred, please?
I would say it only happened maybe 3 to 5 times before I just said I'm not giving my business to this guy anymore because he's a jerk. And then I started going to other stores, and one by one, over a period of about a year, they all started turning against me and giving me nasty looks and talking about me and, making a big display. Cars were following me everywhere. And it was just full-blown gang stalking. Every store in town. Then it started following me into Denver, to stop it at this little Mexican place on the way into Denver, because we went there 3 days a week. And all those little restaurants that we stopped at by the end of this whole thing in Colorado were turned against us.
Okay, and this is 3 days a week over how long of a period of time, please?
For about 2 years. And it happened last year that we were doing it. It was like that. Before that, it was still just people who knew too much about me that I hadn't told anything to. And, I would test this by saying things in the privacy of my car. And sometimes my daughter didn't even hear me say them. And then these things would be repeated to me.
So they definitely wanted you to know. Now, how many times did that happen? And can you give me an example, something that you might have said to yourself? You mumbled it to yourself? Is that the deal?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I made sure I said it loud enough so that it could be understood, because I was doing it on purpose. But, I said something sort of violent. I said I was going to do something, and that brought him down on, that was when it came down on me the worst. Right after I said that.
So you knew that they were listening in, that they were eavesdropping, surveilling.
Yeah. And I had been doing stuff like that for 20 years because I knew that was going on. That's how I found out, is by saying things that I knew people would react to.
So tell me more about when this started, please. Like you mentioned 20 years ago, but I don't think we got into that the things that far back on the last interview, and I'm just trying to get that out here.
Well, I said I called that hotline, and there was...
And what approximate, 10 years, 5 years? How long ago was that?
That was in 1990 is when it started like that. And I saw that therapist...
20 years ago, 20-some.
I saw that therapist for about 3 years, but the only reason I stayed there that long is because I was trying to figure out what was going on. I actually didn't need to be in there. I was in there. I had to make up stuff that I was unhappy about in order to be able to stay in therapy so that I could keep collecting evidence. And, and I guess it serves me right for, playing the game for so long. But it was the only way I was ever going to be able to stay connected to it and find out what was going on. If I had just walked away, I was intrigued too, because I didn't know if it was evil or if it was good, or, because there were times when it seemed like they were trying to help me. in the beginning.
And the beginning was how long ago, please?
20 years, over 20 years.
Over 20 years.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Palmer Lake, south of Denver?
I only lived there for about 3 years, but I lived in other areas around there. You know, other two other rural towns that were within 15 to 30 minutes from there. And the same things happened. You know, things would start out okay, and then eventually things would go sour. And it's not like there was ever a really apparent reason for it. It just would happen. And I didn't socialize that much, so, you know, I mostly just stayed with my family and my ex-husband. And so it was pretty obvious when things would happen that there was something wrong, because I just didn't hang out with that many people. And I still can't say for sure that it's the group that ended up doing the most damage in the end. Might have come from the person at work, but I know that that therapist was there in the end. I saw her, and I saw another person that had been connected to it early on at the end.
Now, you said you moved out of state now, and has it followed you to your new state, your new location?
Definitely some things have happened that I believe are related. Right now, I've been blacklisted, and that's been going on for years and years, maybe the whole 20 years.
Blacklisted in what way, please? And how would you know that, please?
Because you know how people treat you when you go into a doctor's office. And I've had to have my daughter in and out of the doctor's office her whole life, well, since she was 7. And so I know that, you know, just the way they treat you.
Okay. And other than the doctor's office, how else might you ascertain that you've been blacklisted, please?
Well, I think I mentioned this last time going to SSI. They've been given, of course, they give everybody problems, but when I first went in there, the guy said to me, when I was trying to get money from my daughter, you know, he said, "This isn't yours, you know." He was glaring at me, and he said it in a real snotty way. And he had no reason to say anything like that to me. The only time we were ever on any kind of help like that before, I refused it as soon as I could, you know. I didn't cash the checks because I didn't want to get in trouble, and we were making too much money to really need the help. And there was no basis for him to act like that.
Right.
That just came out of the blue.
Has it helped you to move closer to your husband, or has it gone the other way?
Oh, it's helped me because when there's two people watching out for it, you have to be more careful. So you don't ever see anything happen when he's visiting. When he's at our house or when we're out with him, you never see anything happen. And
really?
Yeah, and it hasn't been, because they already know he knows. They've heard me tell him. They were on my phone. They heard me telling him all the time about it, and they knew he believed me. So,
and,
you know, that's...
And was he in on it, do you think, perhaps? Tough question, but I'm asking it.
Well, it's something I've always wondered about, and I go back and forth between thinking he is and he isn't. I do think that he knows something that he's not telling me, because he came the Christmas before we came here. He was there helping me fix my car, and he all of a sudden said he got a phone call, and he goes, "I got to go." And he went off and was gone for an hour and a half. And I had said to him, "Please don't go off and leave me, because I won't trust you. If you leave me for any length of time, I'm going to believe that they got to you and they've turned you, and I won't trust you." But he did it anyway. And I don't know. There's just little things that make me think that he knows more than he's saying, but he still seems to be trying to help us. But you know, I was never going to trust him.
These repairs on the car, do you think they were inflicted by perhaps perps, or do you think they were regular repairs?
Some of them
by normal wear and tear.
They did some destruction to the car. You know, on the inside, where my console is, they ripped the top off of it. I guess they couldn't open it, and they ripped that off. There were a couple of knobs that were missing. They messed with the wiring where there's a lighter in the back of the console for the people in the back seat, and that was hanging out one day, which I know I didn't do. You know, it used to be in there tightly, and then all of a sudden it's hanging out and it's real loose. So there were little things like that happened. But the other stuff was mainly, it's an old car, you know, and so I would take it into the shop and they wouldn't fix it. They'd charge me for it and not fix it. And it just kept happening over and over and over. And they started treating me with that same rage in a couple of the shops.
Yeah, we talked about that on the previous interviews, so I would encourage people to listen to those interviews, number 3023 and 3024. Are you, during this time, have you been able to work during this 20-year period? And if so, for how long extents of times and what have you, please?
I have, but it's because I was going to school during part of that time. From 90 to 94, I was going to school and getting a degree, and so I had work-study jobs. I worked in restaurants. None of it for a real long period of time. You know, I would say a year at the most, and I had problems the whole time. There was always somebody trying to pull something, and most of the time I just ignored it. And I was sort of in a good position because I was in charge of the area I was working in. So, and most of the people who were around there were young students, and I was in my 30s already.
Now that was 90 to 94. What about since that time, please?
I've had some restaurant jobs, and I did a little bit of work with my ex, construction work, artistic construction work, and then I had that one job in the healthcare field. So I haven't worked a lot, but you know, I didn't want to work. I wanted to stay home with my kids.
Okay, speaking of which, did they know that this is going on? What do you think? I already asked you that, but I'm asking again.
Oh, yeah, they know. My daughter deals with it every day because she has to watch me, you know, doing the research on the internet and, you know, and listening to Talk Shoe. And my son, in fact, and I just talked about this a couple of days ago, and he knows that something happened, but because of the state of mind I was in, you know, I was sleep deprived for 20 years. And at the worst of it, it was really bad. And you know, you do become paranoid, and you do think that things are happening that aren't. And after 20 years, I pretty much knew which things were just paranoia and which were really happening.
Now, when you say you were sleep deprived, how do you think they did that? What do you think, please?
Well,
what's your guess?
I think I was so, I had so much anxiety that I couldn't sleep.
Okay.
Now, you know, whether or not somebody did something else to me, I have no idea, but I know that I lost my trust of everybody and everything except my kids. And
now,
I never felt safe. I never felt like I could sleep, so, you know, deeply.
Do you think it's getting better or worse? What say you, please?
Well, for me, it's a little bit better right now. I don't expect it to stay that way necessarily. I would be surprised if it stayed that way, because every time I thought it was getting better over the years, something else would happen that would show me that it was still going on. And, you know, I made a lot of moves, moved out into the middle of nowhere just to get away from it all. And they came out there, broke into my house, and So it is better right now. And I have been sleeping, which is a big difference because I'm not really afraid anymore. I was terrified when it got really heavy and, the cops were shining a laser at me and, all that stuff. I was really freaked out then. But when I get sleep, I'm just cautious, but I'm not afraid. So it's definitely better right now.
Tell me, what do you think, if you had to put your finger on it, would be the worst thing of the whole experience that you've been through?
So far?
Yeah.
Just the knowledge that somebody has watched you walk around your house naked, that they've taken my my privacy from me. They've taken my ability to feel comfortable in my own house. They have been voyeurs with my daughter, which is kind of like being raped. It kind of feels the same way. And I really think that's the worst of it right there. Well, I mean, I've lost my family because of it. I don't have my siblings anymore. But there were some problems there anyway because we're not compatible.
Do you think it's are they perhaps being harassed and stalked? What do you think?
I think it's possible that they either were or were threatened. And I know that at least one of my brothers participated and tried to get me to say things over the phone that would incriminate me. And I didn't do it. In fact, I brought up things that would incriminate him instead because I realized what he was doing. And he made me stop talking.
Now, other than these 3 interviews, this being the third, and I think probably last interview of the 3, what have you done to publicize this?
This is it. I haven't had the guts to do it until now. I mean, I told my brother. I tried to tell another brother. He wouldn't listen to me. I didn't try to tell the other one. And that's it. Because, if I had started talking about it too much during the time I was trying to watch what was going on, I think they would have been a lot more careful and I wouldn't have seen as much. And I was really trying to keep it quiet so I could try to figure out what was going on. And then there were times when we had some traumatic things happening in the family and it was too hard to deal with, so I just blew it all off. But I would still see that things were happening every now and then.
So other than the family, who else have you gotten support from? Or who have you tried to
nobody.
get support from?
Nobody.
You're pretty much on your own.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's my ex-husband and my son and my daughter, and that's it. Nobody else is going to help. Nobody else cares. And they made sure of that.
Now we're getting to the point where about 35 minutes, and I'm going to ask you: is there anything else that you want to say? This will probably be our third and last interview. I really appreciate that you showed up here today, unannounced, which is really important. Never make plans, but anything else that you want to say, which you will think may help round out this whole excursion that you've been through?
Well, for people who are still doubting whether or not there is any kind of program, I absolutely believe there is some kind of program. I think that there aren't as many people stalking you as you think, but they make it look like there are that many people. I think most of the time they're not going to kill people, although they might drive somebody to suicide, and I think there are a few people who have probably been killed. But I think most of the time they're not going to do that because that gets a little careless. I do think.
Now, what do you base that on? Do you think that there may be people that have been killed? What do you base that on, please?
Just on the things I've read. You know, I read a lot of different articles, and in my mind, I don't have any proof, but in my mind, I believe that they will go far enough to do that because there's something serious they're covering up here. You know, these are serious things that they're doing to people, and I think they have to cover them up. And I don't think this is anything new. I think things like this have been going on forever. You know, since history's been recorded, people have been pulling things like this on others.
Okay, and what else do you think they may be covering up, please?
Well, I don't know what it is, but there's obviously an agenda. There's obviously some kind of program. You know, possibly the attacks on people, whether they're psychological attacks or whatever. We know they're happening, and that's something that I do believe they're covering up. You know, maybe there's something we don't know about that they're covering, that they're distracting us, or, you know, maybe they're distracting us and trying to get us to not look at something. I don't know. I can't figure that part out, but obviously there's something that they have to cover up.
Okay.
The illegal targeting, you know, is enough.
Okay. Now, what else? Yeah, I'm just asking you one more time, because I always do try to leave it open-ended. If you've got anything else that any more cats in the bag, so to speak, any more what else do you have to say?
Well, I think people should try to stay as calm as they can. I don't think talking about things that people don't believe out in public are most likely going to get you in trouble. I think there's a time and a place for that, but I think that people need to be really careful about where they say those things, and I think they have to have a good support system if they're going to talk about those things. And, you know, it's not that those things don't need to be talked about, because they really do, but it's where the power is right now. It may not be safe for a lot of things to be said. So I think people need to stay as calm as possible. They need to sound as sane as possible. And they need to take care of themselves as much as possible so that they can do those other things. And just try to tough it out for now. Fight it. I mean, you need to fight it in whatever way you can. But don't let them get...
If you had to do it all over again with the Sykes and so forth 20 years ago, what would you do different, knowing now what you know now?
I would have set them up over and over and over and gotten documentation. I would have made sure I got documentation. I was a timid person back then. I'm not timid anymore. And I guarantee if this continues to happen to me, somebody's going down, and it isn't going to be me.
How do you mean that, please? Somebody's going down.
I'm going to expose it however I have to. I'm going to have the documentation. I'm going to expose it.
Okay.
But
and what is
it
that you're going to expose?
I'm going to expose organized stalking and everything that goes along with it.
Okay. One more chance. I'm asking you to dig one more time. What else would you do different? What if you had to do it over again? The evidence collecting, what would you do different? How would you progress differently, please?
Well, I wouldn't let them intimidate me. The biggest thing that stopped me from getting the information I needed to get so that it was believable to other people was being intimidated. Letting them scare me. And I don't feel that way now at all.
Because you pretty much know they're not. You pretty much know they're not gonna kill you now.
No, I don't know that. But if there's nothing I can do about that. If they want me that badly, they they will do it, and I can't stop them. But they haven't so far, and I'm not going to live the rest of my life in fear. Like I'm not going to waste another 20 years like I did just because they're scaring me. I'm not scared of them anymore. Even if they decide they're going to do something drastic like what you just mentioned, I'm not going to get scared. Because that's what they're counting on. That's why their system works, is because they terrify you.
Their system works because they terrify you. That's why it works. That's radical. I have not heard that before. Please elaborate on that.
Well, if you're scared to tell somebody about it, then the word doesn't ever get out. If you're scared to live your life, they have you exactly where they want you. If you go ahead and live your life, then it's not as effective.
But that's their job, is to screw with you.
Yeah, that's their job, to push you over the edge, scare you and push you over the edge to whatever conclusion, that is. Whether you kill yourself or whether you get locked up or whether you act out and do something to somebody else. And I'm not saying that people who are targeted are perfect and haven't ever done anything wrong, because I've certainly done some things I'm not proud of. But I don't think I would have done them if I hadn't been terrorized and pushed over the edge several times.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens. That's why people are mass murderers. That some people. That's why people who are bullied have problems, because somebody has terrorized them, and they know that that's going to happen. It's not a big secret anymore.
Okay. Once again, this is Chuck. This is Talk Show number 120297. This is Sydney that I'm talking to. I first interviewed her on September 4 of 2012 on interviews number 3023, which got cut off, and then we went to 3024 a few minutes later. And this is number 3026, the third and probably the last interview. And just one more chance to say whatever you want to say, whatever, and then we'll end it off here, Sydney. What say you, please?
Well, I really do think that the biggest thing that's going to help is everybody getting together and publicizing it and fighting it. I think you're doing a really good thing by getting the word out, and I'm hoping that a lot of other people are willing to do the same thing. And you know what? I may suffer because of this. I don't know, but
because of speaking out like you're doing.
Yes, but if I can't live my life, I'm going to suffer anyway. So at least I can try to do something about it.
Okay. Sydney, I want to thank you very much for speaking out about this. This is definitely, I have to say, these are three of the most shocking interviews that I've done. These little 3-pack that we've got here. Thank you very much for appearing with me.
You're very welcome.
Okay. My name is Chuck, and that is the end of this interview.
So I am.
Talk Show. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Show. Call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297. Or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is Monday, September 24, 2012 at about 11, 12 p.m. This is a recording number, I think it's 3029. We have a guy here right now named Brian, and he's logged on with TalkShoe user number 20. What do you have to say for yourself, Brian?
Well, I'm doing just fine. How are you tonight, Chuck?
I'm doing fine, thank you. But you sound like you have a phony voice. What's going on?
Well, you can keep your opinion. It really matters not to me.
Okay, so how did you get TalkShoe user ID number 20? Please explain that to me.
Oh, because we were one of the first to with this site. We were. I was one of the first investors into TalkShoe.
Okay, now when you say we, can you tell me who we is, please?
No, I'm afraid I can't tell you that.
Okay, so it's like it's at a level that you
Just
can't.
an
What else?
organization that looks over TalkShoe.
Okay, how many rings are there around TalkShoe? I mean, how many layers of security are there? Can you tell me that?
No, sir. No.
Do you know that?
Yes.
How many rings are above you?
We have one boss who reports it to a higher position that's government involved with the government.
Okay, so do you get a government paycheck per se?
Oh yes. We are paid through the federal government.
Okay, and so that's what TalkShoe is, the federal government, and you are employee number 20.
No. TalkShoe is not the federal government. TalkShoe is subcontracted through the federal government. We, however, are not any way with the federal government.
Now, I had always heard that TalkShoe was initially NASA, in other words, National Aeronautics and Space Administration. What do you say about that? Had you heard that?
I haven't heard anything of such.
Okay, well, we don't want to get hung up on it then. Okay, so what else can you tell me? What can you tell me about the structure of the organization of TalkShoe as it applies to what goes on here?
Basically, what it is, there's a group of assigned people who watch one room to make sure that there's not excessive, let's say, spamming and abusive, threatening language. So if that happens, then we kick them off.
Sure. Now I get the kind of, I don't make threats or anything like that, but I get them from time to time. Or what?
Yes, if you just email us, we if one of our codes were to miss that, if you reported it to TalkShoe, then we would take matters into our own hands.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I'm not asking for help. I'm just asking about because I never figured I was gonna get a whole lot of sympathy or help because I'm fairly outspoken. How many the guys that I talked to a little while ago on the previous recording had made the comment that
I'm gonna ask you to mute your chat room if you'd like to go any further with this conversation.
Sure, I will do that. And I've gone ahead and I've muted them. Shoot, now I forget what I was going to ask.
That's their purpose, you see. That's what everyone misses. They want to throw you off so you can not remember your train of thought. That's the old big shebang. That's what it all boils down to. They want to not have you any train of thought, so you eventually think you're crazy and you turn yourself into the loony bin.
Now, what's the deal? Are you in law enforcement? Do you look at yourself as a law enforcement kind of a person? What's the deal?
Absolutely not. We're just paid to monitor.
And how many? Can you tell me how many people are in the group that are?
In my sector, there is over 200 people. Just in my sector, they're over. Hell, I don't know, maybe 70,000 different sectors. Who knows?
Yeah, but how many people in the group that oversee TalkShoe is what I meant to say.
It's a group of 170 170 odd employees.
Now that sounds like just a huge number to me. 170 employees just to watch over.
Plus, in between 170 and 180.
Yeah, that sounds really like about really high to me to just watch over what goes on at Talk Show. What do you say to that? That's a skeptical response, but what do you have to say to that?
I'd say it's a rather small number, figuring the amount of people that are monitoring other websites, especially government websites.
And what sorts of tools do you use to monitor the websites?
No, I'm not going to get into that one. So.
Okay. All right. What else? Tell me something I don't know. Please. About
Talk
Show.
An awful lot. You can pat yourself on the back for that one, Chuck.
Okay, I can pat myself on the back, but tell me something I don't know. Then tell me something I don't know. Tell me something that'll shock these 12 or 14 people that are in the...
know is that Talk Show is such a small venue that you'll never actually get the word out through Talk Show. It's not a big enough broadcast.
Okay, tell me something else. I've heard that before, and that I shouldn't spend any time here. But the one thing that's pretty cool is that I have not found Talk Show.
It's also a very dangerous website because we can track your IP addresses, and most people that come around joking tend to end up being the victim in the long run.
Most people that come around wedding, what was that word you used?
Let's just call it stalking or flooding or spamming. It ends up coming to bite them in the rear end because, well,
that they end up being a victim. People that come here to stalk end up being a victim. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yes, of course.
Can you give me an example of that? Can you just some more elaboration on that, please?
Well, that's all the time I have for today, folks. Have a good night,
Okay.
Chuckster.
Okay, now that was Brian, and his ID was number 20 at Talk Show. And so I have not yet seen the ability. I've seen people have the ability to mimic my name, Chuck of Vancouver, U.S. I've seen people have the ability to do that. And other names, I've seen them logged into my own room as apparently like myself. But if you were to do a mouse over that URL, you would see that the Talk Show IDs were different. But I've never, ever seen the ability to get a lower ID number than what you have, a different ID number. So I've had, at one time I had 3 people with my exact name in here, but they all had different ID numbers. But this guy, Brian, was number 20. And also, I will say that lately I have seen this Brian person logged into my chat room from time to time, and I usually left him unmuted because he's never said anything, but tonight was the first time that he's done that. I do believe that this Brian character that I just talked to, I tend to believe that he's got some capabilities. I tend not to think that they've got 100 and some odd people that do this sort of thing for Talk Show. They may be doing it for somebody else too. If Talk Show is a small part of what they do, I'm going to go ahead and terminate this call, and that will put me in a position where I can start a new call, which I will do in a second, and that is the end of this recording.
Talk Show. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com. Call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver, or better yet, show number 120297, or click on the top left Live Now button, which is purple, to see if the show is live and presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 5:45, and the date is Thursday, October 12th, 2012. This is episode number 3033. Once again, this is an episode of www.talkshoe.com, call number 120297, episode number 3033. It's by me, Chuck. The title is Help Me Figure Out How Perps Manipulate Store Personnel to Perp TIs. This and all episodes that I record are in the public domain, so please copy and post these audios as you see fit with no attribution necessary. So let me start out by asking a question. How can perpetrators or perps get the obedience immediately and completely from a store clerk to be rude to a targeted individual, a TI? How can that be? Now, perps do, in fact, recruit store personnel to be rude to targeted individuals, to TIs. And happens at lots of other types of places, too, other than just stores, such as the place a TI works, nearby where they live, their form of transportation, be it bus or automobile. But in this recording, I'm only going to highlight stores or retail establishments where the perping of targeted individuals takes place. Now, I'm not talking about one isolated incidence of rude behavior at one store. If that were the case, maybe there's just a full moon out that night. What I'm talking about is rude behavior, which is seemingly universal towards targeted individuals. How can that be? At stores of all sizes, from small chain stores to large supermarkets. It happens on a regular basis. One thing to keep in mind, harassment of TIs is subtle. If you are a bystander and not the target being perped, you would not notice it. So please keep that in mind in this next section. Perps follow targeted individuals around, TIs, 24/7. And if they know that a TI is headed for an often visited store, many times the perps are there in advance. Perps block a TI's parking spot if they arrive by vehicle. They step out in front of them as they walk into the store. And when the TI says, "Excuse me," the perp ignores them every time. And just as they grab for an item, which they purchase every time they're at that store, somebody moves their shopping cart to cut them off. Once again, when the target says, "Excuse me," the perp ignores them. Perps do not want to make eye contact. They wear a poker face. Perps don't want to be invited into a conversation. That's why they ignore them. It's a complete head screw. It's a PSYOP, PSYOP. Just as a TI arrives at the end of the aisle with their shopping cart, bam, somebody appears out of nowhere to block their forward motion. Once again, the TI says, "Excuse me," the perp ignores him every time. Now, once again, these things do occasionally happen in real life, but they happen to TIs every time they go to the store, many times per visit, I might say. The target heads down the next aisle for a 6-pack of soda pop, which they buy every time that they're at that store. Bam, somebody blocks their path just as they're ready to grab for the soda. And it happens every time they go to that store. Again, these things don't just happen on one visit. It's every time a target goes to a store, the TI is being sensitized. This is a first-class head screw. It's a psychiatric operation for a PSYOP. It's spelled PSYOP, abbreviated for short. How can this be? Who is doing this? Where are all these people coming from? I suspect largely, many times, it's churches. But listen on. Not everybody in every congregation would be doing it. Maybe only a small percentage of them would be perps, perhaps Satanists, or getting off their jollies. In fact, and get this, I suspect the small cells are in on it. And they don't even know about each other. And if if they don't know about each other, then how are you going to know who they are without a lot of studying? Because it's like I said, it is very subtle. It's happening in churches, probably even the church you go to, but who knows where else in society. And even if you are not a target, you would not notice because you are not the one being harassed. Say it isn't so, but it is so. It is happening in your neighborhood, and guess what? I'm just getting started. Plus, I've got many recordings at www.talkshoe.com on my show number 120297 and my previous show number 87161, and find this episode number 3033. As of this time, October 2012, I'm on live every night at 10 p.m. Pacific time. That's 1 a.m. Eastern time, plus many times daily. It's just hit and miss, but always at 10 p.m. I'm always ready to record you if you consent to it. As a side note, and I don't think this is all new either. I think it's been going on a very long time. It started decades before the internet. For example, 40 years ago, when I went on a high school class trip to a big city, a day trip via a bus, I recall people always stepping out in front of me a handful of times, and I said, "Excuse me." They always ignored me. I was only 18 at the time, and I wrote it off as people in the big city just weren't as polite. And I wouldn't have thought much of it, but one kid said people seemed rude. They were always stepping out in front of him. But what really stood out is he said they never acknowledged his "excuse me." I thought to myself, until 30 years later. But now I live in Vancouver, Washington, right across the river from Portland, Oregon. And the same sort of thing began happening to me in April of 2006. But as a bystander, you wouldn't notice this behavior unless you were targeted. It is intentional. They are very subtle. It is a psyop. And as I said, you should expect a certain amount of it in real life, but not every day that you go out. Sometimes a mob of people come into a store all at once. They get in front of the TI. They take all day paying or choosing lottery tickets. If this sounds far-fetched, listen on, because I'm just getting started. But and it happens every time, to keep that in mind. But if a TI darts in to a store that's never been visited, he does it unexpectedly. Perps can get caught off guard, and the TI will get respectful service, as should be expected. For new stores, it may take 2 or 3 visits to initiate the substandard service. But how do perps enlist the participation of store clerks? How do perps recruit people in stores to be disrespectful to targeted individuals? This is a very important topic because harassment at stores is one of the most often reported forms of harassment that I hear about. After all, stores are a place in public that TIs must go to often. And that is one place TIs receive regular dosages of subtle harassment. Not all TIs, because the protocol, it is different for everyone. But in my case, that is the case. I do not presume to know how the perps spread their slander about the TIs, but I would appreciate a call if you want to tell me how they do it. As a targeted individual, a TI, I can assure you, a TI can read the contempt in a store employee's face. How can the perps initiate that kind of hatred? To begin with, do perps of a certain training level have a way to hypnotize store personnel, to dupe them into participating? Do perps drug the store personnel, such as spraying a mist at them? Do they use keywords? Do perps use a device like the one that actor Will Smith used in that movie Men in Black, where he shined a light in somebody's eyes? The person immediately turns zombie-like. Do perps have complete control over him after the hypnosis? Now, this may sound far-fetched, like a far-fetched scenario, but once again, stores are commonly reported as places where TIs receive extremely rude service for no apparent reason. So the question is, how do the perps instigate that? I want to restate that this MP3 file that you're listening to right now is in the public domain. Go to talkshoe.com, search for call number 120297, and find episode number 3033. Please take that MP3 file. It is yours. It is public domain. You have my permission to do with any episode as you wish. Please disseminate it widely to help get the word out about gang stalking, also known as organized stalking. By the way, Google those terms, but keep in mind, a lot of what you read will have been flooded by the perps. So they want to keep a lid on this protocol. But anyway, do perps approach, then threaten personnel? Store personnel. One targeted individual stated it was as though that the people had been scripted or coached. Is there some kind of directed sound device used on the merchant, which results in the store employee's desired contempt at the TI? By the way, search for, and here's a new topic, listen to a stranger. Search for that term on YouTube, and you'll see a so-called private investigator flashing a badge at a customer, at customers of a store. Is the PI's badge a hypnotic device? After all, the badge could have been bought at a dime store or over the internet, or there could have been some special gizmo inside of the badge. At any rate, the PI was a very good fast talker. On that video, based on the private investigator's advice, a duped woman actually stole a stroller, which she thought had a baby in it. Now, in reality, the woman was actually duped by an actor, but she thought she was stealing a baby. So search for that video on YouTube using youtube.com, using keywords listen to a stranger, and watch a normal woman who'd been conned into committing what she thought was stealing a child, all for a good cause, of course, I say facetiously. Call my show to let me know what you know. Go live with me on a public domain recording. One TI said, I think it's all official-looking people with passing out photos and assorted BS by a professional liar. Do perps tell a BS story to merchants in order to get their participation and participating in poor service of the TI? At this time, I don't know how they do it, and it's been happening to me for two and a half, nearly 3 years. But help me out here. How do the perps, as complete stranger, obtain the complete obedience from store employees at the drop of a hat? I want to know how they do it. Please tell me what you know. By the way, I suspect there may be a time delay, so please tell me about the time delay when you call in. By that I mean, in my experience, during my first visit to a store that I've never been to before, which the service is usually great. But as a TI, if I return to that store a second or a third time or regularly, the service deteriorates. And this is a statement I've heard from many other targets. Maybe the stories told to dupe people are different depending on the circumstances. For example, if a perp is spreading slander to a Christian worker at a store, the perp might tell the target they're an occultist. If the person is an occultist, the perp would tell them they're a Christian. You get the idea. Christians and occultists may dislike each other, but the perp wants them both to pile on the targeted individual. So either way, the perp enlists the participation in targeting the TI. Perps have a whole menu of lies like this, depending on the person hearing it. Is that the way they do it? There's also the possibility that the perp could subtly threaten the job of the merchant or mention keywords about something that only they know about, just like they do to the TIs, the targeted individuals. Is this all about threats? If so, how can perps know so much about so many people? Is the database that huge? And guess what? You would be on the list too if somebody has been pushed into perping, as somebody who would be pushed into perping one day potentially. If so, this must go up to the highest levels of government. And absolutely remember this, the perps know where to find the store employees, but the store employees don't know where to find the perp. Keeping in mind the perp is often different each time. So this thing is really big with a huge army of liars. When a TI, and are they mind controlled, by the way? When a TI reads the rage in the face of a complete stranger that they have never that has heard the negative narrative and believed it, and they've never met that person before. If you have taken a course in telling lies, call me up. I want to hear all about it. Let's record the whole thing. Let's get it out in the open. Let's hear how the manipulation of lies is used in this scenario. Everybody has something to hide. Therefore, the PERP database would need to contain the dirt on each store employee. After all, it often isn't until the TI visits a store until the second or third time that the employee's rage at the TI really begins to show in their face. On one show at TalkShoe, I listened in as a perp to a perp show, and he was a perp pretending to be a good guy hosting a show. And he was slandering me with 4 or 5 stories. The stories sounded like they were recently repaired. He would start out each story by stating a true fact. Then he would add a lie, and he'd omit a fact. The end result was always distorted, and the distortion is what the perps want, lies. There must be a certain kind of training course to teach him how to be a professional liar. In fact, some of those 4 to 5 stories I was really proud of, but he turned each story negative. Everything he had to say turned negative. It was very eye-opening because it was about me. So this is a perp's job, complete negativity, to discredit the targeted individual, the TI. If you have taken a training course on telling lies, call me up. I want to hear all about it. Let's do an instant, unscheduled, public domain interview that will live for the eternity of mankind. Remember, it should be unscheduled. Just show up. I'm always ready to record. And as one TI said, I think it's official-looking people possessing official-looking files and photos and associated BS. Of course, none of this can be called evidence. Evidence is ever left behind. And if you are one of the perps and you tell me how it works, give me a call. Personally, I do not think they show. I think they show pictures on a cell phone screen, and there was no way that people would expect you to leave the cell phone behind. One targeted individual reported that a perp followed them into a store and briefly whispered something to the person at the cash register. Can it be that simple? What could have been said that would be so awful that the merchant would never repeat it to the TI? But catching the perps while they are slandering the TI would be doable, but not easy. Remember, there are 3 kinds of people involved. Number 1, the targeted individual, the TI. Number 2, the person telling the lies, the perp telling the lies. And number 3, the merchant employee. I'm going to repeat that. There are 3 kinds of people involved. Number 1, the targeted individual, the TI. Number 2, the person telling the lies, who is a perp or perpetrator. Number 3, the merchant or employee. But how to get to the truth could involve a 4th person, a truther. Now, this might complicate things, but somebody has to know the drill. But what if the merchant employee and the truther were the same person? This would greatly simplify things to get to the truth. Although remember, targeted individuals are on a 24/7 surveillance. They are being watched. So it would be difficult for the merchant and truther to wise up a TI, and the truther wouldn't get a second chance to spill the beans. The beans of how the perps spread their lies. But once again, the perps, if they know you're onto them, they will change their approach. You can count on that. The perps are immoral, but they're not stupid. So why not catch them and expose their procedure? But remember, the truth would risk setting yourself up to be a TI if you do spill the beans. But when you're ready to spill the beans, call this show at talkshoe.com. Show number the phone number is 724-444-7444. Then the call number is 120-297. And at this time in October of 2012, the show is live every night at 10 p.m. Pacific, which is 1 a.m. Eastern time. Plus, I'm on many, many other unscheduled times per day. And I'm always ready at the drop of a hat to do an unscripted recording. Remember, all episodes of this show are in the public domain, and you are authorized to use any or all of the audios as you see fit. The perps are very sophisticated, sending pictures of a TI to the cell phones of nearby perps to help identify them. That all sounds elaborate, but once you've been a TI for a while, it doesn't seem so far-fetched. But it is doable with today's technology. It is what I refer to as boots on ground. I could use help getting to the bottom of this, how perps enlist people at stores to pile onto targets and provide rude service. If you're listening to this, and if you are a TI or a perp who wants to come clean, call me to participate in an immediate public domain interview. And as of today, in October 2012, talk to you number, as I said, 724-444-7444. Show number 120297, then enter £1 and we'll go live on the interview. But I recommend that you do not tell anybody that you will be calling in. Do NOT not tip your hand to anybody in any way, or the perps will likely derail your plans. Do not tell anybody you'll be calling in. Don't kid into your daytimer, as they say. Just do it. No plans, no notice to anybody. And to end this off, as one TI said to me, I think there are standard procedures that they use to discredit TIs. If you can help shed light on this, give me a call. Let's get it into a public domain audio for the eternity of mankind. My name is Chuck, and that is the end of this recording.
Talk show. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. This is episode number 3034. Today's date is Saturday, October 13th, 2012 at 4:25 p.m. on the West Coast time zone. I have with me on the call Jeff of Chelsea, Massachusetts. I've interviewed him on here before, but today he's going to do what he calls a public service, and he's going to read the webpage at harassmentterror.wordpress.com/category/chemical-weapons. Let me repeat that. It's harassmentterror, all one word, .wordpress.com/category/chemical-weapons. And the title of it is Gang Stalking, Organized Psychological Harassment, Poisoning, Spying, and Destroying Lives. And Jeff is going to read this page for us. And how are you, Jeff? And are you ready to go?
Chuck, I'm doing just fine. And Chuck, this article is in the public domain, and I am performing this as a public service. So if anyone wants to make a copy of this message, it is a strict reading from top to bottom.
Your reading, if I may correct you, your reading is in a public domain. The article, we don't know whether it's dated November 2006. I assume it's not in the public domain.
The reading is in the public domain. Sorry about that. The reading is in the public domain. I will start right now.
Go.
Psychological terror, harassment, multi-stalking /gang. At the beginning of the article, gang stalking /organized psychological harassment, poisoning, spying, and destroying lives, dated November 25th, 2006. Presented here is, from my own point of view, the most accurate description of what is going on with gang stalking thing. No one seems to understand how these strange harassments happen. No one is able to believe any reasons as to why they happen. In the text below, presented to Gang Stalking World as an anonymous post, we can see how an enterprise has evolved. One that is criminal and has brought organized crime and the common citizenry together. Deceit, fabrication, threat, and technology seem to have made such a union possible, adding that such a union aims to destroy innocent people's lives, if not to bring them to their death. What is most disturbing in the text below is the salient argument standing out in the first paragraph that states that gang stalking is primarily about poisoning, drugging, and attempting to chemically inducing psychotic-like symptoms in the targets of the crime and contaminate their physical health. Evidence to support this through individual accounts are not necessarily mounting,
but from my own personal experience with this terror/gang stalking phenomena, as well as from what I have gathered by researching this, the more equipped and modern these groups are, the more money that has been thrown at them, the more they are apt to use highly covert fumigations, poisonings, and daily incremental druggings in their effort to cause undue suffering, pain for someone they have been hired to target. I have edited the piece of writing below, hopefully highlighting points of importance. If you have not been or are not being poisoned and or drugged, you are not being gang stalked. Gang stalking is described on websites as a bunch of people just following you around, doing strange skits. That would just be annoying compared to what it really is. Although it might be possible that the victims are not aware of their symptoms of where their symptoms are coming from. I thought I was physically ill at first, but then began to see a relationship between my illness and what could only be described as felony assault. Anonymous post from www.gangstalkingworld.com. Full post here. Gang stalking is a catchphrase name describing what has become part of traditional and new organized crime that is networking through the United States and some other countries. Organized crime groups and some criminal elements from all walks of life use or hire for pay criminal organized stalking crews to assault targets to cover up financial or other crimes. These criminals contract with covert organized assault crews, to silence any potential witnesses or troublemaker, whether real or imagined, that could possibly affect their lives. Contract / assault squad to discredit and silence using their criminal gaslighting methods. These organized criminal crews assault victims' family, friends, neighbors, and many people in the community. There is always a reason someone is targeted, and most will know why and who started it, but apparently, some victims never know what happened to them, why it is happening, or who triggered the overwhelming assault. This is probably because the trigger event was irrelevant and meant nothing to the victim, but was perceived as possibly damaging by the criminals involved. The victim could have upset. Now that the person wants revenge, I would see that as a waste of time, thought, and money. But I guess some people would be just that way. I have seen estimates of the number of victims of this type of crime, but nothing I consider credible. One victim is too many. I wouldn't even try to guess how many career criminals participate in this. It can't be many as compared to general population. A very lucrative enterprise. This is a very lucrative enterprise for many of the perpetrators. People considered important to the success of a hit are offered large bribes to become a perp and start working the victims. Advanced communications such as internet, cell phones, and voice over internet protocols have accelerated the growth and networking of these organized criminal groups. Their day-to-day stalking activities depend on the same technologies plus GPS and other high-tech devices, electronic spy, harassing equipment. Law enforcement agencies are aware of these criminal groups and are gathering information on them. I have not read about a targeted individual that would have believed this could happen to anyone had they not become a victim themselves. These criminal stalking groups go to extreme lengths to cover every aspect of their covert operations. They try to have a plausible explanation for everything. The crimes they commit are well planned and easy to do, but easily deniable. Well planned. A victim might see many work projects in the area, small or large, constant maintenance all around the neighborhood involving new workers you have never seen before, endless traffic of all descriptions, mobbing activities near your home, on the highway, in stores, and on the streets. These are mostly perpetrators or all perps in some cases. They will always have a ready-made reason to be where they are before they are dispatched. Poisoning and drugging. If you have not been or are not being poisoned and or drugged, you are not being gang stalked. Gang stalking is described on some websites as a bunch of people just following you around doing strange skits. That would be just annoying compared to what it really is. Although it might be possible that victims are not aware of their symptoms, where their symptoms are coming from, I thought I was physically ill at first, but then began to see a relationship between my illness and what can only be described as felony assault. The mental and physical effects described by most targets are achieved by covert poisoning, using more or less common neurointerrupters, organic phosphorate pesticides, psycho, psycho, psychotomimetic agents, drugs, and irritants. Some of these chemicals are mixed when needed with additives to make them behave in desired ways. Some are intended to absorb through the skin, and others are intended to be outgassed. They are not all used in the described ways. Some, what I call irritants, are sprayed on the target and act locally on the skin or spread out slowly with various effects. One perpetrator will divert your attention while another one sprays from a breath spray size can on bare skin behind you or where you won't notice. They always make a noise like clearing their throat so you won't hear the sound. I caught them doing this too. Some drugs are mixed with dispersants to make them outgassed. These are squirted at or near the isolated target using covert methods in remote places where possible constant area gassing is done from neighboring houses. The perpetrators spent a couple of days at my neighbors installing the devices they use to disperse their chemicals. I'm sure they are well hidden, but I know where I can find them. These house devices have been refilled on a regular basis since they were installed. Passing cars or trucks with an electronic squirting device are being used, each squirting an outgassing mixture as they pass by. These were almost constant for several years and are still coming. On the road, perps will squirt outgassing mixtures from the back or the front of their car's trucks at your car truck. When they can get away with it, perps even do this while walking past in order to gas the target. The chemicals will outgas quickly or slowly depending on their intended use. The most dangerous assault is the direct assault from car trucks that has been electrically powered, high-pressured squirting device behind the grill. These unusually squirt pesticide that is intended to stay put, then absorb through the skin. This attack can penetrate thick clothing and is usually done in a parking lot or anywhere they can get close to you in a car. Beware of cars pausing near you or aiming at you in parking lots. An individual perp on foot will work their way behind you and squirt your lower back using covert rigs. This is what I first caught one of them doing. The chemicals can be administered by flipped coworkers, neighbors, friends, family, local strangers, and old or new professional paid perps. Neurointerrupters have a cumulative effect. With successive poisoning, there is a gradual decrease in cognitive functioning, what is intended by the perps. I read an account of one victim who had been poisoned to the point he could no longer speak. A perp will always wait close by to observe the condition of the victim after assault. A protection against this is waterproof or impermeable clothing or any barrier that will block what is essentially a high-tech squirt gun. If the victims fail to protect themselves, they will go down as a result of these assaults. Some psychotomimetic agents, usually LSD or similar, will be applied to the surfaces the victim will ordinarily touch: door handles, cabinet drawers, or any place in their home, car, and places at work. Daily vitamins, coffee, shampoo, or anything used or consumed on a daily basis is a potential contamination target, especially single-use items. And the home milk is often contaminated with OP pesticide. It is possible, if put in any clear liquid, because the liquid becomes cloudy, gloves and clothing might be turned inside out and treated. Time to change your cloth. Don't forget to shower. The perps will start slowly, only contaminating a single item or items they have control over, so no evidence will remain in case law enforcement so no evidence will remain in case law enforcement investigates. After they believe they have compromised the victim's credibility, they'll become more active and aggressive with contamination and all other aspects of organized assault. The following, as well as this entire scam, may take place over the course of many years. Community infiltration and influence. Co-workers, neighbors, friends, family, law enforcement, and the general public are told, planned, consistent lies about the victim target. This will start with law enforcement long before the actual assaults begin. They will do this to set up the target, hoping law enforcement will believe their lies and ignore the victim when they first report the crime. Perp may show a bogus investigation file or flash fake badges in the community as part of the scam. Hire local lawyers, private investigators. Perps might hire local lawyers and private investigators in a ruse to legitimize the scam. Later, the perps will report crime or trip alarms in the area, so the police will have to drive by the target's home. This will make the target believe the police are part of the stalking. They will pull fake fire alarms for the same purpose. Ongoing double assault. While working the chemical attack, the perps perform street theater around the target. They hope the poison drug target will panic, then report and try to describe the bizarre skits to law enforcement. The goal is to create poison and drug-induced psychotic episodes, paranoia, and actions that could, the perps will say, appear to be schizophrenic. If only you are not educated about schizophrenia, you would believe this. The perps often launch large drug assaults against a target in public. If a target is affected enough, they'll report or encourage a bystander to report the target to the law enforcement, saying the target is schizophrenic, crazy, or psychotic. Some of the perps are bold enough to say the cops do what they have them to do, indicating the perps are making fools of and are smarter than law enforcement and the targets. Many in law enforcement are aware of the perp stalker tactics now, and they would like nothing better than to bust this criminal enterprise or anyone in it. People in community tricked or conned. Some people in the community are tricked or conned into participating. They are told clever lies about the target. They may even be deluded into thinking they are doing a community service. If they knew the truth of what they were involving themselves with, they would not cooperate willingly. Others accept money or other forms of compensation. Many who know or are close to the target are forced to take part in this criminal scam. It's essentially the offer they can't refuse. Some are set up for various crimes and blackmailed or blackmailed for any existing secrets they want to keep from coworkers, family, friends, or the community at large. Those close to the target that resist are threatened or poisoned using the same methods until they obey. After they are flipped, they are coached by these criminals in their methods and assault and supplied with covert equipment to topically spray or squirt these chemicals on or around the target in their food or drink. This will be done at every opportunity at the target's home, at night to wake you up or away on foot or in the car. Technology watching privacy invasion, confusing the victim. Anywhere the target is or goes, the perps will work together using surveillance, advanced communications, stealth, and simple diversionary tactics to draw the target into position for an assault that will not be detected by the general public. The perps have their own websites and shills to spread misinformation and disinformation to the internet. Some pose as support for victims trying to disrupt the actions of those who are really trying to help victims. There are perps posing as victims. These perps post intensely crazy sounding accounts describing bogus satellite attacks or advanced electronic weapons and the ever popular mind control, which they stretch way beyond anyone's imagination. They want to frighten and confuse real victims with a mix of real and bogus information that they hope will be believed and repeated by victims. These posers will also befriend a real target to gain information to launch yet another attack. They also will tell targets things like get out and live your life. What they really mean is come out where we can get a clear shot at you. I read one victim's account that they knew a man that started their stalking and that the man had a reward poster with the victim's picture in a target on his office wall. I think the victim said the offer was $25,000. If you're a target, that will make you think, won't it? Some credible sounding things about this I read on the internet are gone now, disappeared. I like to think I just can't find them, even though that probably isn't the case. Cyber stalking. Cyber stalking, everyone knows what that is or can look it up. Just like all things, these guys it's pretty much business as usual. They take the information they have gathered about the target and present it in a way that is supposed to make the victim wonder, how did that stranger know that? It's the same directed conversation stuff they do to targets at stores and on the street. Well, the internet is a big place and you won't have to go where people get their jellies jerking you around. As a matter of fact, you don't have to go there at all, except maybe to do a little business now and then. And you don't have to share your thoughts or business on the phone or out loud. You don't have to provide them with information to use against you. When you have to speak around perps, use only the words you need. If you don't talk unless needed, the perps will just have to wonder what you are thinking. Reality of poisoning cloaked with misinformation. Common symptoms used search engines are four described poisons are attributed to bogus secret weapons. Electronic weapons of sorts are real, but I have been unable to verify and find credible information on existing electromagnetic weapons as they are described in this strange internet chasm. Also, some of the victims described could be attributed to simple harassment electronics and some of the itching or burning powders that the perps sprinkle on the target's beds. They will contaminate your bed with various drugs in an attempt to make you freak out while trying to sleep. Guarding against illegal entry. Keep the perps out of your home. The perps might be able to open any lock that uses a key. That leaves some type of combination-only lock. If you can afford one or more, install them and learn how to change the combination. Disable all other lock entry key slots with water-soluble wood glue. It can be removed later. Secure all windows. At least know if they are inside. Video cameras. Video cameras anywhere, outside or inside, are a good thing to slow the perps down or keep them away if done correctly. Your own well-hidden camera or listening equipment inside might keep them out. Powdered promotion of asthma. The perps also use powders that will cause an asthma-like attack. Don't panic, an inhaler will stop it, or it will go away after you have gotten it away from the source. Simple electronic promoting ear ringing. The perps will use amplified high frequency above human hearing, kind of like high-powered electronic dog whistle, transducer speakers to make your ears ring. These can be purchased, but it's fairly easy to build a big one with adjustable volume range. I have seen this ear ringing as well as body vibrations associated with non-existent satellite weapon attack. The satellite to Earth-bound human attack is still science fiction in this writing, and perps can produce transducers of the type used in industrial sonic baths and mechanically fix them with screws or floor joists or wall studs underneath repaired drywall, completely hidden from view of normal inspection. The transducers will make your floor vibrate and probably cause heat. They won't spend a lot of time hiding their stuff in houses or apartments, so it won't be found under simple visual inspection. If someone really decides to start looking, they will start finding these things. These tactics are part of never-ending smoke and mirrors routine. Apparently, the perps get a charge out of inducing false perceptions. Misinformation summary. This con artist information attack is intended to further psychologically terrify the victims. Hopefully, they will react as if crazy. After all, that is what it's all about. If the victim feels to protect themselves, they have already been poisoned and drugged to what the perps hope is an excited state of reduced cognitive ability. At this point in time, the victim is usually attacked by the criminal's very real covert weapon. This is most often done at night because it can be effective at waking you up and keeping you awake. It might also be hard to hide or get away with in the daytime because of sound, size, location, etc. This weapon was originally developed as a crowd-controlled device by a company called Scientific Applications and Research Associates Incorporated of Huntington Beach. It is an acoustic sonic weapon that will make internal organs resonate. These effects have been described by victims of these assaults. The weapon I have seen in video demonstration is based on a combustion chamber that releases multiple ignited fuel charges through a waveguide to produce directional, very low frequency, below human hearing waves. These waves at the time are hard to control over distances of beam, but as used, it probably doesn't matter that much. This would most likely be used on a detached house. There are electrical versions of these weapons that use transducers that could be used from a shorter range, such as adjacent apartments in an apartment building. The electrical versions I read about require a very large amount of power, were large and only manage a short pulse before needing recharging. These weapons could be greatly improved by now as far as size and power are concerned. The fuel combustion type I saw would be carried by one man. These weapons have undergone some military testing and are not really secret, but I haven't been able to find current up-to-date information For an old 1997 story, search U.S. News Wonder Weapons by Douglas Pasternak. Telecommunications and bugs. Almost all victims are aware their phone and computer are tapped or will be. Information is gathered from every possible source in order to custom tailor the many various assaults and street fear to the individual. The surveillance information is used and intended to give the target the impression of an all-knowing Orwellian or Big Brother type of situation. Some are not aware that using a hard wire tap, cutting the wire, or inserting a computer interface, that the perps can use computer software to digitally edit your call on the fly. They try to elicit angry responses from victims through constant harassing phone calls or even harassing in public. They digitally record these and clean them up for later use. When you call someone, usually a service that records calls like a telephone company or even 911, they will cut you off after a completed sentence or seamlessly insert an out of context angry ranting remark you justifiably made at another place or time. The more crazy it sounds, the better. Just imagine how they laugh after one of these edits. They can also use this method to create a false recorded conversation to turn people you know or others against you. Imagine they record a public conversation at a store checkout counter and someone asks about a person you know. You say only good things about this person. Later, in another conversation, they ask you about Osama bin Laden, and you say everything but good things. The perp simply switch a few sentences around and clean it up some. They have what they want, and it is much easier than altering a photograph and using Photoshop. It's almost impossible to detect. Tiny cameras collect victims' every move. Let's talk about covert as if anything is not covert. Cameras in or around your home. I have gathered information that indicates that live video of targets in their homes or while being stalked might be entertainment content for an internet website or a site run by the perps. What would really be bizarre is if some people were paying to view this stuff. At least it is the least viewed constantly by your local perp. You might even be appearing in the best of insert your perp given TI name here video of the week. Your picture and perp created profile and possibly a website for all perpville to view, manufactured fictitious information disseminated to all who have perp web address or could be passed out in a hard copy. Audio bugging, you bet. They'll do it if they can, and they'll do it if they can, and they can. Just a note here, hiring someone to do a bug scan is useless. It's a highly specialized field that takes an experienced expert, and any of them worth anything will tell you it can be done completely covertly because good bugs can be turned off while a scan is in progress. I'm sure the perps might know the guy coming because they already have you under surveillance. If you use your phone for contact, that is foregone conclusion. If the bug is in an adjacent apartment, of course, they will just turn it off. And if it is a hardwired bug, there won't be a signal to pick up anyway. If the perps can't get inside the bug your home, they might use laser to window, a parabolic or shotgun mic. You won't catch them doing any of these. It's not impossible to catch them, but no, just highly improbable. One thing about the scam is that they need to hear your business to work the scam by the book. They can't do any directed conversation anywhere without this information, and it's harder to set up mobbing and coordinate moving surveillance when they have to guess what you are doing. Anyone can pick up voice easily from a safe distance using a parabolic or shotgun mic. The conclusion is it's okay to look every now and then for covert cameras or bugs yourself after a little schooling on this subject, but don't expect to find anything because you probably won't. And don't worry about it. Just go about your business. You can figure out if perps are repeating things you said over the phone or something you said out loud in your house or apartment. Where did you say what they repeated? You have control over what you say and where you say it. Call redirection landline cell. Don't forget about call redirection or landlines and cell phones. Know who you are talking to. Do you think you called and talked to someone in law enforcement? Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Redirecting calls, you try to make to law enforcement is something the perps do. They will pretend to be a law enforcement officer and tell you there is nothing that they can do to help. And they will make suggestive remarks about your sanity or reputation. They may refer you to another bogus officer to work you again. Always get the name and badge number of officers you speak with over the phone. Always verify anyone you speak with over the phone. If you suspect your phone is tapped, intercepted, redirected, and if you are being gang stalked, it will be, don't use it. You can use a random payphone if you have to. All victims should report this as soon as they can do. So in a reasonable manner, it will never be stopped if no one ever reports it. Reporting the crime. When you report this crime, always go in person with well-planned information you have compiled, including a journal, video, audio, perp names, anything else you can get. If you have been gang stalked for a long period of time and you don't have any evidence of any kind, just do just what you have been doing all this time. Be organized and complete but brief. Don't elaborate on important everyday details you can't prove anyway. Don't go into gas line details. All the particulars are not important. You don't have to file a complaint against anyone. You are only providing information about a crime. Don't tell anyone you are going to do this. If the perps know, there may be a parade of them lining up to give you the treatment all the way there and even into the law enforcement building. Be prepared to do this at any time when you think the time is right to deviate from your normal routine and do it. You can even make practice runs to check logistics, such as where to park, where to go inside the building, and there are surveillance cameras, big plus, in the parking lot or building. Any test run will also test the perp's reaction. Going there a few times to learn the area roads won't be noticed by anyone but the perps. Sound diffusion, bugs, and taps. While at home, you can leave the radio or other things going on all the time to disrupt the perp's probable recording activities on some levels. It's not hard to separate the multiple sounds, and I'm not sure that it would end up good enough for their purpose. The perps don't have to get into your home to install a hook switch or infinity device. It's a type of phone tap that after the phone is answered manually or by machine, the switch on the microphone of the tapped phone is hooked and remains on after hanging up. It becomes an effective listening device that can easily pick up conversations in an average-sized room. This device can be installed anywhere on the phone between your phone and the local central office. It would usually be fairly close to your home or in an apartment building. It can be called and activated for listening up from any phone anywhere in the world. For some, I guess, obvious reasons, the perps like using these. They can be defeated after a call by unplugging the receiver, the phone, or installing an off switch on the phone microphone. Secure phones that turn off the microphone automatically are available but are expensive considering what little is involved. The perps can also sign up for GPS tracking too. They only need a moment with your cell phone to enter a code and you will be just like one of their children. Tracked everywhere you will go with the phone on. They will use your email or their own to verify the GPS account. If you haven't already, don't leave your cell phone anywhere unintended. If they get your number, which is easy, they will monitor and can edit your cell phone calls using what is known as a portable base station. Scanners are used too, but are less effective and only for listening anyway. They they have to they have or can get all the latest electronics that can be had by anyone. Always use an SSH2 encrypted stateside VPN service for internet. Don't use a server offshore for skits that skirts the law. If a perp does something illegal, you want them to be caught. If you find a VPN anywhere that is or is said to be a government honeypot for cyber crooks, that is definitely the one you want to use. The purpose will work to shut down servers using their botnets, if only temporary. And be aware that even after a clean reload install of your OS, they will try to get the latest Trojan, keylogger, or virus to you in an email attachment from a formerly trusted source. Sadly, it might be that cute email card from a family member or friend. If they have the run of your home, it takes only a minute to load file software using CD or USB memory drive. If you can't keep them out of your home, back up your data, reload the OS, and lock the drives down so they won't boot on startup. Keep your OS locked down or hardened against any known attack methods too. The real bottom line, on any communication service, as long as it runs through a wire, cable, fiber that is accessible to the perps, they can get on it. If they've got your number, common cell phones are not much better as far as interception manipulation is concerned. The article is older, but it is interesting. Tapping computer data is easy. www.textfiles.com hacking /hacking/data.tap. Criminal lineage organization. These organized criminal groups have an appointed leader that controls everything they do. They operate much like a computer botnet, receiving orders, tracking the target, and dispatching a stream of perps. Take appropriate measures to protect yourself from their assaults and stay safe. Be aware of your surroundings and don't respond to baiting tactics. What I've described is just part of what these criminals do. And if you are not a victim, you are probably saying to yourself, I can't believe a large group of criminals are getting away with crimes like this. The reason they are getting away with it is because this large group of criminals literally hijack the community using the methods described above. It took stalking of well-known celebrities and a death before anyone started taking effective action against stalking. Many people know this is very real, and I know it's being investigated. There are many laws that can easily be applied to these crimes, but no specific laws. A task force is usually appointed to tackle tough crimes. That may be what is needed to address this. You have permission to repost or print any part of this information by anonymous post www.gangstalkingworld.com. Displayed in the above are some points that may bring to light how gang stalking operates. The use of high-tech communications and surveillance equipment by tech-savvy criminals or highly planned gang stalking initiatives do what they do. They are covert and pervasive. They have mastered a cell and hire a lawyer and others to do their PR and disseminate hate VI slander. Recruiting uses all venues from con and threat to presentations of fabricated character profiling. The use of technology to manipulate photography and recorded sound support the fabricated character profile. Through keeping on noted highlights from the above text, we can see that gang stalking / covert harassment is not only about ostracizing, isolating, and gaslighting someone into the hallways of behavior services and psych wards. It may be no question as to whether or not these protracted criminal initiatives, gang stalking, use poison, chemical gases, and psychotomimetic agents, chemical weapons that act on the human mind. Gang stalking's covert harassments that include treating mishaps and complications, gets on the street that direct conversation toward the victim using victim's personal information, street theater, baiting the victim to react emotionally or violently is planned in stage situations. See here for more tactics. These altogether can very well tax a person as well as emotionally and mentally cripple to extent one who has been isolated through a widespread, covertly done slandering campaign. Thus said, evidence points to an underlying chemical element to these street-level harassment tactics by covertly, chemically undermining of the victim's psychological well-being from the author's own experience. Chemicals, certainly, and perhaps poisons are distributed in covert ways and incrementally, usually avoiding outright drugging poisoning effects, and have a more subtle effect that is generalized through day and night. From the authors of this blog's personal account of being gang stalked, what stands out most are fumigations, chemically laced items of consumption, pervasive, strong, unnaturally smelling scents and odors, clothing, food, drink, bedding, rooms. It seems only logically from this that gang stalking is not necessarily exclusively about isolation, gaslighting, and Danny, can you hang up the phone, please? Sorry about that. Gaslighting and orchestrated mishaps to cause someone to lose it and become mentally unstable. It is about contaminating a person's life with poisons, chemicals, in conjunction with the street-level workplace harassment. From my point of view and my case, these criminals undermine a victim's psychology through felony assaults, chemical substances, and drugs covertly administered in an ongoing fashion. Personally, the perpetrators have made it impossible for me to have a non-taste of corrupted cup of coffee and perhaps poisoning me with tactics that I have long thought were simply taste and odor harassment. The entire enterprise is scary, even horrific, in that common people are recruited into such efforts to basically kill someone by inducing suicide through a low and incredibly torturous method that includes isolation, psychological and moral violence, as well as drugging and poisoning. To have such activity as covert poisoning / drugging take place in ongoing fashions and involving victims who claim to be targets of gang stalking / terror stalking / multi-stalking point directly towards some sick element in contemporary life. The media pays no attention, and the United States as a nation and its government, as well as point to human rights abuses around the world. Yet there is an insidious crime called gang stalking, using slander and psychological terror to wreck lives and drive victims to their death. Right here in North America, do these criminal enterprises have so much power that they have the federal level investigators at such a loss as to how they can tackle it? Has the war on terror caused such a diversion of attention and energy for domestic law enforcement and the Fed so much that since 2001, this pernicious covert criminal activity aimed at innocent people could grow into a lucrative enterprise and skirt the authorities? Are there seemingly law-abiding folk and wealthy or well-connected that have used gang stalking to eliminate enemies, targets of hate, or people they see as being a threat? Stop covert poison fumigation. Stop criminal covert harassment. Support.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good. Thanks a lot, Jeff.
Welcome,
Once again, That was Jeff from Chelsea, Massachusetts, and he just read the webpage at harassmentterror.wordpress.com/category/chemical-weapons. I'm going to repeat that one more time. Harassmentterror, all one word, .wordpress.com/category/chemical-weapons. Jeff, anything you want to say before we terminate this call?
Oh, well, I just hope that people read it. The reading is in the public domain. I did the very best I could do reading it. I'm sorry about the interruption from my friend, and I just hope that people get something out of it. That's all I'm talking. I'll let you go.
Thanks for calling in, Jeff, and doing that reading. The text itself, I gave the URL at the beginning and the end, and Jeff stated that his reading of it is in the public domain, so please do with this recording as you wish. This is TalkShoe show number 120297, and episode number, 334, I think. Yeah, episode number 3034. And that is the end of this recording.
2 minutes.
TalkShoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish all or any of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297. Or click on the top left purple Live Now button to see if the show is presently on live on the West Coast. It is 3:15 right now, p.m. on the West Coast. It is Monday, October 15, 2012, number 30. This is recording number 3035. And I have on the phone with me right now Jeff of Chelsea, Massachusetts. And he's the one who did the reading on recording number 3033. And Jeff, how are you? And why don't you do the setup on what this recording is about, please?
Well, this recording is basically a commentary on the reading I did the other day, and to put our 2 cents into the reading, and basically just to set the record straight that not everybody gets chem attacked who's gang stalked. And I believe that gang stalking is manifested in various different forms.
That's the point I wanted to say. I adhered to 98% of the article, but it started out with, it sounded like the article had been gamed. And it made that you have to be chem attacked or you're not gang stalked. And although I am chem attacked chemicals, in other words, I smell chemicals, it's just terrible. I don't believe that's true. Jeff, why don't you go ahead and finish it up, and let's go ahead and end off the recording. Go ahead.
I don't believe it's true either. And again, I mean, it's they custom make the attack per victim. And I personally believe one of the most common ways boots on the ground is the street theater and the imitating the victim. That's the easiest way to do it, because that's custom making the gang stalking to the victim. I mean, for the other stuff, you have to have a lot of infrastructure, a lot of money, and quite frankly, most people would not want to go through the headache of doing all that stuff.
Okay. Now, there is just one other thing. You made the statement, in our conversation before, that you think there's 2 levels of people. There's the chem attack people who are paid by the government, and then you think the boots on ground people who are harassing out out in the open are lower level. Why don't you go ahead and address that issue, if you would, please? Because I think that's an important issue.
Well, I mean, the bugging, the real sophisticated stuff, I believe that's on a higher level. Like if you're a Patriot talk show host, for instance, you're going to get what I call the full treatment. But if you just have a minor irritant, then some of the fancy exotic stuff like chem attacks and stuff would would actually not be used. It'll be more boots on the ground. Your face and likeness will be on Facebook. Something that any Joe Blow can do. The government agency.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Is there anything else that you want to say that you think would be appropriate for this particular recording? Once again, this is recording number 3034, which is an addendum to 3033. Is there anything that you want to say on this recording that you wish had been pointed out on the last one, please?
Well, I do now give the article about an A-, and it is well done, except for that part you talked about, Chuck. And I just hope that people read the article, get something out of it, listen to my reading of it, and do your own research. The money's going to run out sooner or later, and I believe there's going to be defectors who are going to come to our side, who are going to put on the record what they've done, and that's pretty much it. We're living on borrowed time.
Okay. Once again,
interview.
Go ahead. All right, Jeff, I hope I had lived up to my part of the deal on this discussion that we just had, and that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com. Call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver, or better yet, show number 120297, or click on the top left purple Live Now button to see if the show is underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 10 till 5 p.m. on Saturday, October 27, 2012. This is episode number 3036. Okay, now this is an unusual situation where I have about 4 guests, and I have Joe. He's Joe Dixon. He's got one of his login names, but he's logged in right now as Guest 500, and that's his login ID name. And he's from Freedom FCHS, Freedom from Covert Surveillance and Harassment .com, freedomschs.com. And Joe is going to grace me by calling into this recording here. And now I have to say I've been badgering him to call me in here, and he's not called in, but I know he's there because he's typed into the chat room. He's typed in things like, I heard your, I guess that wasn't him. He's typed in things so that he knows, and he is listening to me right now. Okay, so once again, my name is Chuck, and I want to talk to Joe, and I want to talk to him about some of the shenanigans that the scumbags over at his operation, Freedom from Covert Surveillance and Harassment.com, are pulling on targeted individuals, because it's now, once again, if he calls in, he's going live right away, and he will know that this is in the public domain for the eternity of mankind. So he has shows here at TalkShoe, and they're hidden. Now, if Freedom from Covert Surveillance and Harassment wanted calls, why wouldn't they appear on the Live Now list? If you can click on that purple Live Now list, and his shows would show up as visible, but they're not visible. And he's got them on 5 nights a week, Sunday through Thursday at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m., give or take, depending on the night, Pacific time on the West Coast time zone. And then on Friday night, you got various other calls, and most of which are hidden, HIDDEN. They're not visible. Now, if you're with Freedom from Covert Surveillance and Harassment, why would you hide your calls? If you want to get the word out about organized gang stalking, why would you hide your calls? Why wouldn't you make them visible so that everyone would know about this atrocity? But it is their objective to hide the injustices that are being done to targeted individuals. And Joe is very welcome to call